Chapter 598. After the initial bone-piercing coldness subsided, a burning sensation slowly flowed through her body. As this burning sensation flowed, a stream of power emerged from her body, making Phyllis feel as if she had been reborn. In order to maximize the effect of the dragon blood baptism, Su Lin had spent a lot of effort. After carefully inspecting Phyllis's body, he personally presided over the baptism circle to maximize the effect of the dragon blood. Of course, the price of doing this was that the ritual would be more painful. If one's body was not strong enough, they might not be able to withstand it and die. However, this time they were using a white dragon, the weakest of the 5 colored dragons. After this baptism, Phyllis's various resistances had been greatly improved. It would be much easier for her to do this kind of baptism in the future. In some stories sung by bards, dragon slayers bathed in dragon blood and gained invulnerability and great strength. This kind of saying only existed in stories. If a normal person did this, there was a 99% chance that they would be killed by the corrosive nature of the dragon blood. As for the invulnerability and great strength, it was also an exaggeration. According to the data collected by Su Lin, the dragon blood baptism would increase strength and constitution by about 3 points, and at the same time, they would gain the talent ability of dragon scale leather armor. The ability of dragon scale leather armor was not as powerful as one would think. At first, it could only resist arrows, which was equivalent to ordinary leather armor. However, this ability could grow. In the end, the defense of dragon scale leather armor would be very close to that of a real dragon's scales. After a dragon bloodline wizard became a legend, they would awaken a half-dragon state. In this state, their strength would be further improved, and their dragon scale defense and all kinds of resistances would be improved. However, it was not easy to become a legend. The lowest level dragon bloodline wizard had a lifespan of about 300 years. After becoming a legend, a dragon bloodline wizard would gain a lifespan of about 1,000 years, which was basically the same as a wizard. Many dragon bloodline wizards lived longer than dragons. Dragons would enter the old dragon stage when they were 800 to 1,000 years old. At this time, dragons would usually stay in their lairs other than foraging for food. Even powerful creatures like dragons would become weak when they entered old age. However, although the strength of the dragons had weakened during this period of time, they would not rush up to fight like adult dragons or young dragons when they encountered enemies. Instead, they would choose to launch sneak attacks. However, it would be a mistake to think that an old dragon would be easy to deal with. At this stage, a dragon's magic ability would be greatly improved, even if it was the white dragon, which had the lowest intelligence among the chromatic dragons. The magic power in the dragon's blood was at its strongest during this period. In fact, the ancient dragons were stronger, but even the incarnations of the gods and saints didn't want to provoke the dragons of that period. It was the best way to use it for the dragon blood baptism. As for using the ancient dragon or primordial dragon bloodline, that was just courting death. In fact, not all dragons had the opportunity to advance to the ancient dragon stage. After entering the old dragon stage, dragons would often need to sleep. At this stage, they needed to sleep to accumulate strength for the next evolution of their life. If this dragon suffered too many injuries when it was young and lost a lot of vitality, it was very likely that it would never wake up again during its sleep. Only those dragons with good strength and talent could pass through the old dragon stage. Life would bloom in them again, and their bodies, which were originally full of decay, would become full of vitality again. Dragons who woke up from their long sleep would enter the ancient dragon stage. At this stage, there was basically no one in the material plane who could threaten the dragons. After crossing the threshold of the ancient dragon stage, the lifespan of the colossal dragon would be extended again. As long as they were not killed midway, they would basically be able to evolve into an ancient dragon. As for evolving into an ancient dragon, that was another threshold. Phyllis used the blood of the old dragon stage white dragon for the dragon blood baptism, and after the completion, her strength was naturally improved. At this moment, she felt as if there was endless strength in her body. After completing the dragon blood baptism, Su Lin asked, "How do you feel?" Phyllis nodded and said proudly, "Very good. I feel like I can punch a hole in the wall. Do you want to try? I feel like I can beat you down with one punch." Oh, she's full of herself. Su Lin looked at Phyllis, who was waving her fist, and secretly wanted to laugh. It seemed that if he did not teach her a lesson, she would not know how powerful he was. Su Lin decided not to go to the other rooms tonight. He would stay here tonight and give Phyllis special care for tonight. Without much time to think, Su Lin, who had long been boiling because of the dragon blood baptism, stretched out his arm and directly grabbed Phyllis, who was showing off and preparing to punch Su Lin and kick the dragon, and threw her directly on the bed. A sleepless night began. The whole night, the room echoed with Phyllis's begging for mercy. Early the next morning, Su Lun walked out of the door refreshed, looking in high spirits. After a simple breakfast, Su Lin directly took Phyllis to the training field for the test. It had to be said that the effects of the dragon bloodline baptism were really good. After the fierce battle last night, Phyllis had recovered after resting for a short while, and she was also standing on the training ground with an excited look on her face, eager to give it a try. Was the lesson last night not enough? Su Lin looked at Phyllis, who was eager to try, and said with a smile, "Humph, you had an unfair advantage. If it were not for your thunder power." Phyllis's face suddenly turned red. Su Lin laughed. Even the little succubus could not withstand the power of the plasma cannon, let alone a dragon disciple like you. It seemed that he had to let you recognize reality, again. Not convinced? Su Lin laughed in his heart. Well, I'll give you a chance. Go change your clothes and we'll practice together. Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you. I'll definitely control my strength to the same level as yours. Really? Phyllis's eyes lit up. Of course. If you don't believe me, you can ask your sister Hathaway to judge, Su Lin said with a smile. Phyllis's eyes rolled twice and then she thought for a moment, shook her head and said, "No, you're a warrior and your martial arts are superb. Even if you control your strength to the same level and rely on your skillful combat skills, you're still not something that I can deal with." Then what do you want? Su Lin picked up a wooden training sword and waved it to test the feel of it. How about this? You let Sister Hathaway cast the slow spell, gravity spell and weakness spell on you, and then you're not allowed to use any energy. That's fair, Phyllis said directly. Well, you might as well just say that I'll stand still and let you decide. Su Lin snorted and said, "It's not impossible. As long as you're willing, I have no objections," Phyllis said directly. "You wish. We'll do as you said just now." Su Lin glanced at the complacent Phyllis. "Hathaway, you cast the spell. Just do as Phyllis said just now." Hathaway stepped forward with a smile on her face and looked at Phyllis with a half-smile. Then she said, "This is what you've discussed. You can't go back on your words. Don't go back on your word when you lose." "We won't go back on our words. Don't worry. We definitely won't go back on our words." The two nodded and said. With that, Hathaway raised her wand and was about to cast the spell. A light flashed and at this moment Phyllis suddenly said, "Wait a minute." Hathaway stopped and then looked at Phyllis and asked, "What's wrong? You're regretting it?" Phyllis shook her head and said, "No, I'm not regretting it." "Then what's the matter?" Su Lin asked. A sly light flashed in Phyllis's eyes and then she said, "It's just a simple competition. It's not interesting. How about we raise the stakes?" You think you're 100% sure?" Su Lin said with a smile. "What? You don't dare? If you don't dare, then forget it. Sister Hathaway, you can continue. Just pretend I didn't say anything." Phyllis waved her hand and said casually, "Okay, since you want to bet, we'll do as you say." Su Lin agreed directly. "Good. If I win, you have to promise me one thing," Phyllis said eagerly. Su Lin shook his head. "What if you lose?" "How can I lose?" Phyllis said confidently. "What if I lose, I promise you one thing." "If you lose, what will you use as the stake?" Su Lin said. "If I lose, I'll also promise you one thing," Phyllis said straightforwardly. Su Lin clapped his hands. "Good. Everyone heard it. The loser has to promise the winner one thing. No one can go back on their word." "We all heard it." The other girls smiled and nodded. "The loser has to promise the winner one thing. Hathaway cast a spell on me. Let's start." Su Lin waved his hand at Hathaway and said. A few spells flashed in succession. Su Lin felt his body become heavy, and then a sense of weakness came over him. Slow. Curse of weakness. Gravity. A few spells landed on Sullen's body. At that moment, Su Lin felt like his body was trapped in a swamp. Every movement became very difficult. This was mainly because Hathaway's wizard rank was too high. If a high-grade wizard cast the same spell, there was a 90% chance that Su Lin would be immune to it. "Alright, now that the spell has been cast, are you ready? If you are, let's start." Su Lin waved the iron oak longsword in his hand. "I'm ready." Phyllis changed into a training outfit and walked out. The tight training outfit outlined her curvaceous body and made her look very sexy. "Get." Su Lin smiled and threw an iron oak longsword to her. Chapter 599. Dreams were plentiful but reality was harsh. Although Phyllis gave Su Lin all kinds of restrictions and asked Su Lin to suppress his strength to the same level as hers, Su Lin still won the battle, and it was a very easy victory. Although they were at the same level and there was Hathaway's spell restriction, Su Lin's rich experience, skillful fighting skills, and fighting intuition could not be restrained. So in the end, Phyllis was taught a lesson by Su Lin and had to agree to one of his conditions. Su Lin looked at the reluctant Phyllis and said, "Now you know the difference between us. The dragon blood baptism is very powerful, but you didn't master your own strength, so it's normal for you to be defeated by me. The physical fitness of a dragon disciple is not worse than that of a warrior, so combat training is necessary. Next, I will teach you swordsmanship. Of course, it's not just swordsmanship. The drows here are also very good at fighting, and those half-elven rangers. You need to find time to practice with them every day. When you can defeat them all, you will be considered a master." Although Su Lin's main weapon was a halberd, he did not give up on swordsmanship, so his swordsmanship was still very good. The Florentine royal family also collected many swordsmanship, such as the famous White Raven swordsmanship, cross swordsmanship, monolith swordsmanship, and so on. Su Lin glanced at Hathaway and the others and said, "And you guys don't think that only Phyllis needs training. You also need training. Although you are spellcasters, your close combat skills are average. You can encounter any situation on the battlefield. Once you are closed in, you will not have time to cast spells. Whether it is to familiarize yourself with the enemy's attack methods or to attack, you must master swordsmanship. And when you use up your spells, you can only use a long sword to kill the enemy. Generally speaking, in the Wizard Academy, the orthodox wizards would study close combat. A qualified combat wizard would not be weak in close combat. Moreover, among the wizards, there were some transfiguration schools. They could directly transform into some powerful races. Some transfiguration spells could even turn a wizard into a melee maniac. Some radical wizards even claimed that a wizard who couldn't fight in close combat was not a good wizard. It was best to be the type like Gandalf, who could cast a fireball with his left hand and slash with his right hand. A good wizard should be able to kill from one end of the battlefield to the other with a staff and a long sword. Northern Wilderness Death Canyon. This valley that ordinary people had only heard of was located in the depths of the northern wasteland. The surrounding ecological environment was extremely complex. There were sunflowers, man-eating trees, mutated monsters, and many more. At the same time, there were many kinds of poisonous insects and ferocious beasts. The terrain was also quite dangerous. The cliffs were steep and there were often falling rocks. At that height, even a thumb-sized stone could make a big bump on a person's head. Even the best adventurers wouldn't be willing to come to such a place. However, these were not the most deadly creatures. The most dangerous creatures were the undead. In this valley, a large number of the undead were undead. It was said that there was an undead lord sleeping in the depths of the valley, but so far no one had seen it. Su Lin knew that the legend was true. The undead lord was sealed here by the ancient arcanists. But Su Lin didn't know why the arcanists didn't kill the undead lord and sealed it instead. But since then the beautiful valley changed. The power of the undead creature radiated throughout the entire valley. Then the creatures in the valley began to change. Undead creatures began to be born in this place. As time passed, the number of mutated animals and undead in Death Canyon increased. It became very dangerous. Some of the more powerful undead creatures would fall into a deep sleep. But as long as there was a big commotion in the valley, these powerful undead creatures would wake up. Almost every year, there would be some monsters or adventurers who accidentally entered the valley and died. Fortunately, Death Canyon was very far from Northern Town City. It was thousands of kilometers away. Unless the undead lord broke the seal, it wouldn't affect this place. At this moment, the sound of a fierce battle suddenly came from Death Canyon. Then several adventurers rushed out of the valley. Behind them, dozens of undead creatures were hot on their heels. One of the adventurers took out a scroll and tore it open with a pained expression. He then threw it behind him. Boom. As soon as the scroll fell to the ground, a large amount of flames rose up. In an instant, a wall of fire appeared on the ground. A few undead that were close to the front rushed into the sea of fire. The flames burned fiercely, and the undead creatures quickly turned into fireballs. The other undead creatures had no choice but to stop when they saw the wall of fire. They roared at the adventurers in the distance. *CK, I've suffered a huge loss this time. That's the magic scroll I used to save my life. When we return, I'm going to take the lion's share of the loot. The adventurer who had just used the magic scroll said, his heart aching. Blair, it's all thanks to your scroll. You can get one more, said another adventurer who seemed to be the leader of the group. Leader, we should have made a lot of money this time. We collected a total of 16 ghost head mushrooms, ghost grass, and many other magic plants. Although this place is dangerous, the harvest is really big," said another thin adventurer excitedly. "This place does have a lot of good stuff, but it's too dangerous. Scar almost died in there. Now that he's seriously injured, he'll probably have to rest for a month." "He can't come here again," said the leader. "Ahem, Blair, thank you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to come out this time," said another pale-faced middle-aged man after panting for a while. "Hee, Quentin, it's okay. You saved my life before, didn't you?" Blair said with a smile. "I'll have to rest for a while when we go back this time." Ahem. Quentin coughed violently a few times. His face had a sickly flush. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. After Su Lin stayed in the North Wind Tower for a while, he went to Deepwater City. After Deepwater City obtained the trade route to Salt City Port, the second fleet finally returned. This time, in addition to the fleet of Deepwater City, there were more than a dozen merchant ships from other caravans. After more than 2 months of spreading, more and more people knew about Deepwater Port. Sullen's stronghold in Deepwater Port contributed greatly to this. Last time, Su Lin took the fleet to trade in Salt City Port, leaving a lot of cane sugar and honey. The sales of these luxury goods were very hot. When those merchants with sensitive information learned that the cane sugar and honey were transported from Deepwater City, they began to inquire about Deepwater City. After learning that this was a newly opened port city, everyone's eyes lit up. In the eyes of these merchants, this represented an undeveloped market. If it weren't for the fact that no one knew the route to Deepwater City, these merchants would have been impatient to go there. Fortunately, these merchants didn't have to wait long. The second fleet from Deepwater City arrived at the port, so when the caravan returned, a large number of merchants directly sent a ship to follow the fleet to Deepwater Port. Deepwater City suddenly became very lively because of the arrival of a large number of merchants. A large number of goods were transported for trade. All kinds of goods that had been prepared in Deepwater City were sold out. Many caravans even set up warehouses in Deepwater City, intending to trade for a long time. These merchants were very surprised when they learned that this was the northern wilderness. After learning that the North Wind Principality had opened a trade route from here to the Kingdom of Florence and the kingdoms further west, they were very surprised. Then they became even more enthusiastic about this port. Obviously, they saw the potential of this trade route. Su Lin returned to North Town with the caravan, but when he arrived at the city, he found something unusual. When the caravan entered the city, Su Lin found that many people in the city were coughing. Many people were queuing at the entrance of the hospital. "What's the matter?" Sullen's face was a little dignified. Not far away there was a low-level official recording the taxes of a shop. Su Lin directly went over to inquire. Your Majesty." After seeing Su Lin, the official immediately became nervous and even stuttered a little. "No need to salute." Su Lin directly stopped him and then asked, "What's the matter with the hospital? Why are there so many people queuing outside?" Your Majesty, those people are sick. They have fever and cough. But we don't have enough doctors here, so they can only queue here," the official said. "Not enough doctors?" Su Lin was slightly stunned, but then he realized that there were not many doctors in this era, because almost every city had a temple. Usually, when the rich fell sick, they could directly go to the temple and the priest could cast a dispel disease spell to cure them. But it cost money. Even the lowest level of theurgy was expensive. It would cost at least 5 kinnar. How many civilians could afford such a sum of money? Most of the time when the poor fell sick, they could only stay at home. If they could survive, they would be fine, but if they couldn't, they would die. Of course, in order to increase the number of believers, each church would go to the slums every once in a while to treat a few poor people for free. Usually about 5 people would be treated at a time. They would also carry out all kinds of propaganda to make more people believe in them. North Town was an exception. The residents of North Town had some money in their hands, and the price of the hospital was not expensive. It was just that the number of people was small. But it was already very good. At least ordinary people and the poor could see a doctor. Chapter 600. How many people are sick now? Su Lin asked directly. According to the statistics, there are 603 people who came to see the doctor, the official said. Sullen's face was solemn. There were already more than 600 people who came to see the doctor. There must be a lot of people who did not come to see the doctor. Judging from the situation, the disease was contagious. If they did not quarantine and treat it as soon as possible, it would only be a matter of time before the entire city was infected. At the thought of this, Su Lin did not have time to rest. He immediately returned to the city hall and called all the officials there. "Your Majesty, what are your orders?" Soon, a large number of officials came to the city hall. Su Lin looked at them and said, "When I came back just now, there were more than 600 people in the city who fell sick with a cold and fever. Didn't you know? Your Majesty, we have arranged for people to treat them. At the same time, we have ordered to buy herbs and send them to the hospital." One of the officials hesitated and said, "Is that all?" Su Lin interrupted the official. "Do you think this is a normal illness? This is a plague." "A plague?" Hearing the word plague, the official's face changed drastically. There had also been outbreaks of plagues in this world, and more than once. Basically, every outbreak of plagues would cause a large number of deaths. Due to the terrible hygiene standards of this world, plagues were simply unstoppable. Even strong professionals would be infected and die. During the most severe plagues, several prosperous cities were directly turned into dead cities. More than a quarter of the population died in most cities. Some cities even had more than half of the population. Professionals were physically stronger than ordinary people. Many of them had magic abilities. Their immunity was stronger than ordinary people, so the infection rate was not high. Many wizards also knew how to remove diseases and use magic to treat people. However, there was a limit to the number of people who could be treated. Compared to the huge population, it was undoubtedly a drop in the bucket. "Yes, a plague," Su Lin said directly. "Immediately activate the emergency plan in northern town. Draw a quarantine area around the city and isolate all the patients. At the same time, check the entire city. Once there are signs of illness, isolate them immediately. Order the textile factory to sew 10,000 masks immediately. Let the basic staff and soldiers wear them to prevent infection. In addition, the family members of these patients, as well as the people who came into contact with them, should also be examined. Stop entering the city for now. Let the caravans stay in the camps outside the city." Su Lin kept giving orders. After hearing that it was a plague, everyone became extremely nervous and hurriedly led people to deal with it. Soon, northern Battlefront City became very busy. The news of the plague didn't spread. First of all, the plague wasn't that serious. It should be under control soon. Although there weren't many doctors in northern Battlefront City, there were several temples here. Now that there was a plague, it shouldn't be a problem to ask them for help. As for not telling the civilians, Su Lin was worried that the civilians would run away from the city if they knew about the plague. If that happened, the northern citadel that he had worked so hard to expand to more than 100,000 people would suffer a great loss. Also, send someone to invite the bishops of the various churches in the city. "I will be holding a banquet in the palace tonight. Invite them to attend," Su Lin said directly. "Your Majesty, I will arrange for someone to send the invitations," a guard said. "All right, you guys go deal with the plague. I'll go back to the Tower of Northwind and see if there's any other way." Su Lin left the city hall and went straight to the Tower of Northwind. At the astrology station, "You're saying there's a plague in the city?" Hathaway said in surprise. "Yes, I saw more than 600 patients in the hospital when I came back. They all have fever, headache, and weakness. Some have even fainted," Su Lin said. "It does seem to be a plague." Hathaway nodded and said, "I'm sorry, Su Lin, I haven't been paying enough attention to the city. Otherwise, I would have known about the plague a long time ago." "It's not your fault." Su Lin shook his head and said, "The plague came too suddenly. There are more than 100,000 people in the city. The divine spells of the priests are not enough. I want you to do some research and see if you can make a special cure for the plague as soon as possible." "All right, send a patient to the Tower of Northwind. I'll do some research and make a special cure for you as soon as possible," Hathaway said straightforwardly. As a matter of fact, northern Battlefront City had a good environment and many buildings to reduce the spread of the disease. This made northern Battlefront City much more resistant to the disease. If it were any other city, at least a few thousand people would have been infected by the disease. Moreover, the disease would have spread throughout the city. On Sullen's status panel, a series of data showed that there was a plague in the Northwind City. Luckily, the numbers were not very high. After Su Lin issued a lot of orders, the numbers had stopped increasing. It was obvious that the measures he had taken before were effective. Su Lin sent people to the hospital to find a few patients for experiments. Hathaway found a few wizard apprentices to help her with the research. "Your Majesty, it's almost time for the banquet. Most of the bishops of the churches have arrived. Do you want to meet them?" "I'll be there right away." Su Lin went straight back to the palace. The banquet hall was brightly lit, and a few high-level priests were chatting. When they saw Su Lin come in, they all went up to greet him. Su Lin simply exchanged a few words with them and then invited them to sit down. "Your Majesty, may I know why you called us here this time?" the priest of the God of Wisdom asked directly. "Something did happen." Su Lin took a sip of tea and continued, "A plague has been discovered in the Northwind City." Plague. Everyone's face froze. The relaxed atmosphere suddenly became serious. "Yes, a plague." Su Lin nodded and said, "But fortunately the plague has not spread. It has been contained to a certain extent. Now I need your help to get rid of this plague." "Your Majesty, we are willing to do our part for the Northwind City," the priest of the Goddess of Life said directly. "Thank you so much," Su Lin said happily. "In return, I promise you that I can build a temple in the Deepwater Port to spread the glory of the Goddess of Life forever." "Thank you for your generosity." The priest of the Goddess of Life stood up and thanked Su Lin. Several other priests of the temple who were a step slower expressed their willingness to help in exchange for preaching in Deepwater City, and Su Lin also agreed to do so. With the help of the priests, the Northwind City suddenly had enough people. A few temples provided about 20 priests, and the doctors and wizards in the Northwind City began to treat the patients. At the same time, a large number of soldiers began to investigate the Northwind City. It didn't matter if they were slaves, civilians, merchants, or mercenaries, they all needed to be investigated. It was easy to investigate the civilians in the Northwind City. The Northwind City used the market system and everyone lived in the market. Once they returned to the market, they just needed to close the door and investigate them one by one. As for the merchants, since they all reported when they entered the city, it was also easy to investigate them. Only the adventurers and mercenaries were more troublesome. The Northwind City had a strict management system, and all the hotels were inspected. Although some mercenaries and adventurers thought it was an offense, they could only accept it in front of the powerful army of the Northwind City. As for those who dared to resist, they were beaten up by the barbarians. They were then thrown into jail to reflect on their actions. The only problem was that the investigation had severely affected the business of the Northwind City. Many merchant groups were settled in temporary camps around the city. The Northwind City would be responsible for the food of these merchant groups. They would only be allowed to enter the city after the plague had been eradicated. The Northwind City was very efficient. After all, the Northwind City was not like the United States of America in Lin Jie's previous life, where the government did not care about human lives. They could not even settle the issue of masks after a year or two of arguing. There was no democracy here, no lighthouse of the free world. Instead, it was ruled by the cruel dictatorship of a feudal lord. Those who did not submit would be killed directly. Therefore, the entire city was soon under control. After the plague in the city was under control, Su Lin began to investigate the source of the plague. The Northwind City was very hygienic, and it was completely different from other cities in this world. Su Lin would not be surprised if a plague broke out in other cities, but it was unusual for a plague to suddenly appear in the Northwind City. The chances of a plague breaking out in any other city in this world were higher than the Northwind City, but it happened in the Northwind City. He planned to find the source of the plague and determine if it was intentional or an accident. The source of the plague wasn't hard to find. All they had to do was find the first patient. There weren't many infected people in northern town. Although they were separated into several different areas, it didn't take long for them to find the source of the plague. "You said the source of the plague was brought by a few adventurers?" Su Lin asked with a frown. "Yes, a few adventurers came to the clinic a week ago. They were all coughing, having a fever, and feeling weak. One of them was seriously injured, but their bodies are still very strong. Find out where they are and bring them back," Su Lin ordered directly. Soon, groups of soldiers began to search for the adventurers in the city. Chapter 601. Due to the existence of supernatural forces in this world, there were also some life forms that could control the plague. The most famous one was the Voodoo School. The Voodoo School was a branch of the Wizard School. It originated from the ancient shamanism. They mastered the power of the shamans and combined it with the knowledge of the Wizard School, which eventually developed into the Voodoo School. The Voodoo School looked very evil at first glance. They liked to control all kinds of disgusting poisonous insects and research all kinds of poisons. Su Lin hated the Voodoo School the most. The Voodoo School wizards knew how to control the plague. Other than this school, some necromancy schools also had the same power, such as the plague zombies. These undead creatures that could spread the plague on a large scale were created by the necromancy school. It could be said that the Voodoo School and the necromancy school developed to the point where everyone hated them. It was all their own fault. This world was very rich in creatures. Other than all kinds of ferocious beasts, There were also mutant beasts, magic beasts and so on. There were even prehistoric giant beasts living on some continents such as dinosaurs and titan pythons. There were even creatures from other worlds that had been brought here by the ancient arcanists. Sulin was flipping through a monster illustration book. It was compiled from the newly collected information in the North Town City. He was looking at a dinosaur. It was a rainbow dinosaur. Its appearance was very similar to a dinosaur, but its skin was rainbow-colored. Its body was more than 15 meters long. It was a giant creature. Its strength was almost on par with a giant dragon. Although this dinosaur was powerful, its intelligence was not high. At this moment, a servant hurried over and said, "Your Majesty, we have found the adventurers." Sulin closed the book and asked, "Are you sure it's them? The plague spread from them?" "Yes, the chief wizard has confirmed it. They were the first to carry the plague." "Have you confirmed the source of the plague?" Sulin continued to ask. "According to the adventurers, they were infected in the Death Valley in the northern wasteland," the servant replied respectfully. "Send some people to investigate," Sulin said after some thought. The Death Valley was more than 1,000 kilometers away from the North Town City. As long as they did not go there for an adventure, it was not easy to get infected. However, it was still worth investigating. After a week of lockdown in northern town, the plague was finally eradicated. Even though they had lost some money, they were still happy that the plague was still in its early stages. However, other than that, the residents of North Town City had also developed some good habits, such as drinking water from the river, wearing masks and bathing every day. After the plague was resolved, North Town City continued to develop rapidly. At the same time, a large number of merchant ships began to transport goods to Deepwater City along the Red Sand River. These goods were used for sea trade. After the fleet arrived at Deepwater City, they would also carry a large number of overseas goods to North Town City. However, the prosperous business seemed to have attracted the attention of the surrounding bandits. This time, a group of monster bandits tried to besiege the fleet and rob them. However, as soon as he made a move, he was beaten to a pulp by the guards on the fleet. After Sulin stayed in North Town City for a few days, the scouts who went to investigate had already sent back the news. No one knew what had happened in Death Canyon, but the undead monsters in the canyon had left. The entire Death Canyon became a veritable Death Canyon. Right now, the undead calamity was playing out there. "Sulin, I think we should stop the undead calamity here or take care of them all. Although Death Canyon is more than 1,000 kilometers away from us, it doesn't mean it's completely safe. The undead calamity will spread all over the place, and they also carry the plague. It won't take long for it to spread here. The adventurers last time were the best warning," Hathaway said. "All right, then let's send all the undead calamity skeletons back to the underworld. By the way, we've already developed the antidote for the plague. It's very simple to make. Even a beginner apprentice wizard can make it. How much does it cost? Can we provide the raw materials ourselves? Can we supply them to the Duchy of Northwind?" Sulin immediately asked. "The cost is around 1 silver NAR. Apart from a few enchanted herbs, the rest are just ordinary herbs. Those enchanted herbs can be found in the mysterious realm, and the production is very high. It's more than enough for us to use," Hathaway said. "That's good. Next, let's arrange for the apprentice wizards to mass-produce them," Sulin decided. "What about Death Canyon? Let's send some people to take care of it. As long as we don't enter Death Canyon, it shouldn't be a problem," Sulin said. "Whatever, I'll take a team and go there myself. We'll settle this once and for all." Death Canyon was very dangerous. It was full of poisonous insects and man-eating plants. They needed to bring a lot of insect repellents, antidotes and some powerful warriors. Soon all the materials were ready. Early the next morning, a portal was opened on the astrology platform of North Wind Tower. Sulin led a group of barbarian warriors and 2 teams of archers through the portal. In the next second, they appeared more than 1,000 kilometers away from North Town City. With a familiar light, Sulin and the others appeared in a gloomy place less than 20 miles away from Death Canyon. "Scouts, start patrolling immediately. The rest of you stay alert. We'll set up a temporary territory here for the time being." Sulin did a simple search of the surrounding environment and let people set up the territory. Sulin was a little envious of Hathaway. She had Mistra's Mansion. This spell was not destructive, but it could be summoned in the wild to live. Mistra's Mansion was a spell that folded the space of a different dimension. It could seal a mansion in a different dimension and summon it when needed. Mistra's Mansion could be said to be a necessary spell for traveling. Soon, a large number of scouts gave the collected information to Sulin. After a simple look, he began to assign tasks. You guys are in charge of this direction. I don't want any monsters to break through here, Su Lin said directly. A simple map was spread out, and Su Lin began to divide the areas that each team was responsible for. At this moment, an anxious shout was heard. Get the antidote quickly. We have people here who are poisoned. A warrior shouted as he ran. Soon, an apprentice picked up a bottle of antidote and poured it in. Chapter 602. The antidote quickly took effect, and the poisoned soldier's breathing visibly stabilized. The black blood at the wound also slowly flowed out under the effect of the antidote. In just a few minutes, the blood had already returned to its original red color. Alright, it's fine now. Send him to the back to rest. It's another fine lad. After the sorcerer apprentice checked that there were no problems, he directly sent the injured soldier to the temporary camp at the back. Su Lin used the earth wall spell, magic control plus change of mentality, to build a few houses in the camp. Then he used mud to rock to turn the mud into hard rocks and built a temporary camp here. Because someone was injured and poisoned, the other soldiers became more cautious. Something is coming. A half-elf archer warned. Half-elf archers had sharp eyes and could discover the enemy at the first moment. With the archer's warning, the others all became vigilant. Kacha. The sound of some branches breaking came from the bushes in front. Then a ferocious giant bear came out of the dark forest. Its tall body was like a small mountain full of oppression. Its blood-red pupils revealed a hint of madness, and in its ferocious mouth was a row of sharp teeth that flickered with cold light. There were many red marks on its body, and the fur on it was much shorter than the rest of its body. This ferocious giant bear's body was full of bumps and hollows, and it looked like it had been casually bitten a few times. There were also some places where the fur had completely fallen off, and one could see the dark red flesh that leaked out. It was obvious that this ferocious giant bear had also been infected by the plague, but its physique was high enough to withstand the plague. The wounds on its body should have not completely healed. Moreover, after experiencing the plague, this ferocious giant bear seemed to have become more powerful than before. After seeing the group, it did not have any fear. With a low roar, it directly rushed towards the group. Its huge body was like a small mountain, and when its huge bare paws came down, even the rocks would be smashed into pieces. Frost arrow. A blue magic arrow instantly shot out from the crowd, directly hitting the dire bear in the next second. An icy blue color immediately appeared on the dire bear's body, and its originally swift movements immediately became slow and stiff. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the surrounding soldiers charged forward. 2 soldiers of the capture barracks blocked the attacks of the dire bear with their shields, while the spear in their other hand pierced out like a poisonous snake. The sharp spear left a bloody hole on the body of the dire bear. Roar. Under the pain, the ferocious bear's eyes became even crazier. Its huge bare paw viciously slammed onto the shield of one of the soldiers of the capture barracks. A dent appeared on the shield made of fine iron. The huge force caused the body of the soldier of the capture barracks to involuntarily retreat. The warrior of the capture barracks slightly frowned. The other warrior beside him seized the opportunity, the spear in his hand instantly piercing into the eyes of the dire bear. Blood splattered everywhere. The heavily injured dire bear roared, its powerful bare paw viciously slapping out, wanting to slap the human who had caused it such heavy injuries to death. However, the warrior of the capture barracks was already prepared. After his attack landed, he did not continue to fight and directly retreated. Bang! With a muffled sound, a deep imprint was left on the ground where the dire bear had just been. Ice arrow. Another blue arrow of light flew out, and the body of the dire bear was suddenly covered with frost. Its movement speed became even more sluggish. The 2 soldiers of the capture barracks seized the opportunity to continuously attack. Very quickly, the dire bear let out a mournful howl, loudly falling to the ground. After dealing with this dire bear, several soldiers dragged this big fellow back to the barracks. Although the meat of a dire bear could not be compared to a magical beast, it was still very good to use to fill one's stomach. The strength of the dire bear in front of them was not bad. A normal dire bear's strength was around rank 8, and a grand knight could deal with it. However, this dire bear in front of them had already reached the peak of the 3rd step, almost reaching the 4th step. Dire bears were originally known for their strength, and a peak rank 3 dire bear's strength was even more abnormal. This was because it had encountered Sullen's capture barracks. If a normal heavy armored spearman encountered this dire bear, even if they didn't die from a single slap, their bones and tendons would definitely be broken. After Su Lin saw the dire bear's carcass, He inspected it and found that there was no plague on it. Then he directly ordered people to dispose of it for lunch. This time he had brought 3 teams of 60 people. Half of them had reached the 3rd step and the rest were all rank 2. These people could be said to be the king of stomachs. This dire bear in front of them was about 2 tons, enough for them to eat for 2 days. Then these soldiers began to divide into small groups to clear out the surrounding area. This place was only about 5 miles away from the Death Valley. There were not many monsters running out of the valley. In addition to clearing out these monsters, they also needed to clear out the plague in the Death Valley. Not only did Hathaway successfully make an antidote to the plague, but she also made a powder that could eliminate the plague and prevent it from spreading again. This time, Northern Battlefront City had made sufficient preparations to eliminate the plague. All the water sources around the Death Valley had to be sprinkled with the powder. Water sources could quickly spread the plague, and once the water sources were contaminated, the surrounding animals would all be infected. Hiss. As the powder spread, many infected animals were driven out of the valley by the powder. Then they were shot down by the half-elf magic archers. Boom. There was a loud noise. A large tree was uprooted and thrown over. The few spear guards around it quickly dodged. Then a giant snake tail swept across, and a spear guard who couldn't dodge in time was sent flying. The giant snake's scarlet tongue trembled slightly. Its strange dark red eyes moved back and forth. This giant snake's head alone was 5 or 6 meters tall. Its body was more than 20 meters long. The giant snake slithered quickly. In the blink of an eye, it had reached the spear guard who was sent flying. Its scarlet mouth opened wide, intending to swallow him. Lightning spear. A loud shout was like a thunderclap. It was so loud that it made people's ears go numb. In the next second, a long spear made of lightning flew out. The lightning flashed and the giant snake's head was hit. The lightning spear had an infinite amount of power and stabbed into the giant snake's head. The giant snake, which was so fierce just a moment ago, was nailed to the ground by the lightning spear without any resistance. Countless bolts of lightning exploded at this moment. The giant snake's body swayed a few times before it fell to the ground. Seeing that the giant snake was killed, the surrounding soldiers couldn't help but cheer. It was still difficult for them to deal with a monster of this level. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Sparse sounds came from the surrounding grass. A half-elf magic archer directly shot a flame arrow in that direction. The flames flew past, illuminating the surroundings. The surroundings suddenly became clear. The faces of the nearby warriors changed when they saw that under the illumination of the flames, a dense pack of poisonous snakes was rapidly slithering towards them. The large ones were as thick as an adult's arm, while the small ones were only as thick as a finger. Countless poisonous snakes covered the entire ground. Just one look was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Kerosene bombs. After seeing the large number of poisonous snakes, one of the soldiers subconsciously threw a bottle of kerosene over. Boom. As soon as the bottle of kerosene hit the ground, it shattered. Black kerosene splattered everywhere. Immediately after, a fire arrow flew over. The kerosene instantly rose into a 2-meter-tall flame. The surrounding poisonous snakes were burned to death. Seeing this, the others reacted. They immediately threw over a dozen pots. In less than a breath's time, the entire ground was covered in flames. Inside the sea of fire, a large number of poisonous snakes struggled and rolled. However, they were quickly burned to ashes. The air was filled with a burnt smell. Clean up the surroundings. Don't set this forest on fire, Su Lin said after looking around. Most of those poisonous snakes will be burned to death. After a while, you guys extinguish the fire. Next, everyone set up an isolation zone around the sea of fire. At the same time, they started killing the snakes that escaped the net. Chapter 603. In the evening, everyone finished the battle and returned to the camp. Su Lin summoned the magic guards to keep watch and set up some warning circles. There was no need for anyone to keep watch at night. The soldiers who had been fighting for a day began to set up a campfire and prepare food. Bah! Why does this giant python meat have a weird taste? It's disgusting. A soldier tasted the cooked giant python meat and threw it aside with a look of disgust. Su Lin sniffed the giant python meat. There was a strong fishy smell on it, so he threw it aside. He then cut a piece of fierce bear meat and continued to roast it. The fierce bear meat soon emitted a tempting fragrance. Su Lin took out Frodo's barbecue seasoning and sprinkled some on the meat. The aroma became even stronger. He brushed a layer of sauce on the meat and began to eat. Night fell. Su Lin went into his room to meditate. The others also fell asleep. The forest was very quiet because of the killing during the day. Only the magic guard summoned by Su Lin stood around the camp. The night passed quickly. When the sun rose again, the camp was lively again. After a simple breakfast, Su Lin led the soldiers to the Death Canyon. Group haste. With a flash of light, everyone felt their bodies lighten, and then their movement speed immediately increased a lot. Group haste could make people run faster than a galloping horse. If it was a rogue who was good at agility, they could do even more incredible moves such as jumping on roofs and walls, or even running on almost vertical walls. Death Canyon was very dangerous. Along the way, Su Lin led the soldiers forward. Along the way, they constantly encountered wandering undead creatures. After sensing the aura of life on the soldiers, they would immediately rush up to attack. However, most of these undead creatures were zombie beasts or ghosts. These monsters might be a nuisance to others, but they were nothing to the army of Northern Fortress City. They were easily wiped out. Although the Northern City did not send many people for this operation, their strength was not bad. A team of barbarian warriors had all been implanted with the blood of the frost giants. After transforming, his strength would be close to that of a legendary tier being. Against these tier 2 undead creatures, it would be a piece of cake. With the cooperation of the barbarians, the army of Northern Battlefront City was like a hot knife through butter. They soon arrived at the Valley of Death. As soon as they got close, a thick aura of death loomed over them. The entire Death Valley was shrouded in such an aura. This evil aura was like poison to normal people. In such an environment, they would be constantly modified by this evil energy and eventually become a degenerate with a twisted mind. There were all kinds of monsters and undead creatures wandering around the entrance of Death Valley. Su Lin even saw a strange mushroom forest that was emitting a faint fluorescent light inside the valley. There were a lot of fluorescent mushrooms growing on the ground of Death Canyon. The originally dim canyon had become gloomy. Some fluorescent spores were floating in the air. When the breeze blew, these fluorescent spores would immediately scatter. Warning: the concentration of contaminated energy around the host is extremely high. Please take precautions. Warning: the concentration of contaminated energy around the host is extremely high. Please take precautions. Magic resistance. Sullen's body glowed. A wave of magic energy instantly enveloped everyone around him. The evil energy around him was repelled in an instant. Your Majesty, there's something wrong with those fluorescent spores. A half-elven magic archer reported after casting a spell. These fluorescent spores are the growth of fluorescent mushrooms. The mushrooms growing in Death Canyon are called ghost head mushrooms. They're a kind of magic herb, but their spores are highly poisonous. The half-elven magic archer crouched down and grabbed a handful of soil. He pinched it in his hand. The soil is very moist. It must have rained recently. The rain has made the Death Canyon even more humid. This kind of environment is very suitable for ghost head mushrooms. Ghost head mushrooms usually produce fluorescent spores after the rain. There were a lot of ghost head mushrooms in front of them. They were densely packed in a layer around the canyon. The outermost ghost head mushrooms were only a few centimeters tall, but the deeper they went, the bigger they became. Su Lin found a lot of giant ghost head mushrooms that were almost a meter tall. While Surin and the others were observing the Death Canyon, a group of undead monsters that sensed the aura of the living rushed over. The barbarian warriors, who had been waiting impatiently for a long time, swept their swords across the monsters, cutting them in half as neatly as if they were cutting chives. Wild wind. A wild wind was summoned. The storm quickly rushed into the canyon. The fluorescent spores that were originally drifting were directly swept up into the sky by the storm. A large number of fluorescent spores rushed into the sky like a giant python. Although the fluorescent spores were poisonous and could reproduce quickly, they also had a problem. They couldn't be directly exposed to the sun. The sun would quickly kill the spores. Even the ghost head mushrooms couldn't be exposed to the sun. Otherwise they would quickly wither and die. Although it was better to use strong light here, it would also destroy the ghost head mushrooms when it killed the fluorescent spores. The ghost head mushroom was a good magic material. It was not cheap. Su Lin couldn't bear to destroy so many ghost head mushrooms. Soon, the various monsters at the entrance of Death Canyon were cleared. Su Lin directly led the group forward. As they got closer, Su Lin found a large number of bones where the ghost head mushrooms grew. Some of them even grew directly on the bones. These ghost head mushrooms would use the corpses as nutrients to quickly grow. After the group entered Death Canyon, monsters kept appearing and attacking. Su Lin ordered people to collect the ghost head mushrooms while clearing out the monsters. Who knew how many creatures were buried in Death Canyon? The entire canyon floor was grayish-white. The bones of various unknown creatures were completely mixed together. Undead creatures were constantly resurrecting and attacking. After the ghost head mushrooms were collected, the army of northern Battlefront City continued to venture deeper into the canyon. As they ventured deeper into Death Canyon, more and more undead creatures appeared. A large number of monsters formed groups and attacked the army. Sulin quickly discovered that after a large number of undead creatures died, they would leave behind some grayish soul crystals. Although most of these soul crystals were low to mid-rank, they could still be used to create clay golems and rock golems. After discovering this, Sulin planned to establish a camp here and kill the undead creatures to collect soul crystals. With these soul crystals, northern Battlefront City could create a large number of clay golems and rock golems for all kinds of work. Chapter 604. The Golem Factory in northern Battlefront City was already on the right track. Now, the number of Golem army in northern Battlefront City was limited by the soul crystals. There was a shortage of low-grade to high-grade soul crystals. The Golem Factory could operate normally because of the soul crystals Sulin collected. He didn't expect to find soul crystals in Death Valley. Sulin planned to build a base here and farm monsters there. However, before that, he had to deal with the plague in Death Valley. The plague in Death Valley contained the power of death. It was spread by the undead creatures. In order to deal with the plague, he had to find the source of the plague. Sulin suspected that the source of the plague was the ancient undead lord sealed in the depths of Death Valley. Thousands of years had passed. Even if the seal left behind by the Arcanist was still functional, it would have become unstable after such a long time. Moreover, with the arrival of the elemental tide, the undead lord would recover some of his power. The seal would become even more unstable. He could probably break out of the seal at any time. The elemental tide would affect all creatures in a material plane. However, the effect would be more obvious for powerful creatures. After all, even if the elemental tide fell, the chances of ordinary people becoming adepts would only decrease. Although the overall power of humans would decrease, the number of legendary monsters would also decrease. On the other hand, the power of powerful creatures would decrease drastically. On average, their power would drop by 3 levels. According to some records, after the last elemental tide, when the material plane fell into the lowest point of the elemental tide, the spellcasting ability of giant dragons decreased a lot. There was even a phenomenon where a dragon disciple's spellcasting ability surpassed that of a giant dragon. It was also the easiest time to slay a dragon. According to the research of the adepts, if the main material plane was not affected by the elemental tide, then the concentration of elemental energy would be at a lower level. It was like a shallow pond. It would be difficult to survive in a heavy rain. When the elemental tide came, the concentration of elemental energy would increase rapidly. It was like a full pond and the big fish would become very strong. This was one of the reasons why legendary creatures would appear in large numbers every time the elemental tide came. Death Valley might be a dangerous place for others, but it was not dangerous for Sulin. This place was nothing compared to the bottomless abyss. Sulin led his army into the Death Valley. At this time, some high-level undead began to appear in the canyon. A bone devil was sneaking in among the skeletons. Just as it was about to launch a sneak attack, it was hit by a lightning spear. The power of the lightning spear was the best nemesis for monsters like the undead that were rich in negative energy. Lightning flashed across the bone devil's body, constantly obliterating the death energy on its body. The lightning dissipated, and the death energy on the bone devil's body completely dissipated. Its entire skeleton fell apart, and a high-grade soul crystal appeared in the pile of bones. Not bad. 1 high-grade soul crystal. Sulin gently crooked his finger, and the soul crystal was lifted up by a wave of energy and flew into Sulin's hand. Everyone pay attention. Put away all of your soul crystals. Also, if there are any high-level undead, don't fight them. Wait for me to deal with them. Yes, your majesty. This is a good place. Sulin looked around and sighed. Death Valley was steep and the valley was dark and damp. There were many places where the sun could not be seen during the day. The terrain was dangerous and the negative energy was rich. It was not suitable for humans to live in, but it was perfect for the undead. With Sulin around, the undead creatures in the Death Valley could not stop them at all. After reaching the depths of the Death Valley, high-level undead creatures kept appearing. The most powerful undead creature was a 4th-grade lich. It was said that this kind of monster was resurrected after the caster died. It could use some spells from when it was alive, and it also had some intelligence. However, a high-level undead like the lich was too conspicuous. It was immediately discovered by Sulin as soon as it appeared. At first he thought that it was a lich and was shocked. After taking a closer look, he realized that something was wrong. A lich and a lich did look similar, but a lich was a creature that the caster actively used the lich transformation circle to transform. A lich would have all of the memories and spells from when it was alive, and would be proficient in all kinds of undead spells. Every lich was basically at the legendary level. Most liches were otaku. They would hide in the wizard tower to research all kinds of spells and knowledge and make all kinds of magic tools. It could be said that this kind of creature was more dangerous than a giant dragon. Most of the time, a lich's wealth was more than a giant dragon's. A lich was far from being a lich and they were not on the same level. Before the lich could make a move, Su Lin summoned a thunderbolt and struck it on the head. It was immediately struck half dead, and then it was blown up by Su Lin's halberd. After the lich died, it also dropped a high-grade soul crystal. In addition to the soul crystal, there was also a white bone magic staff. This thing was useful for necromancers as it could increase the power of necromancy spells, but for other wizards it was useless. After cleaning up these undead creatures, Su Lin came to the deepest part of the canyon. Unexpectedly, there were no undead creatures in the deepest part of the canyon. There was only a building that looked like an altar, but because of the passage of time, this altar had become dilapidated. There were a lot of cracks on the altar, and death energy was constantly overflowing from those cracks. Looks like it's here. Seeing the altar in front of him, Su Lin said, "You guys stay here. Just one person will go over." "Yes, Your Majesty." Su Lin took a few steps forward and approached the altar. The altar occupied a large area with a diameter of over 10 meters. It was entirely made of obsidian. Logically speaking, this thing should be very sturdy. However, this altar looked like a dilapidated building, as if it would collapse at the slightest touch. Even the runes on the altar that were originally used to seal the altar had become incomplete. Many of the runes had been completely corroded by the death energy and had lost their function. Basically, it's completely damaged. It can't be repaired. We can only tear it down and rebuild it. After confirming the altar's condition, Su Lin's face became serious. This sealing altar had been unmaintained for thousands of years. The wizard sect that sealed the undead lord had probably disappeared long ago. But this sealing altar doesn't seem to be simple. Su Lin looked around the altar for a while and made some other discoveries. He did not feel the undead lord's aura under the altar, which meant that this altar was probably not suppressed in a material plane, but a small secret realm. At the thought of this, Su Lin's eyes lit up. If this was a secret realm, then there should be some good stuff inside. Soon, Su Lin felt the power of space under the altar. This was a space barrier. At this time, this space barrier had weakened greatly after thousands of years. Su Lin quickly found a weak spot on the space barrier. He then left a teleportation coordinate around it, broke open a space crack and went in. Su Lin's vision twisted, and the next second, he appeared in an unfamiliar ruin. As soon as he entered, Su Lin felt that the surroundings were very cold. He knew that the temperature was not low, but a large amount of negative energy had gathered here. It was the human soul that felt the coldness. Warning. Warning. An abnormal radiation field has appeared around the host. The concentration of negative energy in the surroundings is too high. Contaminated energy in the surroundings. Warning. Warning. The power of the death realm has been detected. Su Lin frowned slightly. This secret realm had become a death realm. This was a place that only existed in the lower planes. The death realm was an area that had been completely transformed by the power of death. Here, even ordinary corpses would be quickly resurrected as undead. What did the wizard who sealed this place do? Su Lin frowned. At this moment, a strange sound suddenly came from the darkness. Then a bone spear instantly shot out, like a sharp sword, and pierced towards Su Lin. Bang! Su Lin's arm moved slightly, and the storm battle halberd appeared in front of him. The blade of the halberd moved slightly, and directly cut the bone spear in half. What's that? Some black shadows appeared in front of Su Lin. They looked like humanoid creatures. They were tall and strong, and the surface of their bodies seemed to be covered by a black armor. The armor was completely black, and even the face was covered by a helmet. In their hands there was a long sword surrounded by a strong aura of death. They looked like heavy knights wearing knight's armor. Death Knights. After seeing the appearance of these monsters, Su Lin immediately recognized them. Death Knights were very powerful undead creatures. It was said that only the corpse of a high-grade knight could transform them. The strength of each Death Knight was at least grade 3 and most of them were grade 4. This kind of undead creature was said to be the most powerful undead creature below the legendary level. It was also the favorite troop of all undead lords. It was the strongest undead creature other than the bone dragon. Under normal circumstances, undead creatures would give people the impression that they were numerous and weak. For example, the lowest grade undead creatures, skeletons and zombies, moved slowly, had no command, and had obvious weaknesses. As long as one could resist the fear in one's heart, these undead creatures could be easily killed. However, Death Knights were completely different. These high-grade undead creatures had no weaknesses, no pain, strong attack power, and strong defense. They had simple intelligence and discipline. They were one of the few undead creatures that could form groups on their own. They were the most powerful undead army of the undead lords. Chapter 605. Lightning Spear. 5 Lightning Whips. Thunderstorm. After seeing this undead knight, Su Lin immediately released a large number of lightning spells. Lightning spells dealt extra damage to the undead. In fact, the most damaging spells to the undead were the holy light spells, followed by lightning and fire. Normal undead were easy to deal with, but high-level undead were different. This was especially true for this kind of undead knights. They had no fear, no pain, no hunger, no fatigue, and no fear of death. They were proficient in all kinds of battle techniques and were very disciplined. They were almost born for battle. Even legendary wizards would find it difficult to kill them in one go. Now that they were in an environment like the Land of the Dead, their recovery speed was increased. If a legendary wizard encountered such a situation, it would be difficult to deal with these Death Knights. However, they encountered Su Lin, who had already surpassed the high-grade legends and became the lowest-grade astral explorer. The number of legends who died in his hands was more than 2 hands, let alone these Death Knights who had yet to reach the legendary level. Su Lin waved his storm battle halberd and rushed up in an instant. Dazzling lightning struck the undead knight at the front with the halberd. Endless lightning exploded at this moment, and the powerful lightning directly tore the undead knight's armor apart. A large amount of black death energy quickly dissipated like melting snow. The sharp blade of the halberd directly cut the undead knight in half along with its weapon. Even the undead warhorse under it was covered in lightning. Su Lin was very fast, and the storm battle halberd was at full power. Dazzling lightning swept across the area, and the undead knights that rushed up could not fight back at all under Su Lin's attack. More than a dozen undead knights were quickly covered in lightning. The endless lightning dissipated, and all of the undead knights turned into a pile of bones. In addition to these, there were more than a dozen high-level soul crystals. What a treasure land. I got more than a dozen high-level soul crystals in such a short time. It's faster than the abyss. Su Lin put away the soul crystals and continued to walk deeper into the secret realm. This secret realm was unexpectedly desolate. The soil beneath his feet seemed to have been contaminated by the power of death, turning into a sickly grayish-white. This was a sign that the soil had completely lost its nutrients. In the depths of the secret realm, a dense power of death circled around. That should be the true place where the undead lord was sealed. After dealing with the undead knights, the rest of the journey was very quiet. No other undead creatures appeared, which was obviously very abnormal. After all, this was a land of the dead and the surroundings were so clean that there was not even a ghost. Su Lin cast a defensive spell on himself and quickly advanced toward the central area. After walking for a quarter of an hour, a palace made of black rocks appeared in the distance. The construction of the palace was very grand, and the entire palace was made of huge rocks. Stone pillars more than a meter in diameter supported a huge dome. The entire palace was similar to the Parthenon temple in his previous life. It looked very spectacular. Although it had been there for several millennia, the palace was still very well preserved. At this moment, the entire palace was shrouded in an evil energy field. The runic array that was originally used to seal the palace had been infected by this evil energy field and was on the verge of collapse. Meanwhile, the palace was shrouded in an almost corporeal death energy. Su Lin extended his left hand and made a grabbing motion toward the palace. Dazzling lightning suddenly appeared, and the power of lightning directly broke through the evil energy field. The lightning flashed, and in the next second, Su Lin had already entered the palace. The palace was empty, as if everything had been taken away when it was sealed. A large number of runes were engraved on the floor under his feet. The patterns that Su Lin had thought were patterns on the walls were actually runes. These runes and the runes under his feet formed a runic array. The palace was completely a prison. After passing through the corridor, Su Lin arrived at the center of the palace. Soon, a figure covered in a black robe appeared before him. His body was emitting a shocking death energy, and an evil energy field spread out from his body. He had a ferocious and twisted face. Under the corrosion of the death energy, his flesh had already dried up, leaving only some dry skin clinging to his face, making him look like a skeleton. His two arms had turned into sharp claws, and they were emitting a thick black gas and a plague aura. They looked ferocious and terrifying. When Su Lin appeared, he slowly raised his head, and his eyes flashed with a strange red light. He stared at Su Lin and muttered, "Soul? Flesh?" The sharp claws suddenly disappeared and reappeared in front of Su Lin in an instant, grabbing at him fiercely. They carried a shocking death energy, and the sharp claws actually appeared in front of Su Lin through space. Bam! Lightning exploded and the dazzling power of lightning spread out. The monster's sharp claws were directly blown apart, and the death energy on them was also blown away. However, before Su Lin could catch his breath, another sharp claw appeared in front of Su Lin and instantly hit the energy barrier in front of Su Lin. The originally sturdy energy barrier instantly flashed with lightning, and the power of lightning and death continued to clash. Accompanied by the lightning, Su Lin's storm battle halberd swept across, and with a loud clang, the sharp claws were directly sent flying. Flesh. Fresh blood and flesh. I'm going to swallow you. The undead lord in front of him still maintained his human form, and his expression was blank and empty. However, there was a palpitating sense of fear. Fear shock. An evil spiritual light instantly exploded, and Su Lin's mind was shaken. A sense of fear rose in his heart, but in an instant, this fear disappeared without a trace. Su Lin's toughness and soul resistance were extraordinarily high, and on top of that, his iron will was at the legendary level. The fear shock of the undead lord in front of him was not enough to hurt him. Thunder slash. Su Lin's body was covered in lightning, and he directly activated the thunder territory. The evil energy force field that was originally surrounding him was directly broken by the thunder territory, and a powerful lightning energy filled the surrounding space. The dazzling lightning smashed down fiercely, and the storm battle halberd instantly hit the undead lord. Lightning scattered in all directions, and a series of sizzling sounds were heard. The power of lightning and death were constantly being worn down. The undead lord was directly sent flying by Su Lin's huge force. The rich power of death instantly exploded, and completely obliterated the power of lightning on its body. This attack was not ineffective, and the power of lightning was still very damaging to it. The shriveled and terrifying face of the undead lord in front of him was scorched black by the power of lightning, and his eyes, nose, and mouth could no longer be seen. Then, an even larger and more twisted figure appeared from its body. It was an extremely ugly soul, and countless human faces appeared on the soul. They kept appearing and disappearing, and waves of soul wails and screams were heard. Tentacles made completely of the power of death kept appearing, and with the spread of the evil territory, a large number of tentacles of evil energy fiercely whipped at Su Lin in an instant. Soul-binding zombie demon. Su Lin finally remembered the name of this undead lord. This was a soul-binding zombie demon. Boom. A loud thunder sounded, and then countless bolts of lightning exploded from Su Lin's body. All the tentacles of evil energy all turned into black gas after hitting the lightning. The lightning and the power of death collided quickly. At this moment, a pitch-black energy spike suddenly appeared behind Su Lin, and then it instantly broke through the energy shield on Su Lin's body, and was about to penetrate his back in the next moment. Spell sequence activate. Flash. Thunderstorm. Spear of lightning. The moment the energy shield broke, Su Lin's body flashed, and his whole body disappeared in an instant. Then, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky, and instantly hit the soul-binding zombie demon. Then, another spear of lightning shot out and instantly shot at the soul-binding zombie demon. But at this moment, the soul-binding zombie demon flashed with evil energy, and the next second, it appeared beside Su Lin, and its pair of ferocious claws grabbed at him again. Bang, bang, bang. Without thinking, Su Lin quickly attacked with the Storm War Halberd. The Storm War Halberd carried the powerful power of lightning and kept attacking. The soul-binding zombie demon's ability was very strange, but its strength was far lower than Su Lin's. But this time it wanted to fight Su Lin in close combat. When it came to close combat, Su Lin was not afraid of anyone. Endless lightning enveloped Su Lin's body, and flashes of lightning kept flashing. The Storm War Halberd kept hacking at the soul-binding zombie demon's body. The soul-binding zombie demon's shriveled body kept retreating, and the lightning kept entangling it. Soon, the shroud on the soul-binding zombie demon's body was torn apart, and finally, after another heavy hack, the shroud on the soul-binding zombie demon's body was completely broken. Under the dazzling lightning, it instantly shattered into countless pieces, and the body under the shroud appeared before Sullen's eyes. It was a completely shriveled human corpse. In the battle just now, the flesh had been torn apart, revealing the black bones inside. Su Lin waved the Storm War Halberd in his hand, creating a series of phantoms. The Storm War Halberd seemed to have turned into a dozen at this moment, and the continuous attacks forced the soul-binding zombie demon's big sister to retreat. Roar! The soul-binding zombie demon roared, and a strong evil energy erupted from its body, causing Sullen's attack to pause for a moment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the soul-binding zombie demon instantly activated its teleportation ability, trying to distance itself from Su Lin. But just as it disappeared, Su Lin also activated Flash and chased after it again. The dazzling lightning lit up the entire palace. The palace was not big. The soul-binding zombie demon kept flashing and attacking, and Su Lin kept flashing and chasing after it. Both of them teleported very quickly, and the entire space seemed to be covered by lightning. Chapter 606. The Necromancer kept retreating. If it wasn't an undead creature, it would have been killed long ago. In an environment like the Land of the Dead, the Necromancer was very powerful. The death force around it was constantly replenishing it. This allowed it to recover very quickly. After being suppressed by Su Lin for a while, the Necromancer suddenly became violent. A dazzling black light exploded from its body and pushed away Su Lin, who was attacking. Then, the death force condensed into countless sharp arrows and pierced towards Su Lin. It was just that after Su Lin's spellcasting ability entered the legendary level, he could use Flash at will, so it was not easy to attack him. The battle between the two sides could only capture the constantly crisscrossing black light and thunder. Others could not do this at all. Legendary wizards could teleport continuously for a short period of time, but their close combat ability was much weaker than Sullen's. Only Su Lin could use this method to fight. Expose weakness. Greater haste. A few beams of light rose from Sullen's body. After dodging the attack, Su Lin casually cast a spell on himself and continued to attack. Dazzling lightning flashed, and Su Lin instantly appeared behind the Necromancer. More than 50 points of strength were fully activated, and the shocking power formed a strong wind pressure. Accompanied by a flash of lightning, Su Lin slashed toward the abomination in front of him with all his strength. Clang! A shocking wave of energy instantly exploded, and a crack appeared on the claws of the Necromancer that was blocking in front of the Necromancer. This crack gradually expanded, and finally, the sharp claws of the Necromancer were completely broken. The Storm Battle Halberd left a deep wound on the Necromancer's body with endless lightning. Sullen's full power quickly suppressed the Necromancer. Even in an environment like the Land of the Dead, the Necromancer was not Sullen's opponent at all. After the shroud was completely broken, the Necromancer's original body was revealed. Under Sullen's rapid and violent attacks, it was covered in wounds. Its originally skinny body was full of holes and many of its bones were broken. If the Land of the Dead didn't constantly replenish its energy and speed up its recovery, this Necromancer would have been killed by Su Lin long ago. However, at this time, after Sullen's fierce attacks, this Necromancer was at the end of its rope. Roar! A golden light burst forth from Sullen's body, and a powerful divine radiance erupted in an instant. The dazzling golden light swept over in an instant. At such a close distance, the Necromancer had no time to dodge. Coupled with the fact that it had just been hit by the Storm Battle Halberd, the Necromancer's body suddenly stiffened at this moment. The sudden outburst of divine power directly interrupted the soul-bound zombie demon's movements. Then rune chains appeared in an instant, directly sealing the surrounding distance. At this moment, the soul-bound zombie demon was like a little bug caught in a spider's web, trapped in place and unable to move. The soul-bound zombie demon's own successful teleportation could not break the surrounding elemental shield at this moment. Space lock. Su Lin, who had long been prepared, instantly erupted with a powerful force, sealing the surrounding space. The Necromancer couldn't dodge at all. Thunder slash. Su Lin shouted, and the Storm War Halberd in his hand slashed towards the soul-binding zombie demon with boundless power. Accompanied by a dazzling burst of lightning, the soul-binding zombie demon in front of him was directly split in half from head to toe. Endless lightning burst out from the Necromancer's body, and a large amount of death energy collapsed in an instant. Countless souls wailed, and the Necromancer's body was completely destroyed in the lightning. Then an extremely ugly soul appeared. It was the Necromancer's soul. Although the Necromancer had been killed by Su Lin, as long as this soul escaped, it wouldn't be long before it seized a body and resurrected. Wanna run? Go to hell. Lightning chains appeared in an instant, and then locked the necromancer's soul. The storm battle halberd flashed with lightning and directly split the necromancer's soul into two. After losing its body, the necromancer's soul was once again severely damaged, and this time, it could no longer maintain its soul form. A huge wound was torn open on the necromancer's soul, and then countless souls swarmed out of its wound. These souls had long been contaminated by the necromancer's power, and most of them had become incomplete. If they escaped from here, they would quickly be transformed into undead by the land of death. The entire space was enveloped by a lightning net, and all the souls were trapped here as soon as they appeared. Sullen's eyes flashed with a golden light, and then a divine radiance burst out from his body. Along with Sullen's roar, a divine radiance instantly swept in all directions with Sulen as the center. All the souls that came in contact with it let out a dying wail. Immediately afterward, a large number of gray soul crystals fell down like rain, and a series of clinking sounds could be heard. Soul binding spell, magic gem. With a flash of light, the lightning chains dragged the soul of the soul-binding zombie demon and sealed it into a magic gem the size of a fist. Sulen reached out and put the black soul crystal into his bag. Although he only glanced at it briefly, Sulen already discovered that this soul crystal was also of the advanced legendary rank. Including this one, Sulen already had several soul crystals of this quality. Phew. After completely eliminating the necromancer, Sulen also let out a long sigh of relief. Then he waved his hand and a spiritual light flashed, and the large number of low-level soul crystals that had just fallen on the ground were also collected by Sulen. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully killed the soul-binding necromancer. You have received 356,700 experience points. You have won the battle. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have killed the soul-binding zombie demon. You have obtained the title of Undead Terminator. Your name has spread far and wide across the continent. Your story has been sung by bards. You have successfully killed an undead lord. Other undead creatures will feel fear towards your aura. Your appearance will cause a group of low-level undead creatures to be intimidated. Congratulations, host, you have successfully killed a soul-binding necromancer. You have received 1 legendary skill point. You have received 2 diamond treasure chests as a reward. You have received 1 platinum treasure chest as a reward. You have received the item Black Jade Skeleton as a reward. Congratulations, host, your experience bar is full. You have leveled up. You are currently level 32. Congratulations, host, you have received 2 free attribute points, 2 skill points, and you have received the item Diamond Treasure Chest X1. A warm current rose from his body, and his life force and soul were strengthened. Although the battle this time was intense, the loot he obtained was far less than the dragon. Among all the monsters, undead monsters had the least loot. Of course, this was with the exception of liches. After the undead died, they would not leave behind anything useful other than soul crystals. Sulen stretched his wrist and put away the storm war halberd. He then began to search the palace. Although he had successfully killed the soul-binding necromancer, there was still a large amount of evil energy left in the palace. The soul-binding necromancer's body had completely dissipated, and only a few tattered shrouds were left behind. Although they were tattered, these shrouds still contained a large amount of death energy and evil energy. These things couldn't be left alone. Although the shrouds were disgusting, if they were left alone, these shrouds would still pollute the surrounding environment and even allow some low-level undead to advance. After cleaning up the battlefield, Sulen took the time to examine the palace in front of him. The entire palace was built in a classical style, and there were many murals left on the surrounding walls. Although many of the murals were tattered, there were still many that could be distinguished. Death sacrifices, the slaughter of slaves, and so on. There were also some that praised the greatness of the gods. This soul-binding necromancer was actually worshipped as a god. The murals on the walls had been ravaged by time, and he could only vaguely make out the history. This soul-binding necromancer should have been created by the natives in ancient times. Through blood sacrifices, countless grudges and death energy entanglement, the soul-binding necromancer was finally born. The large number of souls in the soul-binding necromancer's body should have been the souls that were sacrificed. Even the natives had been devoured by the soul-binding necromancer. There were not many things left around. Sulen did not study much about religion, so he could only guess at the murals. After spending some time, Sulen finally walked around the entire palace and returned to the hall. This undead lord is so poor. Let alone a dragon, this harvest is even worse than a frost giant. as expected of the poor undead. Sulin shook his head in disappointment. He was not in a hurry to leave. He wanted to check on some of his gains. When he opened the storage space, other than the 4 treasure chests, there was also a black jade skeleton in the corner. This black jade skeleton was only the size of a palm and looked like the skull of a halfling. The whole skeleton was as delicate as black jade, and a strong death energy condensed on it. Sulin used appraisal on the black jade skeleton. With a flash of light, the attributes of the black jade skeleton appeared before his eyes. Black jade skeleton. Strange item. This is a skeleton that has condensed a large amount of death energy. After use, it can transform a piece of land into a land of death. Or, if used in a land of death, it can accelerate the transformation of the land of death into an undead. Transform into an undead? A hint of excitement flashed in Sulin's eyes. This ability was actually not very useful to wizards. After all, necromancers were already notorious. It was useless for others to have it. However, it was good news for Sulin. After using the black jade skeleton, the speed at which undead creatures were born in a land of death would increase. A large number of undead creatures could provide a large number of soul crystals. Chapter 607. Sulin had originally planned to set up a camp here to collect soul crystals. At the same time, it was also a place for the Northern Garrison Army to gain EXP. With the Blackfish Skull, the number of undead in this area had greatly increased. To the Northern Garrison Army, not only could they obtain a large number of soul crystals, but they could also allow their army to grow rapidly. It was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Next, Sulin took out the 4 treasure chests and chose to open them. After a burst of beautiful sound and light effects, Sulin heard the sound of a system notification. Congratulations, host. You have opened a diamond treasure chest. You have obtained 1 wishing crystal. Congratulations, host. You have opened a diamond treasure chest. You have obtained the forging blueprint for the divine weapon, Thunder God's Spear. Congratulations, host. You have opened a diamond treasure chest. You have obtained the principle of anti-gravity. Congratulations, host. You have opened a platinum treasure chest. You have obtained the fountain of youth. Hearing the system notification, Sulin's face was filled with shock. He then impatiently took out the item. Sulin had obtained a wishing crystal in the past. Its function was very simple. It was to use the wishing spell to summon an elemental spirit to fulfill a wish. This wishing crystal was the reward for fulfilling the wish. There was still a lot of room for manipulation with the legendary wishing spell. The second treasure chest item shocked Sulin. It was the forging blueprint for the divine weapon, Thunder God's Spear. One had to know that every item that was called a divine weapon possessed powerful strength. Even if it was not personally forged by a god, it was still unimaginably powerful. For example, there was once a mithril ringmail. Although he did not know who created this equipment, its defense was shockingly strong. It was enchanted with a legendary defensive spell. At the same time, it also had unimaginable elemental and physical resistance. Even a legendary weapon would find it difficult to break through its defense. More importantly, this mithril ringmail was as light as a feather. After wearing it, it would not affect the body's agility at all. Sulin picked up the blueprint and examined it. The blueprint of the Thunder God's Spear was recorded using an unknown animal skin. It recorded the entire forging process and the various materials needed. This forging blueprint could only be used once. After the forging was completed, it would self-destruct. Ever since Sulin's strength had surpassed the advanced legendary level and he had become an astral explorer, he had wanted to increase the power of his weapons. Now that he had this artifact forging blueprint, it was like meeting a pillow when he was sleepy. However, it was not easy to forge a divine artifact. The materials needed were very precious. Sulin had collected a lot of them in the past. The materials listed were 9 heaven black iron, dragon bone, God's blood, thunder crystal, and so on. Sulin already had some of the materials and he planned to collect some of them. It would be great if he could buy them, but if he couldn't, he would have to think of other ways. The principle of anti-gravity was a thick book. Although it seemed inconspicuous, it was important information for the construction of the floating space city. The area of the floating space city was much larger than that of the floating space tower. It required a lot of power to lift a city and then fly it into the sky. This was a very detailed and huge topic that involved a lot of things. Anti-gravity was a supplement to the floating space ring. Because the floating space city was too large and its weight was amazing, if such a city flew, the forces in the city would be uneven, and it was likely to cause the city to collapse and be damaged due to its own weight. Therefore, the power of the floating space ring must be evenly distributed to all parts of the floating space city. The same was true for the research of anti-gravity. Anti-gravity needed to offset most of the gravity of the floating space city, reduce the weight of the floating space city, and reduce the interaction forces within the floating space city. At the same time, the research of anti-gravity also involved gravity. After the floating space city entered the astral world, it needed to maintain gravity. The laws of the astral world were different from those of the material world. Ordinary people couldn't survive. The purpose of establishing an ecosphere was to allow ordinary people to live normally in the floating space city. Sulin and Hathaway now had a lot of information and knowledge about the floating space city. After the floating space tower was successfully built, it was almost time to start building the floating space city. Many of the technologies in the floating space tower could be applied to the floating space city, such as the elemental furnace technology. After the elemental furnace technology was upgraded to elemental fusion, it could replace the mice energy core as the energy source of the floating space city. Sulin still had no clue about the mice energy core technology. At that time, the technology was only in the hands of the great arcanists in the Arcane Kingdom, and no one else knew about it. Since the destruction of the Arcane Kingdom, countless people wanted to rebuild the floating space city, but the mice energy core had not been produced. Some wizards suspected that the mice energy core needed the power of the goddess of magic to be produced. However, the wizards did not give up on the research of the floating space city. After they could no longer produce the mice energy core, the wizards began to turn their attention to another top research in the era of the Arcane Kingdom, the elemental furnace. In the later years of the Arcane Kingdom, the elemental furnace had completed elemental fusion and entered the stage of elemental annihilation. The floating space city, which relied on the elemental fusion furnace to operate, was created. But in the final glory of the Arcane Kingdom, the elemental fusion furnace was destroyed along with the Arcane Kingdom. In that battle, the Arcane Kingdom was defeated and destroyed, and a lot of information disappeared. For the gods, the information of the Arcane Kingdom's research must be destroyed. Although the Arcane Kingdom was destroyed in that war, the gods also suffered heavy losses, and some of them even fell. The gods were very vigilant against the civilization that could threaten them, and they wished to destroy all the information. The current wizard civilization had not yet produced the elemental fission furnace. Sulin had basically collected all kinds of information about the floating space city. Some of the information did not meet the requirements and needed to be upgraded for research. The items from the 3 diamond treasure chests were very good, and the last platinum treasure chest also made Sulin happy. It was a liter of the Fountain of Youth. The Fountain of Youth was a kind of wonder in nature. It was called the Fountain of Youth, but in fact this kind of spring water could not really make one immortal. The Fountain of Youth was a low-level version of the Fountain of Life. The Fountain of Life could increase one's lifespan by 1,000 years. Naturally, it was very precious. The Fountain of Youth could only increase one's lifespan by about 150 years. However, although the Fountain of Life was precious and could be called a treasure of heaven and earth, it had not appeared for 1 or 2,000 years. However, there was still some news about the Fountain of Youth. Fountain of Youth, wonder. The Fountain of Youth is the essence of nature. It is a gift from nature. It has magical effects and can give people a long lifespan. Countless people will do anything to get it. There are very few places in the entire material plane where the Fountain of Youth can be found. Effect: restore life, regrow broken limbs, heal fatal injuries, stay young forever, extend lifespan. Effect 1. Restore life. 1 milliliter of the Fountain of Youth can restore 10 points of life force. This effect is only effective on living creatures. Effect 2. Regrow broken limbs. The Fountain of Youth can regrow broken limbs, but the amount needed to be taken according to the severity of the injury. Regrow broken limbs requires 300 milliliters. Effect 3. Heal fatal injuries. The Fountain of Youth can heal fatal injuries, but the amount needed to be taken is also sufficient. Drinking 1 liter of the Fountain of Youth before death can heal all injuries on the body. Effect 4. Stay young forever. The Fountain of Youth can keep the appearance of all living creatures. Only in the last 10 years of the living creature's life will the creature show signs of aging. Effect 5. Extend lifespan. After drinking the Fountain of Youth, one's lifespan can be increased by about 150 years. This effect is effective on all living creatures. Note: this effect must be triggered when the user is full of life force. To be honest, the effect of the Fountain of Youth on Sulin was very limited. After becoming a demigod, Sulin would live for at least a few thousand years or even longer. So far, Sulin had never heard of a demigod who died of old age. Even in some remote primitive planes, many demigods had lived for tens of thousands of years. Therefore, the most important effect of the Fountain of Youth was basically useless to him. As for regrowing broken limbs, recovering life force, and even healing fatal injuries, these were also not attractive to Su Lin. After all, he had the physical healing skill. The physical healing skill could heal serious injuries. As long as the person was not dead, it could be revived. It just needed to be cast a few times. As for the more powerful reversal skill, Su Lin had not learned it yet. The reversal skill could even revive a person who had just died. Although the Fountain of Youth was not attractive to him, it was very attractive to others. The lifespan of a human in this world was about 70 years. Of course, this was referring to the nobles. The lifespan of an ordinary person was about 50 years. This was because the elemental energy in the world of Terrala was abundant, and ordinary people had good physical fitness. The lifespan of a professional was much longer. As long as they did not suffer any serious injuries when they were young, it was normal for them to live to 70 or 80 years old. Of course, after becoming a legend, one's lifespan would be even longer. The Fountain of Youth was very attractive to both warriors and nobles. Even a legendary warrior could only live to about 200 years old. Moreover, after 130 years old, their condition would gradually decline. After 160 years old, their strength would degrade to that of a conferred knight. However, if they consumed the Fountain of Youth, they could easily live to 350 years old. This was almost twice the lifespan of a legendary warrior. Moreover, due to the effect of eternal youth, they could reach a shocking 340 years old at their peak. Other than humans, the Fountain of Youth was also very attractive to other races. The lifespan of a dwarf was about 400 to 500 years old, and a half-elf was about 300 years old. Although their lifespan was longer than that of humans, no one would complain about having a longer lifespan. Chapter 608. Su Lin had obtained a liter of the Fountain of Youth. He was planning to give half of it to the soldiers of the North Town City. Most of the soldiers were humans and their lifespans were limited. Su Lin had no use for the Fountain of Youth, but it was a good idea to give it to his men. Since there was only a limited amount of the Fountain of Youth, he could only give it to the soldiers who had contributed the most. It was very beneficial to the North Town City. Not only would it make them work harder, the soldiers would also benefit from it. They would support Su Lin even more. Most importantly, even if one thought that the Fountain of Youth would grant them a lifespan of 150 years, what would happen in reality? The peak life of a soldier below the legendary rank was 45 years old. Their lifespan would start to decline after that. The peak life of a soldier below the legendary rank was 120 years old. However, after consuming the Fountain of Youth, the peak life of a soldier below the legendary rank was over 200 years old. Those above the legendary rank could live up to 300 years old. It was a great deal. Overall, the soldiers were working hard to exchange for the Fountain of Youth to extend their lifespan. They could continue to contribute to the work of the North Town City. Even though the soul-binding zombie monster had been killed, the problem it had left behind was still unsolved. He had to deal with the Land of Death. Su Lin had already decided to turn the place into a training ground for new players. It would also become a soul crystal resource point. However, Su Lin had to seal off the Land of Death and place the black jade skeletons here to prevent others from coming in and destroying the place. It was easy to deal with. He just had to bury the black jade skeletons in the Land of Death, and they would merge on their own. Su Lin then added another layer of seal to the Land of Death. The seal only allowed people to leave but not enter. Su Lin left after seeing the undead being born in the Land of Death again. Outside the Valley of Death, the soldiers of the North Town City were still guarding the altar. A teleportation light flashed and Su Lin appeared. "Your Majesty, you're back," a servant said respectfully. "It's done. Let's leave," Su Lin said. The team soon swept through the army and arrived at the entrance of the Valley of Death. Su Lin had already decided to turn the place into a training ground and a soul crystal resource point. It was necessary to modify the place. Thunder Domain. Su Lin stood at the entrance of the Death Canyon. Dazzling lightning instantly enveloped his body, and the entire sky darkened at this moment. Countless lightning bolts rolled in the sky, as if they were about to fall in the next second. The powerful energy directly lifted Sullen's body in midair. Countless lightning snakes swam in midair, and the entire world seemed to be about to be destroyed at this moment. A golden light appeared on Sullen's body. Then Sullen's entire body was wrapped in a layer of golden light. At this moment, a golden shadow rose from his body, surrounded by countless lightning bolts. The surrounding soldiers had already retreated far away. Su Lin directly exploded with nearly 80% of his strength at this moment. Mana control. Mud to stone. Dazzling magic energy emerged from Sullen's body. Then an 800-meter-long stone wall suddenly rose at the entrance of the Death Canyon. Under the influence of this powerful magic, the stone wall quickly rose. It soon rose to 50 meters before stopping. In an instant, the entrance of the Death Canyon was blocked by the stone wall. Then Su Lin gently waved his hand. A golden light appeared, and then the golden light flashed and disappeared into the stone wall. The original stone wall became even stronger. After completing all this, Su Lin slowly breathed a sigh of relief. The oppressive power on his body also slowly dissipated. Soon, the lightning dissipated, and Su Lin returned to his previous appearance. The only change was that the entrance of the Death Canyon was blocked by a 50-meter-tall stone wall. After sealing the Death Canyon, Su Lin led the soldiers back to the northern battlefront city. The rest of the matters were left to the others. The Death Canyon would become the new resource point of the northern battlefront city. After returning to the northern battlefront city, Su Lin rested for a day. The next morning he went to the Wizard Tower to find Hathaway. This time he had obtained the Divine Weapon Forging Blueprint. He planned to forge it. This is the Divine Weapon Forging Blueprint? Hathaway looked at the blueprint in her hand curiously. There's a rule power on it. How about it? I plan to upgrade the Storm Battle Halberd into the Thunder God Spear. I need your help. Su Lin took out the Storm Battle Halberd and said, "How do you want me to help you?" Hathaway returned the blueprint to Su Lin and said, "It's very difficult to forge a divine weapon. Let's not talk about the materials, but the forging process is very advanced. It's very difficult for a mortal to forge a divine weapon, and they also need the help of a powerful wizard." Su Lin shrugged and said, "We can find a few master blacksmiths here. Those gray dwarves have them. You can give it a try with enchantment." "Alright, but forging a divine weapon is the most basic. You still need to inject divinity into the weapon. Have you prepared the divinity?" Hathaway asked. "I'm ready." Su Lin flipped his hand and took out a divinity crystal. It was left behind by the soul-binding necromancer he killed. "There are 4 divinity points in here. I'll extract some from the god's corpse. That's 5 divinity points. It should be enough." "Since everything is ready, let's get started," Hathaway said. The Grey Dwarves lived a very comfortable life in Northern Town City. They went to the blacksmith's workshop every day to forge weapons, and when they came back at night, they could have a drink at the tavern. They also received a salary every day. Unlike before, when all their wealth belonged to the king, the Grey Dwarves were very satisfied with their lives. Of course, it would be even better if there was more alcohol. Su Lin set a daily workload for these Grey Dwarves. Only those who completed their work would be given alcohol, and those who did a good job would be rewarded. Of course, to not affect their work, there was a limit to the amount of alcohol they could get every day. Northern Town City adhered to the idea that labor would be rewarded. The more work, the more rewards. When they heard that the city lord wanted to forge a powerful weapon, and that he needed the Grey Dwarves with the best forging skills, the Grey Dwarves were very enthusiastic. Soon, the Grey Dwarves with the best forging skills appeared in front of Su Lin. "Nice to meet you." Su Lin smiled at the 3 Grey Dwarves in front of him. "I'm sure you already know that I'm here to forge a powerful weapon for you. Your Majesty, what weapon would you like to forge? Please don't hesitate to ask. Old Han's craftsmanship isn't just for show, it's definitely the best amongst us Grey Dwarves." A Grey Dwarf who was only about 1.4 meters tall, but was extremely sturdy said as he patted his chest. "Your Majesty, don't listen to him. Let me forge the weapon. I think I can give you a surprise." Another Grey Dwarf said eagerly, "Your Majesty, my forging skills are the best. Let me forge it." The 3 Grey Dwarves fought for the right to forge the weapon. The Grey Dwarves were all very loud. When they argued, it was like they were in a blacksmith's workshop. They kept on arguing. "Quiet!" The noise made Sullen's head hurt. Su Lin immediately stopped them from arguing. "The weapon I'm going to forge this time requires a very high level of forging skills. It must be perfect," Su Lin said coldly. He then took out a scroll and said, "This is the blueprint. You can take a look at it first." With that, Su Lin handed the blueprint to them. The 3 Grey Dwarves took the blueprint and opened it. They were immediately engrossed in studying it. "Heavens, this is unbelievable. This is a divine weapon? I'm not dreaming, am I? Is this the design of a divine weapon?" The 3 Duergars exclaimed. "Are you done?" Su Lin put down his teacup and reached out to take the blueprint. "Yes, Your Majesty," the 3 Grey Dwarves said with a nod. Since you're done, are you confident? The three gray dwarves looked at each other. In the end, Old Han hesitated and said, Your Majesty, we're only 60% confident in forging this divine weapon. We can't do anything about the enchantment of this divine weapon. You don't have to worry about that. Someone will take care of it. Your mission is to forge this weapon. Su Lin said directly. That's good, Your Majesty. This time the three of us plan to work together. We'll definitely forge a divine weapon that you'll be satisfied with. Old Han said. Very good. If this divine weapon is successfully forged, your names will be known throughout the continent. You should know that this divine weapon was forged by the hands of mortals. Thank you, Your Majesty, for giving us this opportunity. The three gray dwarves stood up and said, But Your Majesty, we need to prepare before forging the divine weapon. Please give us some time. All right, then you may go and prepare. Su Lin nodded to show that he understood. Then Your Majesty will take our leave first. The gray dwarves left the capital with serious expressions. They then went to the blacksmith's workshop and began their preparations. After making all these arrangements, Su Lin also began to get busy. Forging a divine weapon required a lot of materials. Su Lin had already collected most of them, but there was still one main material that he had not found yet. Thunder crystal. This was a special kind of crystal that contained extremely pure thunder energy. It was very rare in the material plane. Surin had already asked the wizard organizations he was working with to see if they had any thunder crystal. Unfortunately, none of them had anything like this. After hesitating for a while, Su Lin took out a wishing crystal. He planned to use the power of the giant elemental spirit to obtain the thunder crystal. Legend had it that the legendary wishing spell could grant any wish. However, this was only a legend. In fact, the legendary wishing spell had a lot of limitations and many traps. When describing a wish, one must be careful to prevent one's request from being maliciously misinterpreted. In theory, any wish could be granted, but it was up to others to make it come true. Chapter 609. After making up his mind, Su Lin quickly set up a wishing table in the astrology platform and prepared to cast the wishing spell. After the preparation of the wishing table was completed, Su Lin slowly closed his eyes and began to organize his words. This was the most troublesome part of the wishing spell. When making a wish, you had to negotiate with the Jinn of Elements. These Jinn of Elements would distort your meaning in various ways. They would find any loopholes and use them to their advantage. You had to block all the loopholes. The process of using the wishing spell was no less than negotiating with a senior demon. The contract had to be very careful. If one was not smart enough, it was very likely that they would be played by the word games in the contract. In the end, they would pay a huge price and not get the result they wanted. This was not a joke. Wizards had paid a huge price and finally summed up a set of effective wishing rules. Su Lin took a deep breath, then suddenly opened his eyes. His body flashed and he instantly activated the rune array. The wishing table operated, and the surrounding magic crystals suddenly appeared with a strange light. Then a low spell sounded and powerful elemental energy surged out in an instant. A wave of elements that made people's hearts palpitate came out. The powerful elemental energy directly distorted the surrounding space. With the gathering of magic energy, a powerful victory shrouded directly. An elemental god? Su Lin felt the powerful divine power. Then a gust of wind blew, and countless wind elements gathered into a shadow in the air. It was a wind elemental god. As soon as the wind elemental god appeared, he looked at Su Lin and gently waved his hand. Then a contract scroll and a feather pen appeared in his hand. A majestic voice sounded in the wizard tower. Did you summon me? A demigod? Do you have any wishes or wishes that you want to fulfill? Su Lin was surprised that he could summon a wind elemental god this time. He thought it would be good enough to summon an elemental god this time. He did not expect that an elemental god would answer his call in person. Of course, compared to an elemental god, elemental gods could fulfill more wishes, which was also good news. It was said that if a god used the wishing spell, he would summon the oldest 4 elemental gods. Demigod, state your wish. The wind elemental god urged. Greetings, respected wind elemental god, I want a thunder crystal. Su Lin expressed his wish. The wind elemental god nodded. Yes, but you need to pay a certain price. In addition, you need to write your wish on this contract scroll. Only when you sign the contract will I grant your wish. Su Lin took the contract and wrote down his wishes. This was a very important step. This kind of contract had to be strict. In fact, it was very suitable to let a lawyer write it. They would rack their brains to block all the loopholes. After spending some time, Su Lin finally finished writing all the words. After making sure that there were no loopholes, he handed the contract scroll to the god of wind elemental. 1 thunder divinity crystal obtained. The wind elemental god nodded slightly. The thunder divinity crystal is very rare and valuable. Are you ready to pay the price? After seeing Su Lin nod, the wind elemental god picked up a goose feather pen and quickly wrote the transaction content on the contract. After writing, the wind elemental god handed the contract scroll to Su Lin again for inspection. He wanted to make sure that the contract was correct. 1 thunder divinity crystal. You need to pay some divinity or a part of your soul power. If you agree, leave your soul mark on it. Su Lin took the contract scroll and read it carefully. He had to be careful. Next, Su Lin and the wind elemental god modified a few details on the contract. After making sure that there were no problems, he left his soul mark on it. I want to use this crystal as a payment. Su Lin took out the wishing crystal that he had prepared earlier. Wishing crystal? I haven't seen such a thing for a long time. Young demigod, you are lucky. The wind elemental god was a little surprised. Then he directly agreed to Su Lin's payment. Since both sides have agreed, let's start the transaction. The wind elemental god waved his hand gently. The contract scroll instantly turned into specks of light and dissipated. Then a surge of divine power appeared. In the next second, a thunder divinity crystal appeared in front of Su Lin. The thunder divinity crystal was a blue crystal the size of a fist. The crystal was translucent. Countless lightning powers were entangled in the crystal. Every now and then, a golden light flashed on the surface of the crystal. Then, the wishing crystal in Su Lin's hand instantly flew into the wind elemental god's hand. In the next second it disappeared. The contract is complete. Little guy, I hope you still have a wishing crystal when we meet next time. As he spoke, the wind elemental god glanced at Su Lin. Then he turned into a gust of wind and disappeared without a trace. The divine power that shrouded the wizard tower also disappeared. Su Lin picked up the thunder divinity crystal with one hand and played with it. He held his chin with the other hand and thought to himself, it seems that the wishing crystal is very attractive to them. Su Lin could only get the wishing crystal from a treasure chest. He didn't know where this crystal could be produced. It was probably impossible to find a large number of wishing crystals to trade with the elemental god. Su Lin quickly put this matter aside. The next important thing was to forge a divine weapon. After a few days of preparation, the 3 dwarven blacksmiths had finished all the preparations. Su Lin took Hathaway to the blacksmith's shop. As soon as they got close, a rhythmic sound of hammering came. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sound of fine iron striking rang out. Hundreds of shirtless dwarves were sweating in the blacksmith's shop. Waves of heat were rolling and orange flames rose. On both sides of the hall, dwarves were waving their arms hard to forge iron ingots. Heavy hammers smashed hard on the red-hot iron, and countless sparks flew out. Gray dwarves wearing thick leather aprons were hitting all kinds of sword embryos on the iron felt attentively. The flames swayed, and the dwarves' chests were reflected red by the furnace fire. A lot of sweat slid down their bodies, and their whole bodies seemed to be smeared with a layer of oil. Small pits were burned on their firm faces by the sparks, but these dwarves didn't care at all. In the blazing furnace, a red sword embryo was burning in the flames. The gray dwarf next to him picked it out with a serious face. The sword embryo was red, and as soon as it was taken out, the dwarf put the sword embryo directly into the liquid next to it. As soon as the fiery red sword embryo was put in, a burst of flames jumped up, followed by a burst of crackling sounds. White smoke rolled and the liquid instantly boiled. When the sword embryo was taken out again, a layer of fish scale-like patterns appeared on the surface of the sword embryo. It looked very beautiful. Su Lin knew that this pattern would only appear on a high-quality weapon after countless rounds of forging. In the hall, pieces of iron embryos were constantly hammered into the shapes of various weapons and armors. Then they were sent into the cooling pool next to the furnace with iron pliers. The water in the cooling pool was not ordinary water. This was one of the dwarves' secret recipes. It was a quenching liquid made from more than a dozen different materials. These quenching liquids were divided into several types. They were specially used to quench various kinds of weapons. When the smoke dissipated, the dwarves began to repeat the previous forging process again. Their movements were strong and powerful. Although it looked very simple, it was full of a strange rhythm. Under their careful forging, high-quality weapons were forged under the hammers. This was the blacksmith workshop in northern Battlefront City. High-quality weapons were forged every day. Now, the army of Northern Battlefront City had basically finished changing their equipment. The arrival of Su Lin and Hathaway didn't attract their attention. The dwarves were still very serious when they were working. Soon, a blacksmith steward brought Su Lin and Hathaway to a room next door. At this time, 3 dwarven blacksmith masters were also forging with bare arms. "Looks like you're well prepared." Su Lin glanced at what the 3 dwarves were forging. It was a weapon very similar to the Thunder God's spear, but the material used was ordinary fine iron. It was completely different from the Thunder God's spear. The 3 dwarves were building this model to familiarize themselves with the forging method of the Thunder God's spear. "Your Majesty, you're here. We're ready." Han stopped immediately when he heard Sullen's voice. "All the materials for the Thunder God's spear are ready. Now, I'll give it to you to forge." Su Lin nodded at them and took out the materials that had been prepared. Seeing the rare materials appear in front of them, the dwarves were a little excited. "Everything is here. This is the forging blueprint of the Thunder God's spear. Hathaway and I will be here to help you," Su Lin said after handing the things to the 3 dwarves. "As you wish, we will do our best to forge this artifact," Han said with a serious face. Then the 3 dwarves began to work. In the past few days, the 3 dwarven blacksmith masters had practiced several times. Now, it could be said that they were familiar with the process. They picked up the materials and began to forge. Su Lin and Hathaway didn't disturb the 3 dwarves. They stood aside and watched them quietly. The 9th heaven black iron was calcined in a special furnace. The flames in the furnace became very bright, and the temperature reached thousands of degrees. However, the 9th heaven black iron was very difficult to forge. Even at thousands of degrees, it still took a lot of time to smelt it. "Heat the furnace with magic," the gray dwarf said directly. Su Lin waved his hand gently. Immediately, a strong fire element appeared in the furnace, and the temperature of the furnace increased again. Chapter 6:10. Flames rose and waves of heat rose from the furnace. All kinds of metal materials quickly heated up, softened, and finally melted. Immediately after, several gray dwarves continuously threw in all kinds of materials. Sullen's Storm War halberd was also smelted again, and the low-grade materials were separated out, and then continuously mixed. Scalding molten iron gushed out, and a fiery red torrent surged wantonly. Soon the embryonic form of a long spear appeared in the mold. The heavy hammer smashed the grinding tool, and the gray dwarf with a solemn expression carefully took out the spear embryo. Then, the spear embryo was once again sent into the furnace to be burned and forged. Old Han used a pair of pliers to clamp the spear embryo in front of him, and then fixed the spear embryo on the iron felt. Another gray dwarf at the side picked up the hammer and took a deep breath. Clang! A crisp sound rang out as the hammer heavily smashed onto the spear embryo. With the help of the reaction force, Old Han once again smashed the hammer down fiercely. Sparks flew everywhere, and the fiery red furnace illuminated the blacksmith's shirtless body. It was as if his body was wrapped in a layer of crimson clothing, and he looked just like the legendary god of forging. A streak of light slowly flowed on the spear embryo. Hathaway stretched out her finger and lightly tapped it. A ray of light quickly spread from her hand, and then the arcane powder beside her directly flew up, instantly turning into countless streaks of light that quickly flew towards the spear embryo. The streaks of light formed by the arcane powder flickered with a colorful brilliance. As the hammer hammered, they continuously merged into the spear embryo, and the originally gray spear embryo began to flicker with specks of light. Under the influence of a strange power, these streams of light flowed like water and quickly formed mysterious runes. These runes were linked with each other and constantly blended together. Finally, they formed a beautiful pattern on the handle of the spear. As the spear embryo gradually took shape, Su Lin took out the divine crystal that he had prepared long ago. A strange energy spread out from his body, and in the next second, Su Lin was enveloped in a faint golden light. Su Lin opened his eyes, and the whole room seemed to flash with a golden light. Divine power completely erupted at this moment. In the light of divinity, Sullen's originally human emotions quickly disappeared, and his absolutely rational and cold thoughts began to take control of his body. All the emotions and desires that represented a human were all blocked. From this moment on, Su Lin had become a constructed life form like the Tower Spirit. In this case, Su Lin's various calculation abilities reached the highest level. In his eyes, there was no good or evil, no personal preferences, only gains and losses. Coldness and rationality, which represented his divinity, were completely revealed at this moment. At this moment, Sullen's eyes were cold and merciless as he looked at everyone. He was absolutely rational, like a god, as if he was indifferent to everything else. Streaks of light quickly appeared around him, and the power of thunder and lightning turned into chains. Golden divine power slowly emerged from Su Luan's body, and lines of golden runes emerged. Sullen's palm exerted force, and a golden light instantly merged with the divine crystal. In the next second, the divine crystal burst into a dazzling golden light, and then this golden light slowly flew out of the quiet room under Sullen's command. At the same time, another divine crystal of thunder also flew up. The golden light linked with the divine crystal of thunder, and the divine crystal of thunder quickly turned into a ball of purple energy. Then, a huge amount of divine power was released at this moment. The divine power and the divine power of thunder intertwined, and golden light constantly flashed in the purple gold energy. In the end, under Sullen's manipulation, the golden light slowly flew to the spear embryo, and finally merged with it. The originally gray spear also turned purple gold. The three dwarven blacksmiths took turns forging, and a very rhythmic sound of forging rang out continuously. Sparks burst out, and the divine weapon slowly appeared in the flames. The whole process lasted for 3 days, and when the last hammer fell, all the sound seemed to disappear at this moment. Su Lin took out the divine weapon forging blueprint, and the blueprint slowly flew up, and soon floated above the thunder god's spear. Then the blueprint quickly burned, and a strange power slowly fell and merged with it. In an instant, the thunder god's spear, which seemed to be covered with a layer of shadow, suddenly burst into a dazzling golden light. Golden lightning surrounded the surface of the thunder god's spear, and at this moment, Su Lin immediately burst out all the lightning power in his body, and then merged it with the spear. A dazzling divine light appeared, and with the complete integration of the divine power, the divine weapon forging blueprint also merged with the strange power of law. The thunder god spear was finally completed. Item type: Thunder God Spear. Item grade: Tier 2 Divine Weapon. Item description: This was once a weapon that had its fill of blood. This weapon had followed its owner into battle and killed countless enemies. One after another, experts had fallen under its sharp blade. This weapon was stained with the blood of legendary experts, demons, and abominations. Later, its owner once again injected divinity and the divine power of thunder into this weapon. This weapon had undergone a complete transformation. Requirements: Order: Strength 20 points. Owner: Su Lin Soulbound. Equipment effect: Divine Weapon, Thunder God's Blessing, plus 12 penetration, plus 13 armor break, plus 20 true damage, plus 12 sharpness, plus 55 indestructible, plus 13 magic break. Weapon special effect: Blessings of the Thunder God. Wielding this weapon grants the user the blessings of the Thunder God. Resistance to all abnormal statuses plus 20. Immunity to paralysis, drowsiness, lightning, and other magic effects. Also, the user gains an electrostatic field. The electrostatic field deals 15 lightning damage to all enemies within a 50-meter radius. The target must pass an immunity test every minute. Otherwise, the target will be paralyzed. Weapon special effect: Indestructible. This is a powerful legendary weapon. It can't be destroyed by conventional means, and it is also immune to disintegrate. Only legendary disintegrate has a 0.1% chance of destroying this weapon, but the destroyer will also receive a backlash from the weapon. Weapon special effect: Power of Lightning. Each attack will deal an additional 80 points of lightning damage. The damage can be stacked. When the damage is dealt, the target will be paralyzed. Any target whose constitution is unable to resist will be paralyzed for 1 to 3 seconds. When using lightning energy, the damage of lightning energy will be increased by 100%, and the consumption will be reduced by 80%. Weapon special effect: Slow. After being quenched by the blood of Cryopterus, Ice Quetzalcoatlus, and the blood of legendary water demons, each attack of this weapon will add 15 ice damage and reduce the speed of the target by 20%. Constitution test is required. Weapon special effect: Life Absorption. Every time after killing an enemy, this weapon will absorb a part of the power. The absorbed power can be used to heal the user's injuries. After killing the enemy, the user will recover 20 HP. Protection. After the user's physical strength reaches the maximum value, the power absorbed by the weapon will automatically be stored and form an energy shield. When the user is injured, it can directly help the user to resist the damage. Weapon special effect: Magic Break. As a divine weapon, this Thunder God Spear has a terrible magic breaking ability. It can easily break part of the magic defense. When attacking, it can ignore all defensive spells and energy fields below the 6th circle. At the same time, the effect of defensive spells above the 6th circle is reduced by 35%. Weapon Special Effect: Armor Break. As a divine spear, the Thunder God's Spear has an extremely terrifying armor-breaking ability. It can easily break through the protection of most armors. In the case of hitting the enemy, the Thunder God's Spear directly ignores all armors below the legendary level. Weapon Special Effect: Legendary Blood. This weapon has killed a lot of strong people. It is soaked in the blood of legendary masters, high-level demons, abominations, and other monsters. This weapon will cause a shock to enemies below the high-level legendary level. All enemies must undergo a test of will. If they fail, their body will be stiff for 1 second. This weapon will cause a shock to legendary enemies, but there is also a chance that it will completely anger the enemy. The golden light on Sullen's body slowly dissipated, and the power of thunder that had shrouded the whole blacksmith shop also disappeared. Hathaway also withdrew her power, and the whole blacksmith shop returned to calm at this moment. A divine weapon was finally forged under the joint efforts of the 5 people. Sulin invested a lot of resources and consumed a lot of resources. At the same time, the integration of 5 points of divinity made this weapon directly reach the level of a 2nd-grade divine weapon. Even a true god would feel the pinch of such a cost, but the divine weapon in the end was unexpectedly powerful. After Hadding and the other 2 completed the forging of the divine weapon, their originally tense spirits suddenly relaxed, and their originally rock-like faces seemed to have aged a little at this moment. Your Majesty, thank you for your trust in us, allowing us to participate in the forging of such a divine artifact in our lifetime. To be able to complete such a magnificent work of art in our lifetime, we can die without regrets. Old Hadding exclaimed in elation. Thank you for your dedication to forge such a powerful weapon for me. I will ask someone to send you a bottle of Fountain of Youth as a reward. Now you are too tired and you need to rest as soon as possible to recover, Sulin said seriously. After hearing about the Fountain of Youth, the eyes of the dwarves instantly lit up, and they said excitedly, "Thank you for your generosity. Okay, you guys go back and rest first." Sulin and Hathaway returned to the Tower of the Northern Wind together. The 2 of them were a little tired after 3 days of casting spells. Originally, their work was not very difficult, but because they were worried that something would go wrong, the 2 of them were nervous all the time. Sulin only collected a set of materials to forge the divine weapon in total. If there was a mistake that caused the power of the divine weapon to decrease and there were no spare materials, he would have nowhere to cry. Fortunately, Sulin and Hathaway did not have any problems, and finally successfully completed the enchantment process of the Thunder God's Spear. Chapter 6:11. The Thunder God's Spear was a level 2 divine artifact, which was quite good among the divine artifacts. The abilities of this divine artifact were also very good. For example, true damage was very rare even among the divine artifacts. True damage was different from other types of damage. The damage caused by it could not be avoided, so 20 points would be 20 points. Although the lightning damage was as high as 80 points, it needed to be reduced by the original magic resistance and other resistances to cause damage. It was very effective against weak cannon fodder, but its effect was very limited against powerful enemies. Just like the abomination, this creature's body was surrounded by a divine force field. It had high resistance and all kinds of damage immunity. The lightning damage carried by the Thunder God's Spear could only cause single-digit damage to it. It was not even as strong as its recovery ability. Of course, if this ability was combined with another weapon's special effect, Life Drain, it would be very powerful. Life Drain was a very rare ability. After killing the enemy, it would draw the power of the enemy to recover. Individually, killing one person would only recover 20 points of HP. However, combined with the area of effect damage of the Thunder God's Blessing, one enemy would be 20 points, and 10 enemies would be 200 points. In a group battle, Sullen's HP recovery speed would be very exaggerated. If there were enough enemies, Sullen's recovery speed could not even keep up with the abominations. If they wanted to defeat him, they could only rely on one-on-one combat. With Sullen's current strength, he had never lost a one-on-one combat. With his current physical fitness, unless he was in the form of a god saint, he would not care about anything else at all. Finally, he had a divine artifact. Sulin was so excited that he almost ran out to show off. Fortunately, he forced himself to be rational. He should not show off his wealth. Moreover, this divine artifact was his trump card. He wouldn't reveal it so easily. The number of divine artifacts in this world was very small. Other than the gods, there were probably only one or two divine artifacts in the world. Divine artifacts needed to be infused with divine power and divine power. Even the gods might not be willing to do so. Divinity was also very important to the gods. In addition to divinity and divine power, a divine artifact also needed the power of law. This was one of the reasons why divine artifacts were so powerful. Not everyone could use divine artifacts. Even extraordinary items had profession and physical fitness requirements, not to mention powerful items like divine artifacts. The power of law that Su Lin infused into this divine artifact was a part of the Law of Thunder. This law was contained in the original divine artifact forging blueprint. This divine artifact could only be used to forge one divine artifact. Divine artifact. Even if Su Lin collected another set of materials without the power of law, this divine artifact's divine artifact. During the forging process, Su Lin had integrated a trace of his soul force into the Thunder God's spear. This way the Thunder God's spear would become Su Lin's personal divine artifact. Even if the Thunder God's spear fell into someone else's hands, that person wouldn't be able to display its power and would even be attacked by the divine artifact. For example, there was once a divine artifact called the Lord of the Rings. The Lord of the Rings was very powerful. For some reason, this divine artifact fell into the material plane and was obtained by many people. However, the people who obtained the Lord of the Rings did not gain great power. Instead, most people were bewitched by the Lord of the Rings. They even became puppets and slaves of the Lord of the Rings. The Lord of the Rings would even control these slaves to go to the location of its real master, Su Lin. If others wanted to use this divine artifact, they had to obtain his approval. Only then could they use it in a limited way. Of course, Su Lin could also make some modifications. As long as one had his blood, they could also use this divine artifact. Of course, this right to use it was temporary. As long as Su Lin was willing, he could take it away at any time. Many powerful gods had left such divine artifacts, such as the King of Dawn, the God of Justice, and the God of Light. For example, the strongest divine artifacts of the Paladins, the Pale Justice and the Holy Avenger, both of these divine artifacts required the user to be aligned with the lawful good, and the user had to be a paladin. Therefore, these two divine artifacts were also called holy swords. The Paladins were a group of very troublesome existences. This was because the Paladins seriously could not tolerate evil. However, this world had never been bright and righteous. Could be said that almost all cities were hiding evil. Even Sullen's northern city was no exception. There were a large number of slaves and serfs in the northern city. According to the standards of the Paladins, these were also evil. However, this world could not be without Paladins. They were the bottom line of this world and the hope of all the good people. As people who adhered to the lawful good, they had very strong will and beliefs. If wizards were 1 in 1,000 or 1 in 10,000, then paladins were 1 in 100,000. It was difficult to become a paladin not because one was not talented enough, but because one had to firmly believe in justice and kindness. If one could not uphold justice and kindness, then a paladin would quickly fall. Once a paladin fell, then the power they possessed would disappear, and they would eventually become an ordinary warrior. Of course, it was also possible that their beliefs would collapse and they would completely fall into darkness, becoming a dark warrior. Paladins pursued justice and kindness. Their beliefs were to protect kindness, pursue justice, and destroy evil. However, very few people could do it. Even the most ordinary civilians, if you used alignment testing spells, you would find that many of them leaned towards evil. Even in the 21st century, when technology was advanced, society was prosperous, and the legal system was improving day by day, there were all kinds of criminals, gray areas, collusion between officials and businessmen, and crimes committed by officials. Not to mention the Middle Ages. In this era where productivity was lagging behind and the power of the nobles was almost at its peak, who would expect the nobles to uphold justice? They only knew how to protect their own status and interests, not so-called justice. In any city in this world, if the paladins were to clean it up, a large number of people would be executed in the end. Corrupt officials, nobles who had no regard for human life, merchants who cheated and sold shoddy food, harmful food, expensive drugs, black-hearted minds, and so on would all be executed. How many of those nobles, officials, and merchants could be counted on to be clean? Just like the merchants who came to the northern city to trade, they were all well behaved in the city like good people, but if they encountered them in the wild, they would be very skilled in killing and robbing. One could tell at a glance that these people were veterans. As for those kind merchants, they only had two choices in this environment. Either they would wallow in the mire and become the same kind of people, or they would give up this path. According to Capital, when Capital came to the world again, blood and filth would drip from every pore from head to toe. So, according to the standards of the paladins, the whole city was basically ruined. But if the paladins were asked to ignore this, then the paladins were asking them to give up their insistence, and they would no longer be paladins. Although Su Lin did not like the paladins, he respected them. If he was still the hot-blooded young man of the past, maybe Su Lin would also become a paladin, but after experiencing so many things, he had long understood it, but he was powerless to change it. After completing the divine weapon Thor's lance, Su Lin began other work. Deepwater City needed to continue to open up new channels, in addition to the trade route to the eastern continent, and also the channel to the southern sea. If Deepwater City wanted to develop, it must have as many ships as possible docked here to trade. At the same time, the navy of Deepwater City began to guard the channel and fight against pirates after completing the primary training. The number of islands in the southern sea could be said to be the largest in the world. After all, the sea area was the busiest. Chapter 6:12. While Su Lin was busy opening up a new waterway, the development of Northern Citadel did not stop. Several towns and cities were built along the route from Northern Citadel to Deepwater Port. These towns and cities were small in size and only had a population of about 1,000 people. All of them were located along the Red Sand River. These towns and cities were originally built as supply stations for ships that came and went. The council hall saw that these settlements were developing well, so they directly assigned the immigrants who came in the past few months to these settlements along the river. Since the construction of Deepwater City, the supply of goods to Northern Citadel had not been interrupted. It could be said that the waterway of the Red Sand River had become unusually prosperous. There were more than a dozen ships coming in and out every day. These towns and cities along the way were developing very quickly. Deepwater City also sent out a fleet to sail to the Southern Sea. This time their destination was the Southern Sea. The Southern Sea was famous among the surrounding countries for its wealth. Every year, caravans and fleets from all over the world would trade here. The nobles of these countries could be said to have made a lot of money. The nobles of these countries lived more extravagantly than the nobles of Florence. Things like sugar, honey, high-end wine, perfume, and paper were in short supply here. All kinds of luxury goods produced in Northern Citadel could be sold at a high price here. From the very beginning of the sea trade, the goods traded were luxury goods. The risk of sea trade was much higher than that of caravans on the road. There was an endless stream of pirates, powerful sea monsters, and terrifying storms. As long as you encountered them, you would suffer heavy losses. If the value of the goods transported was low, you wouldn't even be able to pay the sailors' wages. The Southern Sea was also the most prosperous area for slave trade. Unlike the northern continent, the Southern Sea was very thoroughly developed. The land there was also developed. The large wastelands between the cities in the northern continent were rarely seen in the Southern Sea. The mild climate, abundant rainy season, and fertile land made the Southern Sea much more productive than the Northern Sea. There was enough food to feed a large number of people. Although the nobles here were greedier than the nobles in the Northern Sea, the population of the Southern Sea was still far greater than that of the Northern Sea. For example, the largest port in the Tudor Kingdom, the Spice Port, had a permanent population of more than 400,000. The capital of the Tudor Kingdom had a population of an astonishing 500,000. Including the floating population, the population had reached 800,000. Su Lin planned to directly migrate from here. He would transport a large amount of goods from Northern Town City to the Southern Sea to sell, then buy slaves from here and send them to Deepwater City. This was much faster than migrating from the Kingdom of Florence. One ship could easily transport a few hundred immigrants, and one trip could transport at least 3,000 immigrants. Compared to the immigration of the Kingdom of Florence, it took much less money and time. The number of merchant ships in Deepwater City was still expanding. As the fleet grew bigger and bigger, so did the number of immigrants. North Town City was rapidly developing again. Right now, the first problem that restricted the rapid development of Beifong Principality was its low population. The entire Beifong Principality had a population of no more than 300,000, which was even less than the population of a city. The population in the north of the Kingdom of Florence was originally insufficient, and the cost of immigration from the south was too high. Now, using a fleet for immigration would undoubtedly greatly reduce the cost, and there would be more people. The development of the waterway in Deepwater City was very smooth. All kinds of goods from Northern Town City were also very popular here. The immigration work in Northern Town City was also very smooth. The arrival of a large number of people also made Deepwater Port more prosperous. With a flash of light in the laboratory, Hathaway's eyes flashed with joy. She then excitedly picked up the freshly made starry sky magic robe on the alchemy table. This was a robe that she had specially made for herself. The main material was the skin of a white dragon, and it was also a legendary robe. After Su Lin got his hands on a divine weapon, Hathaway couldn't help but take out the dragon skin to make a legendary robe. As a legendary wizard, Hathaway's equipment could be said to be very simple. Due to the lack of materials, she had always been using a grade 4 legendary robe and magic staff. Last time, Su Lin brought back a large amount of legendary dragon skin, so she finally had enough materials. Hathaway directly put on the robe. The starry sky magic robe looked very beautiful. The robe was blue and white and there were silver white patterns on it. The patterns were shining like stars and it was very beautiful. Because it was made of dragon skin, the robe itself had very high defense. It could be said that with this robe, Hathaway's strength had increased by at least 3 times. With a flash of light, Alex's figure appeared on the astrology table. As soon as he appeared, he saw Hathaway and was attracted by the robe on her. "Sister Hathaway, you're done?" Seeing the robe on Hathaway, Alex was also surprised. "Yes, I'm done. I just tested it and it's already exceeded our expectations," Hathaway said excitedly. "Really? Then I'll make my robe according to this template." Alex decided right away. "There are diagrams in the library. You can change the spells on them. Su Lin brought back a lot of materials so you can make a few more of them." Hathaway waved her hand and said, "Then I won't hold back." Alex said excitedly, "Right, how's your research going?" Hathaway suddenly thought of something and asked, "It's a lot worse. Su Lin brought back a lot of information last time. I've already tested it. There's no problem at all," Alex said. Alex gently waved his hand, and a silver metal ring appeared in his hand. The metal ring was very small, only the size of a palm. It was engraved with countless arcane runes. The material of the metal ring was silver white, and there was a strong force flowing on it. "Looks good." Hathaway nodded and said, "This floating ring has only gone through a simple test. Further tests will require a lot of data to analyze." Alex didn't make this floating ring for the Wizard Tower, but for the floating city. Of course, this floating ring was only a model. The floating city's floating ring needed more power, and it also needed to be distributed to various parts of the floating city. This way the floating city wouldn't break due to its own gravity. "Let's test it first." Alex nodded, and then Hathaway and Alex surrendered their gazes to the steel golems standing next to them. Hathaway gently waved her arm, and the heavy bodies of the steel golems flew up. The floating ring covered a very large area, 10 times larger than the previous one. The golems in this area all floated at the same height. This levitation ring had been modified to distribute the buoyancy evenly to the surroundings. It was specially made for the floating city. In the future, the floating city would definitely have more than one set of levitation rings installed. In order to prevent one set of levitation rings from malfunctioning, a floating city would have at least 3 to 4 sets of levitation rings installed. Once a levitation ring in operation had a problem and stopped working, a spare levitation ring would immediately restart. This was to prevent the floating city from falling from a high altitude. The 2 legendary wizards worked together and began to test the floating ring. As mana was continuously injected, the floating ring flickered with a faint spiritual light. A few steel golems moved around under the control of the 2 wizards. They moved up and down, left and right. The 2 of them quickly became familiar with the controls of the floating rings, recording their movements as they operated them. Experiment successful. Organize and archive the information about the floating ring. With the end of the test, Hathaway's hand flashed and the floating ring slowly closed. The steel golems also slowly descended from the air. According to this ratio, a floating city weighing tens of thousands of tons or even hundreds of thousands of tons needs a floating ring 100 times larger, Alex said slowly. According to this ratio, we don't need enough materials now. The manufacturing process of the floating ring was very difficult, and the materials needed were also very precious. After all, it had to lift a city weighing hundreds of thousands of tons into the sky. There could not be any mistakes. Part of the metal used in the floating ring was mithril. In addition, it also needed a lot of alloys. This alloy was a special metal researched during the Arcane Empire, and its main purpose was to build a floating city. The 2 major cores of the floating city, the energy system and the floating ring system, were very important. Only sufficient energy could maintain the floating ring's operation. After solving the problem of the floating ring, the next thing was the elemental fusion furnace. The theory of the elemental fusion furnace had been perfected long ago, and even the elemental fission furnace had been officially used. However, it was not a simple matter to actually build an elemental fusion furnace. In fact, during the Arcane Empire, the elemental fusion furnace had been widely used. Compared to the intense radiation and pollution of the elemental fission furnace, the elemental fusion furnace had almost no radiation, and the energy output was hundreds or even thousands of times higher. The elemental fission furnace could also be used as the energy core of the floating city, but it required the elemental fission furnaces to form an energy matrix and rely on several elemental fission furnaces to provide sufficient energy. However, this method consumed several times more elemental fuel, and the endurance would be greatly reduced. Sister Hathaway, how's the research on the elemental fusion furnace? Alex asked as he put away the floating ring. Hathaway shook her head. There are still some problems. The elemental fusion furnace produces too much energy, and ordinary materials can't support it, but I already have some ideas. Chapter 613. Death Canyon. After Su Luin had used mud to rock to block the entrance of the canyon, it had become an important resource and farming spot for northern Garrison City. At the entrance of the canyon, a military camp had been renovated. The new recruits from North Town would be sent here to kill zombies and skeletons to level up after completing their basic training. At the same time, they would collect all kinds of soul crystals. In this military camp, apart from the new recruits, there were 2 teams of Stage 3 elites. The leaders of these teams had reached Stage 4. In addition to protecting the new recruits, they were also responsible for killing the high-grade undead creatures in Death Canyon. There weren't many of these high-grade undead creatures. On average, there were about 5 of them per month. These high-grade undead creatures would produce high-grade soul crystals, which were the main material for making the soul cores of steel golems. Sulin now had a clay golem assembly line, a rock golem assembly line, and a steel golem assembly line. He had already moved the steel golem assembly line from the secret realm to the wizard tower. The steel golem assembly line was different from the clay golems and rock golems. The entire steel golem factory looked like a modern production workshop. The surrounding walls were bright and clean, and the crystal pipes on the ground were transmitting energy. These crystal pipes were connected to the elemental pool in the wizard tower. Although the wizard tower had an elemental fission furnace installed, Sulin didn't dismantle the elemental pool. Instead, he remade the elemental pool into an energy loop to power the wizard tower. The elemental fission furnace was used as the energy for the floating ring and the enigma lock. The energy supply of the wizard tower was not interfered with. In fact, the energy supply of the wizard tower was like electricity in Abel's previous life. The energy supply of a wizard tower was equivalent to a power station. The production process of steel golems was much more complicated than clay golems and rock golems. At this time, the standardized parts of the steel golem assembly line were transported to the corresponding position by the conveyor belt. These parts were then assembled by the clay golems one by one. In the back of the warehouse, there were already a few steel golems that had been assembled standing quietly. These steel golems hadn't been activated yet, and their soul cores hadn't been installed. The soul cores of high-grade golems were very complicated, and they needed to be activated by wizards. Under normal circumstances, Sulin or Hathaway would come here once a month for activation. Soul crystals were rare and were one of the common currencies in the multiverse. Souls were a special kind of wealth, and the death god maintained that the souls in the multiverse would not be excessively plundered. He would send a large number of souls back to the Origin Sea for reincarnation, but there would always be many devils and demons who wanted to challenge the death god's bottom line. In order to obtain large amounts of soul crystals, wizards created the soul binding spell. After killing an enemy, they would use the soul binding stone to bind the enemy's soul and imprison it in a magic gem or other crystals. Demons and devils loved soul crystals. In the lower planes, soul crystals had an astonishing purchasing power. A legendary soul crystal was enough to hire a group of greater demons to serve you. As for demons, they preferred to rob rather than trade. The lowest level of soul crystals were gray soul crystals, which mostly came from low-level undead creatures such as ghosts and skeletons. They had a very low chance of dropping these low-level soul crystals, which could be used to activate the clay golem. The price of such a soul crystal was about 2,000 kinnar. Ordinary people would not drop soul crystals after death. Even if they used the soul binding spell, they could only obtain incomplete soul crystals. Dozens of the smallest soul crystals required at least grade 1 professions. Sulin planned to build the Golem Legion. The main combat power of the Golem Legion was the Steel Golem. Making the steel golem not only required the use of living constructs but also the use of limited wishes. The steel golem's intelligence was already very high. Clay golems and rock golems were now on sale. These clay golems and rock golems were absolutely loyal soldiers. They were strong and fearless of death. As long as they had energy, they would fight to the last quarter of an hour. In addition to fighting, the clay golems and rock golems could also do all kinds of heavy work. They had infinite strength and were much more useful than humans. Sulin planned to place some rock golems at the dock of Deepwater City and let them guard the port. These rock golems were more suitable for guarding than humans. They would not accept bribes. As long as they were given an order, they would carry it out meticulously. The port could be said to be the most prone to disputes. Most of the time the guards could not be fair, but the rock golems could. The clay golems and rock golems sold in the northern citadel were not cheap. Moreover, the golems needed to be recharged every once in a while. So, although many people coveted the golem's powerful strength, there were not many who really wanted to buy them. Of course, Sulin also promised that there would be after-sales service for those who did not have the technology to recharge the golems. They only needed to spend a small amount of money to have the northern citadel recharge their golems. For the sake of publicity, Sulin also specially formed 2 teams of rock golems in the northern citadel. These 2 teams of rock golems would patrol the city every day. Compared to the warriors of the northern citadel, these 3-meter-tall rock golems were more oppressive. While Sulin was promoting the golems, a merchant ship slowly sailed in from the southern sea. The ship looked like it had gone through a great battle. There were many burning holes in the sails, and the blood stains on the deck had not been cleaned up. Not far away, a few sailors were carrying a corpse, planning to throw it into the sea. On the other side of the deck, a sailor was holding a Bible with a damaged cover and praying farewell. This was a sailor's funeral. All the corpses had to be thrown into the sea. The space on the ship was limited. After the corpses rotted, they would contaminate the food on the ship. If they were not careful, the whole ship would turn into a ghost ship and everyone would die. After the prayer, 2 sailors threw the corpse into the sea. The waves splashed and the smell of blood spread in the sea. Soon people saw sharks in the distance rushing over. They swallowed the corpse. The ship steadily docked at the dock. Soon a team of soldiers quickly walked to Sulin's room. "You said the fleet was attacked by pirates?" Sulin's eyes flashed coldly. "Yes, Your Majesty. We have 4 ships in total. 3 of them were taken away. This is the only ship left. Please help us get the ship back." Pirates had already set their sights on this place. Sulin's face was expressionless. He was thinking about how to make an example out of them. Chapter 6:14. The atmosphere in Deepwater Port was a little tense. In the morning, a ship docked and brought back news of a pirate attack. 3 ships in the fleet were intercepted by pirates, and the only ship that escaped suffered heavy casualties. The consequences for Deepwater City, which had just begun to develop, were very serious. "Where is Barbassa?" Sulin asked. "Your Majesty, Barbassa is training with the fleet and hasn't returned yet," Mayor Holland said. Sulin frowned slightly and continued, "How long do they expect to be back?" "Barbassa and the others usually carry a week's worth of food when they are training. They should be back tomorrow," Holland said. "When they return tomorrow, tell him to see me immediately." Sulin said, "Immediately inform all the crew and sailors in Deepwater Port to gather. All leave is cancelled. Everyone will gather at the port tomorrow morning." "Okay, now go and arrange it immediately." "As you wish." The surrounding officials bowed and said, then slowly left the room. "Go and call that merchant. I have something to ask him." The attendant next to him left quickly. About 10 minutes later, the attendant brought the merchant over. "How many pirates attacked you? Where did they attack? What is the name of this pirate?" Sulin glanced at the merchant and asked directly. "Your Majesty, the pirates who attacked us should be one-eyed. The skull on their pirate flag is one-eyed. This is the symbol of one-eyed. At that time we were attacked by 4 pirate ships. There were at least 1,000 pirates. They disguised themselves as merchant ships and suddenly launched an attack on the Norman Islands. We were caught unprepared and the 3 ships were quickly occupied by the pirates. If it wasn't for a sudden whirlwind that scattered the pirates' formation, we wouldn't have been able to break through the siege. Your Majesty, this time our caravan suffered heavy losses. The goods and ships robbed added up to at least 500,000 kinar. Please avenge us," Rhodes said with a pained expression. "How much do you know about one-eyed pirates? How many pirates are there? Where are they active?" Sulin asked in a deep voice. "I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I don't know much about one-eyed pirates. After all, Pirates hide their tracks except when they rob, Rhodes said. Then tell me what you know. Su Lin nodded. Yes, Your Majesty. Rhodes reorganized his words and said, It is said that there are 1,000 one-eyed pirates and they are one of the largest pirates in the southern seas. They are ruthless and never leave anyone alive after a successful robbery. That is why very little information about them has been leaked. One-Eye's flagship is the Black Dragon, an armed merchant ship. It is said that a wizard has cast a spell on this ship that can raise a large fog on the surface of the sea. There were a few times when One-Eyed was ambushed by the Tudor Kingdom's navy and was trapped in a tight encirclement. Thick fog suddenly rose from the sea and turned everything white in a breath. Almost nothing could be seen beyond 3 meters. One-Eyed took the opportunity to escape. After his escape, One-Eyed began to attack the Tudor Kingdom's merchant ships, causing the Tudor Kingdom to suffer heavy losses. Later, the Tudor Kingdom's navy launched a search and fought with this group of pirates many times. One-Eyed suffered heavy losses after a few times. 3 out of 5 pirate ships were sunk, so he had to give up. However, the Tudor Kingdom's navy did not gain any advantage. However, this incident also made him famous among the pirates and made him one of the most powerful pirates in the southern seas. One-Eyed is often active in the area of the Marin Islands, which is a route to the eastern continent. Merchant ships often pass through it, but this time for some reason he suddenly appeared in the Norman Islands and launched an attack on us. After listening to Rhodes's introduction, Su Lin had some understanding of One-Eye's pirates. They were meticulous, well-informed, cruel, fierce and vengeful. At the same time they were also bold. After all, not many pirates dared to go head-to-head with the navy. However, One-Eyed had actually gone head-to-head with the navy more than once. Not only was he not eliminated, but he was also getting stronger and stronger. Su Lin actually did not care much about the strength of One-Eye's pirates. After all, to him, anyone below the legendary level was just an ant. As long as he was willing, he could single-handedly destroy all of One-Eye's pirates. However, the reason why pirates could not stop attacking despite repeated prohibitions was because they were secretive about their whereabouts. The sea was vast and there were many islands. Pirates usually built their nests in some sea areas far away from the sea route. The most difficult thing to eliminate pirates was not to defeat them, but to find their nest. Even if Su Lin knew that One-Eye's pirates were behind it, it was still very difficult to find them. However, it was not impossible. If there was no other way, he could ask Hathaway for a divination. The strength of One-Eye's pirates was far from the legendary level. The difference in strength was very large. This kind of divination would require too much effort. After a day of preparation, a large number of sailors gathered at the port of Deepwater City. All the sailors in the city had arrived, and there were also 2 ships docked at the port. Because 3 ships were robbed by pirates, there were only 2 ships left in Deepwater City. In addition, there was a warship that was still being piloted by Barbassa. Its strength was far inferior to One-Eye's. Of course, this did not take into account the situation of Raging Dragon. The sky gradually brightened, and soon a black spot appeared on the sea. The black spot was very fast and it was revealed in a short time. It was the naval warship led by Barbassa. At this time, the warship had just completed sailing training and was moving towards the port. About half an hour later, the ship docked at the port. After seeing the situation at the port, Barbassa was slightly stunned. Then, as if he had thought of something, his face became a little dignified. "Your Majesty, what happened?" Barbassa hurried to Su Lin and asked nervously after saluting. "Our fleet was attacked by One-Eye's pirates, and only 1 ship escaped," Su Lin said with a gloomy face. "Now take your people, replenish the supplies and immediately set out to find these pirates. I want to completely eliminate them." "Yes, Your Majesty." Barbassa's heart trembled and he immediately said. Then, without caring about the repairs, he ordered the coolies to carry the supplies to the ship. Because the development time of Deepwater City was very short, the number of sailors here was not many. Although Su Lin spent a lot of time to train them, it was still not enough. In addition, 3 ships were robbed, the sailors on them would certainly not survive. The quality of the sailors was much worse than before. Most of the sailors in front of him were ordinary people or strong ordinary people. Su Lin did not have much hope for these people. For him, the role of these sailors was to carry the spoils of war. Soon, Barbassa carried all the supplies. After making sure that all the ships were ready, Su Lin said directly, "Let's go." The 3 ships quickly raised their sails, and then lined up in a column and slowly sailed out of the harbor. After leaving the port, the fleet changed direction and sailed directly to the south. What others did not know was that in the dark sea, a huge shadow was following closely under the sea. It was Sullen's magic ship, the Angry Dragon. Although they did not know the lair of the one-eyed pirates, they would definitely sell the stolen goods after robbing the fleet. Ordinary port pirates would not dare to dock at all, and ordinary merchants would not dare to do this business. However, there was a place that specialized in this, and that was the Shipwreck Harbor. The Shipwreck Harbor was a pirate harbor that provided various services for pirates. The Shipwreck Harbor was hidden in countless islands in the Southern Sea. Not only could ships be repaired here, but there were also taverns, blacksmiths, and brothels. Most of the pirates in the Southern Sea dealt with their spoils here. In addition to pirates, there were also various smugglers. As long as you had money, those smugglers would even dare to sell warships. This was also the treasury of most pirates. After robbing, those pirates liked to come here to relax. It could be said that the prosperity of this harbor was not worse than ordinary ports. Although Sulin did not know the specific location of the Shipwreck Harbor, Barbassa, as a former pirate captain, naturally knew the location of the Shipwreck Harbor. Therefore, he led the fleet directly to the Shipwreck Harbor. The attack of the one-eyed pirates also made Sulin realize the danger that Deepwater City was facing. After opening the channel, not only would there be caravans coming, but there would also be pirates eyeing this place. According to the current strength of Deepwater City, it would be very difficult to protect this channel. At present, Deepwater City only had Barbassa's navy, and the number of people was less than 300. It was impossible to ensure the safety of the channel. Therefore, to ensure the safety of the channel, Sulin needed to use some other methods. The simplest and most violent method was to establish his power and directly eliminate a few pirates with thunderous means. This way, other pirates would be deterred. Sulin was very clear about what pirates were. These guys were brave, ruthless, cruel, and greedy. They seemed to be very difficult to deal with. In reality, pirates were all a bunch of wretched wretches. They knew how to steer according to the wind. As long as you were strong enough and your fists were hard enough, they would know what humility was. Those who were disobedient would be chopped to death, and the rest would be obedient. The rule of bandits was the law of the jungle. They had no so-called loyalty. Betrayal could be said to be a common occurrence. As long as you were strong enough to lead other pirates to rob gold, silver, and jewelry, then these pirates would support you. However, if you could not lead them to gain benefits, then the pirate group would quickly fall apart. Your Majesty, do we go directly to the Shipwreck Harbor? Barbassa asked. Yes, go directly to the Shipwreck Harbor. Sulin said in a deep voice. Your Majesty, there is no problem going to the Shipwreck Harbor, but there is a rule in the Shipwreck Harbor. Fighting is not allowed in the Shipwreck Harbor. Barbassa reminded. What if we fight? Sulin sneered. If we fight, we will be wanted by the pirates and all the pirates will attack us. Barbassa swallowed and said. Chapter 6:15. Wanted by pirates? Sulin raised his eyebrows. Yes. Barbassa continued, this is the rule set by several pirate kings and written in the pirate code. All pirates must be on guard. Sulin sneered. Pirate code? What does it have to do with us? We are not pirates. We are the Navy of Deepwater City. We are here to eliminate pirates. Besieged by pirates? That's exactly what I want. I was worried that they would run away. The Shipwreck Harbor was located in an archipelago with complicated waters. It was originally a barren island, but it gradually prospered because of pirates. The pirates robbed a lot of goods but had no way to sell them, so they could only abandon them. Later, some smugglers tried to contact the pirates and buy the goods at a low price. After tasting the sweetness, the smugglers and pirates hit it off. Thus, the Shipwreck Harbor was created. From the beginning they sold goods, then later they repaired ships, modified ships, sold weapons, and even found prostitutes to open brothels and taverns for the pirates to enjoy. Could be said that the smugglers made a lot of money here. Of course, the Shipwreck Harbor was also a treasure trove for several pirate kings. The smugglers who did business here had to pay a lot of protection fees every year before they were allowed to make money here. All the pirate leaders wanted to get involved here, but there were only 7 pirate kings here. Only by defeating one of the pirate kings could they get the benefits here. Sullen's goal was very clear, which was the Shipwreck Harbor. The one-eyed dragon was most likely in the Shipwreck Harbor. The speed of the fleet was very fast. 2 days later, the fleet arrived at the Norman Islands, which was the area where the one-eyed man attacked the Deepwater Port fleet. This island was an uninhabited island. The vegetation on the island was lush, but there was not much production. There was even little freshwater resources. Sulin let the fleet search around here, but unfortunately they did not find any survivors. Your Majesty, no survivors were found, nor were there any traces of pirates. Barbassa reported to Su Len. Continue to the south. The fleet passed the Norman Islands and continued to sail. After arriving here, the fleet moved faster. The trade wind blew the sails, allowing the fleet to move forward quickly. After arriving here, they were close to the southern sea. Su Len returned to his cabin to rest. About a day later, he suddenly heard a commotion outside. Pirate spotted. Pirate spotted. Everyone, prepare for battle. Quick, quick, quick. You bunch of cowards, pick up your weapons and prepare for battle. Su Len immediately got up, and in the next second he appeared on the deck with a flash of light. At this time, Barbassa was already standing on the bow, and next to him was the marine who had already picked up their weapons. The marines on the deck were still a little flustered. It was their first time encountering pirates, so they were very nervous. However, Barbassa's training was still very effective. Under his loud roar, these fledgling marines quickly calmed down. They picked up their weapons and aimed at the ships that were coming quickly. It's a tiger shark. A marine quickly recognized the pirate ship. When Barbassa was training the marines, he told them about the pirates that were active on the sea. The tiger shark pirates were one of them. The leader of this pirate group was said to be a believer of Dagon. He was a mixed blood and had part of the mud giant's blood. His birth was entirely due to Dagon's sacrificial ceremony, so when he was born he received Dagon's blessing, which gave him the ability to control sea creatures. The reason why the tiger shark pirates were called the tiger shark pirates was because they raised a tiger shark. It seems that we are being treated as fat sheep, Barbassa said as he looked at the approaching pirate ship. Su Len looked up, then he exerted force on his feet. His body instantly rose from the ground, then he turned around and landed on the mast. He then looked at the pirate ship in the distance. There was a pirate ship approaching. The pirate flag fluttered with a skull and a shark. Around the pirate ship, there were more than a dozen small sampans that could only seat 5 or 6 people. They had hooks and scimitars in their hands and they were looking at them with a grin. These pirates were prepared for boarding battle. The pirates rotated the hooks in their hands quickly. Once they reached a certain distance, they would throw them onto the ship and quickly board the ship to fight. Tiger shark. It's that tiger shark. In the sea, a huge shadow appeared. It was the tiger shark raised by the pirate leader. Originally, tiger sharks were only 4 or 5 meters long. Although they were very fierce, they were not a threat to ships. However, the tiger shark in front of them was obviously more than 4 or 5 meters long. The shadow in the sea was at least 20 meters long. With such a huge body, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a whale, let alone a shark. It was clear that this tiger shark had become larger and larger for some reason. However, Su Len did not feel any other aura from the tiger shark. Obviously, this tiger shark did not have Dagon's power. He did not know how the mixed blood giant raised the tiger shark to such a size. With such a huge body, it could directly sink some ships. No wonder he dared to rob Sullen's fleet with only one ship. Want to use the tiger shark to deal with me? Su Len sneered, then a light rose from his body. Dominate monster. A magical energy was instantly transmitted from Sullen's body. In the next second, the tiger shark that was constantly rushing towards the ship suddenly stopped. A trace of Sullen's spiritual power instantly enveloped the tiger shark. Feeling that Sullen's spiritual power wanted to control it, the tiger shark immediately resisted. However, Sullen's soul was so powerful that even if he only used a trace of his spiritual power, the tiger shark could not resist. Its consciousness was easily suppressed by Su Len and was completely under Sullen's control. After dealing with the enemy's strongest trump card, the next battle was even simpler. Looking at the aggressive pirates, Su Len directly cast spells on them. All troops cheer. Group haste. Group bears tenacity. Group bulls brute force. Group magic weapon. Group foxes cunning. Boost morale. Group water walk. Light after light flashed through the navies, and the panicking navies instantly became fired up. Even the weakest of goblins would become incomparably courageous at this moment with the support of a spell that boosted morale and uplifted morale. Under the numerous spells, the fighting strength of all the soldiers soared by several levels. Feeling the formidable power in their body, many soldiers directly jumped down from the ship. Under the shocked eyes of those pirates, they stepped on the sea water as if they were walking on flat ground and rushed over. Chapter 6:16. Many of the soldiers jumped down from the ship and ran quickly on the surface of the water under the stunned eyes of the pirates. After being buffed with various statuses, the soldiers' combat power was off the charts. They quickly covered a distance of a few hundred meters. How is this possible? How can they run on the water? On the pirate ship, A pirate with a hideous scar on his face was in disbelief. Adepts? They have adepts. At this moment, one of the pirates cried out in panic. The face of the leader of the pirates changed slightly. With a sweep of his scimitar, a cold light flashed and the throat of the pirate who was shouting in panic was cut open. Blood gushed out in an instant. The pirate covered his neck with both hands and wanted to say something, but the light in his eyes quickly dimmed. What wizards? It's just a small trick. If you dare to disturb the morale of my troops again, you will be beheaded. The leader of the pirates shouted. A trace of fierceness flashed in his eyes as he swept his gaze across the surrounding pirates. All the pirates who met his gaze felt a chill in their hearts. Everyone get ready for battle immediately. Kill all those who dare to resist, and you will get an extra 30% of the rewards this time. Tiger Shark Walton immediately shouted when he saw the enemies rushing towards him. Behead one person and you will get 5 gold coins. Behead 2 people and you will get 12 gold coins. Behead 3 people and you will get 20 gold coins. Hearing Walton's reward, the eyes of these desperados lit up and their faces flushed. The morale of the pirates who were panicking because of those people running on the water was greatly boosted. However, this morale only lasted for a short few minutes. Soon, those people were already in close combat with the pirates on the small boats. These Navy soldiers who were buffed with various statuses were all very powerful. The pirates who were originally brandishing their scimitars were cut in half. Originally, the weapons were carefully crafted by the dwarves. After being enchanted by Su Lin, they became even sharper. The scrap metal of these pirates was no match for them at all. As soon as they clashed, a large number of pirates were killed on the spot. Run! Jump off the ship! It was unknown which pirate shouted, but the surrounding pirates reacted instantly. Without thinking, they dived into the sea. Unfortunately, although these pirates escaped the fate of being killed, they fell into a more dangerous situation. The giant tiger shark that had just been subdued by Su Lin became extremely excited after smelling the blood. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the pirates who had jumped into the sea. Charge! Today is the day to make a name for yourself. Kill all these pirates and avenge our dead brothers. Kill them. Seeing how easily they slaughtered those pirates, the soldiers let out excited howls. Brandishing their weapons, they charged towards the pirate ship. Those pirates who were originally eager to give it a try felt as though a bucket of ice water had been poured over their heads. Chills ran down their spines from the inside out. Many pirates couldn't help but avert their eyes as though looking for a way out. Quick, pick up your weapons. Kill them if you want to live. Tiger Shark Walton's expression changed abruptly, and he shouted madly. However, the effect was not good. Quickly turn the rudder and leave this place quickly. Tiger Shark Walton finally realized that the situation was not good. He quickly ordered the pirates to turn the rudder and escape from this sea area. However, it was already too late. After killing all the pirates on the surrounding sampans, the soldiers waved their hooks and charged towards the pirate ship. At the same time, Barbassa's warship arrived at a distance of 20 meters. Bang bang bang. The prepared ballista was immediately fired. The 3-meter-long spear with unparalleled power hit the pirate ship in an instant. The rope tied to the spear was also tightened in an instant. The pirate ship that was about to turn around and escape was instantly caught, unable to move. Boys, the opportunity to make a name for yourself has come. Follow me. Barbassa roared. With one hand holding the rope and the other hand holding the long sword, he directly jumped down from the mast and swung towards the pirate ship not far away. Many soldiers followed closely behind him. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen soldiers successfully jumped onto the pirate ship. Barbassa rolled to avoid a pirate's scimitar. He swept his arm and the sharp sword cut through the air, instantly cutting the pirate in half. Barbassa's body and mind moved quickly, and the long sword in his hand swept across. Wherever he passed, there was no enemy. The surrounding naval soldiers saw how brave their captain was, and they were greatly encouraged. With just one charge, they killed the surrounding pirates. Taking advantage of this opportunity, more naval soldiers boarded the pirate ship, and the number of naval soldiers increased rapidly. Barbassa's strength wasn't bad to begin with. After being buffed with so many buffs, he had turned into a killing machine. His long saber slashed through the air, causing blood to splatter. In just a dozen seconds, 5 to 6 pirates around him had been chopped into two. The pirate leader, Tiger Shark Walton, had an ugly expression on his face. The enemy's strength was beyond his expectations. The surrounding pirates were no match for them. It hadn't been long, but they were already retreating. Now he didn't even have the chance to escape. Waves of Marines continued to rush onto the pirate ship, and the number of pirates was rapidly decreasing. Barbossa saw the pirate leader and with a jump, he directly rushed up. With many buffs, Barbossa was simply unstoppable on the pirate ship. The long sword in his hand drew out a sword light and continuously slashed. Clang clang clang. A series of clashing sounds could be heard. At this moment, Walton's face was filled with fear. Barbossa was suppressing him both in terms of strength and speed. Facing Barbossa's attacks, Walton could only try his best to parry. The chain mail on the mountain had already been slashed until it was riddled with scars. There were even wounds on his body. Kacha. The sound of metal breaking was heard, and the curved sword in Walton's hand could no longer withstand the destruction and directly broke. Tiger Shark Walton's expression changed. However, before he could react, Barbossa's long blade had already swept towards him. A bright blade light flashed and Walton's head flew into the air, following which Walton's headless corpse fell to the ground. The battle ended quickly, and the fledgling deep-water city navy obtained a great victory. They successfully won the battle with a small price, and more than 60% of the pirates, including the pirate leader Walton, were directly beheaded. The sea was full of the smell of blood, and attracted by the smell of blood, many sharks wandered in the sea, but they were afraid of the tiger shark that Su Lin had just subdued, and did not dare to approach. Everyone start cleaning the battlefield and count the wounded and calculate the spoils and military achievements. All the spoils of war will be collected and distributed later. Su Lin gave a few simple instructions, and then ordered the soldiers to deal with the aftermath. Those who dare to hide the spoils of war, cut off one of their hands. Barbossa said loudly and then ordered people to clean up the battlefield. Su Lin was not surprised by the result of this naval battle. Naval battles in this era were still in the state of hand-to-hand combat, and even if there were fire crystal cannons, the effect was very limited. The battle between pirates was the most cruel and the most effective battle in naval battles. Pirates liked to fight with pirates the most, because it could end the battle in the shortest time and obtain a lot of spoils of war. In the end, there were only 30 to 40 tiger shark pirates left alive, and these pirates were all squatting on the deck. Su Lin would not kill all of these pirates. These pirates were people who made a living on the sea, and they were qualified sailors. Deepwater port needed a large number of sailors to carry out maritime trade, and these pirates would be qualified sailors after some training. Basically, these pirates had seen blood, and even if they encountered other pirates, they would dare to fight to the death. As long as the leader of the pirates was beheaded and sent to prison for reform, these pirates could be used. After cleaning up the battlefield, there were very few spoils of war from this battle. All kinds of gold coins added up to less than 1,000, and there were also some gems and other things. Other than that, there was nothing else, but this was considered normal. The tiger shark pirates were originally out to rob, and naturally they would not bring any wealth. After Barbossa finished his inspection, he began to interrogate these pirates. Although the tiger shark pirates weren't very strong, they had a giant tiger shark. The Waltons had run amok in this sea area for a while, and the money they had plundered was also a huge amount. Even if the pirates spent money like water, they would still accumulate a huge amount of wealth, and Walton should have hidden the rest of the wealth. Do any of you know where Walton hid his treasure? Barbossa asked coldly. The first person to tell the secret will get 1/10 of the treasure, and the second person will get nothing. Now tell me your answer. Barbossa said with a smile. I know where Walton hid his treasure. Go away, what you know is fake. I know where Walton hid his treasure. I want to tell you. As soon as Barbossa's voice fell, the surrounding pirates went crazy, and they wanted to tell the location of the treasure, and they wanted to get the more generous reward. Soon, Barbossa found out the location of Walton's treasure, which was their old nest, Black Shark Island, and the name was also given by Walton. This was originally a remote island, and after the tiger shark pirates made it their stronghold, the island was developed, and a simple dock was built. There were also brothels, casinos, and other areas on the island. After confirming the location of Walton's treasure, Barbossa began to report to Su Lin. You said that there is a huge amount of treasure on Black Shark Island? Su Lin continued after thinking for a while. Yes, Your Majesty. Barbossa said. Adjust the direction of the fleet, we are going to Black Shark Island. Su Lin said without hesitation. The fleet slowly turned and set off in the direction of Black Shark Island. In the sea below the ship, the shadow of a huge monster appeared on the sea surface. Chapter 617. After defeating the tiger shark pirates, Deepwater City's fleet was reduced to 4 ships. He transferred some of his men from the other 3 ships, and with the help of the captured pirates, he restarted the pirate ship. Soon, the sails of the 4 ships swelled, and they quickly sailed in the direction of Black Shark Island. The Tigershark that he had just subdued also followed closely behind. This Tigershark was too big. Not to mention a shark, it was not an exaggeration to say that it was a whale. If it encountered a smaller ship, it would not be surprising if it directly overturned it. Otherwise, the Tigershark pirates would not have relied on him to become a powerful pirate group. Under the guidance of these pirates, the fleet bypassed the channel here, and then headed towards the Southern Sea area. The Southern Sea area was very large and there were many islands here. It was said that there were at least 10,000 islands of various sizes in this sea area. Because of this sea area had another name, Myriad Island Sea Area. Tens of thousands of islands were scattered all over this sea area, and because there were so many islands, the sea situation in this area was very complicated. Many pirates regarded this place as their lair. With so many islands, if one did not know the location, it could be said that it was as difficult as ascending to heaven to find the pirate lair. It was said that there was a hidden treasure island among these islands. The entire island was piled up with gold and silver, and all kinds of gems were like gravel. Legend has it that this island could buy the entire world. In the past, countless adventurers and pirates spent a lot of time and energy to collect this treasure island. In the end, most of them returned empty-handed, and many of them directly encountered all kinds of accidents and disappeared in the vast sea. Of course, there were some lucky people. Although they did not find the treasure island, they found other things and became rich. The most famous thing was the Spice Island. The whole island was grown with spices. One must know that the price of spices was not cheaper than white sugar, and it was even more expensive. It was said that in some areas of the northwest of the continent, the price of spices was equivalent to gold. There were also a lot of legends circulating in this sea area, such as the terrifying specter ship, the legendary mermaids, the mysterious and unpredictable ancient ruins, the fountain of youth that made people crazy, and so on. Every year, a large number of people would venture into this place to look for treasures. Black Shark Island was hidden among these tens of thousands of islands, and even the shipwreck harbor was hidden here. Under the leadership of the pirates, the fleet entered this area. The location of the Black Shark Island was very well hidden. After sailing for about half a day, the fleet finally arrived near a small island. The island was covered with lush plants, and there was a tall mountain in the middle of the island. There was nothing special about the island. They continued to drive around the island, and soon Su Lin saw a naturally formed bay behind the island. A river slowly flowed out of the bay. Small boats could pass through the river in the bay. There was a small harbor hidden in the bay. The harbor was not big and could only accommodate 3 or 4 ships. The Tigershark pirates were originally just an inconspicuous group among the countless pirates. After Walton joined, they began to rise. They obtained the leadership position by killing the original leader. After that, they started to divide and recruit other pirates to strengthen themselves. Pirates had no loyalty. They were only interested in benefits. As long as he led them to plunder all kinds of treasures, these pirates would support him. Basically, all the pirates grew in strength this way. The harbor of the Black Shark Island was very simple and crude. There were many pirates guarding this island. As their nest, the pirates still valued it very much. Otherwise, if the enemy came to sneak attack, the large amount of wealth they had accumulated would very likely be in the pocket of the enemy. After seeing the pirate ships escorting the 3 ships back, the pirates guarding the Black Shark Island cheered excitedly. 3 ships, this was definitely a big harvest. Even the pirates guarding the island would receive a considerable amount of income. The pirate guarding the island was the second leader of the Tigershark pirates. He was also an experienced old pirate. After seeing the ships slowly approaching, his brows slightly wrinkled. He felt that something was wrong. The surrounding pirates had excitedly sent out signals to guide the fleet to the shore. These pirates naturally did not know that the Tigershark Walton had been beheaded by Su Lin. They were thinking of a celebratory feast at night. Neat, how's the harvest this time? A pirate with a scar on his face looked at the bow of the ship. After glancing around, he shouted, "Where's Harlan? That kid still owes me 3 kinar. How's his harvest this time?" The pirate named Neat on the pirate ship came forward and shouted as if everything was normal, "Harlan, he's going to be rich this time. He's now guarding the loot on the back ship. Our luck today is really good. We just came to the open sea and we met this group of fat sheep." The leader directly commanded the Tigershark to take back the 3 ships. "We've made a lot of money this time." "Haha, that's good. It seems that you've made a lot of money this time. Next time when we go to the shipwreck harbor, you'll treat us." The pirate patted his chest and said, "Of course." Soon the pirate ship stopped at the edge of the harbor. At this time, the second leader of the pirates who stayed behind suddenly had a thought. No, the mood is not right. In the past, when the pirate ships returned from plundering, they were all cheering for fear that others would not know that they had robbed the goods. Why is it so quiet this time? Not good, they're the enemy? The second leader reacted instantly. He directly pulled out his weapon and shouted, "Pick up your weapons, they're the enemy." Just as the second leader of the pirates shouted, the surrounding pirates did not have time to react. The ships that were docking suddenly shot a rain of arrows, directly turning the pirates on the shore into hedgehogs. Then a large number of Deepwater City's navy jumped off the ship and directly rushed to the other pirates on the shore. The Tigershark Walton has been beheaded. Everyone who surrenders will be spared. The Deepwater City's navy and the surrendered pirates attacked while shouting loudly. The remaining pirates were caught off guard and were killed in large numbers. After a burst of sword light, many pirates were beaten to the point that they could not fight back. The death of the Tigershark Walton shocked them. Coupled with the sneak attack, the pirates on the battlefield were defeated at an astonishing speed. Sulin jumped off the deck and looked at the defeated pirates. He then shouted, "The Walton has been executed. Those who surrender will be interviewed. Those who resist will be killed without mercy. Those who surrender will be spared. Those who resist will be killed without mercy. Those who surrender will be spared. Those who resist will be killed without mercy. Those who surrender will be spared. Those who resist will be killed without mercy." Countless Marines shouted, and a fierce aura rose from their bodies. The pirates on Black Shark Island were so scared that their faces turned pale. Their legs trembled, and they no longer had their previous fierceness. Clang! A soft sound came. Not far away, a pirate scimitar fell to the ground. He then knelt on the ground with a plop. This sound seemed to be a signal. The surrounding pirates also threw away their weapons. Then one by one they knelt on the ground like dominoes. Some of the pirates who were unwilling to surrender had a change in expression. They turned around and wanted to escape without thinking. But before they could run a few steps, lightning suddenly fell from the sky and struck them into charcoal. Soon the entire Black Shark Island fell into Sullen's hands. This time, more than 100 pirates left on Black Shark Island. Except for those who were killed at the beginning and those who fled after seeing the situation turn bad, the remaining 60 to 70 surrendered. All the pirates were gathered and interrogated. They were asked to confess all the treasures buried on Black Shark Island. In order to prevent them from colluding, Barbassa separated all the pirates for interrogation. At the same time, Sulin led a few other pirates to the place where Walton buried the treasures. The place where Walton buried the treasures was very hidden. Every time Walton finished robbing, he would distribute the treasures to all the pirates according to their contributions. As the leader, he alone would get 30%. Every time he obtained a treasure, Walton would hide it in a cave. This cave was very strange. The entrance was under the sea. The sea was very deep and there were many undercurrents around it. If one was not careful, one would be sucked into it. The passage to the cave was very long. Even the pirates with the best swimming skills were not sure if they could enter. Only Walton could enter by hiding in the mouth of a tiger shark. Even if the other pirates knew the location of the treasure, they could only look at it and sigh. There was nothing they could do. Moreover, there were sharks wandering outside the treasure vault. These sharks had been tamed by Walton. They would attack all creatures that came close. After coming to a beach, a few pirates pointed at the sea not far away and said, "Sir, Walton's treasure is hidden here. However, the environment below is very bad. Not only are there undercurrents but there are also sharks. We can't get close. But it's not difficult for you. You just have to let the tiger shark bring you in." "Can't get close? Don't worry, it's not a problem for me." Sulin snorted. Then a light flashed from his body. Underwater breathing. Water elemental technique. Two lights rose from their bodies. Then, under Sullen's lead, they entered the sea. After using the water elemental technique and water elemental technique, their movements in the water were not restricted. Moreover, their movement speed was very fast. After adapting to the surrounding environment, Hathaway directed them to move deeper into the sea. As they went deeper, the sea became darker. They continued to move forward along the passage under the sea. At this time, a few black shadows swam toward them. Chapter 6:18. The black shadows continued to approach. In just a few breaths' time they appeared not far away. In the dim seawater, these ferocious sharks could be seen clearly. Their sharp, dagger-like teeth gleamed with a cold light. A trace of panic flashed across the eyes of the people who were moving in the seawater. Although they were blessed with underwater breathing and water travel, their combat power in the water was still inferior to those sharks. Now they were in this sea passage. The faces of these ordinary pirates changed drastically when they suddenly encountered these sharks. Dominate the monsters. A flash of light flashed from Sullen's body. The aggressive sharks instantly stopped moving forward and became monsters under Sullen's control in the next second. With more than a dozen sharks, Su Lin continued to lead everyone to the treasure cave. After swimming for a few more minutes, they finally reached the end of the seawater passage. A ray of light shone through the dark seawater. After seeing the light, everyone floated up. In the blink of an eye they arrived at a cave. Above the cave, more than a dozen luminous pearls were inlaid. These luminous pearls quietly scattered soft light around the cave. Through this weak light, Su Lin could clearly see the entire cave. This cave was wrapped in rock and was very hard and sturdy. The space inside was very large. Su Lin casually looked around and found that this place was at least 1,000 square meters. This was incredible. In this cave, more than a dozen boxes were piled up. Su Lin waved at a pirate next to him and asked him to open the boxes. Very quickly, the pirate walked over in high spirits. Picking up his scimitar, he cut off the rusty lock on the chest. Crack. With a soft sound, the lock was directly cut off. Next, the pirate grabbed the box and opened it. Su Lin only saw a flash of golden light in front of his eyes. All kinds of gold, silver, and jewelry in the box appeared in front of him. Then the pirate waved his scimitar and passed through the boxes quickly. With a swing of his scimitar, more than a dozen boxes' locks were cut off. Boxes of gold appeared in front of everyone. For a moment, the entire cave was illuminated by these golden lights. Su Lin came closer to check. Among these boxes, some were filled with gold and various gold products, while others were filled with various gems. The value of this treasure was at least over 1 million. After a simple check, Su Lin waved his hand and stored the treasures into his storage space. He then began to search around the cave. After confirming that nothing had happened, Su Lin left the space and returned to the Black Shark Island. By the time Su Lin returned, the spoils of war on Shark Island had almost been cleaned up. Su Lin came to the hall built by the pirates, took a simple rest and ate something. After a while, Barbassa walked over like Su Lin. After putting down the food, Su Lin picked up the teacup and took a sip. He then looked up at Barbossa and asked slowly, "Is the celebration over?" "Your Majesty, it's done." Barbassa bowed slightly to Su Lin and said, 2 boxes of gold and jewelry were found in the treasure house on the island. The places that other pirates told us to search have been searched. Basically, all the places with hidden compartments have been searched. There are a lot of goods in the warehouse, but they need to be transported out. The total value should be about 130,000 kinnar. Among them, there are about 80,000 gold coins that can be spent directly. The rest are all valuable goods. Su Lin nodded. This time, the fleet obtained a lot of gold from occupying Black Shark Island. He was going to take out a part of it as a reward. Soon, Su Lin finished calculating in his mind. He then ordered, "Reward everyone who participated in the battle with 15 kinnar. Let them eat as much as they want, but no one is allowed to drink. Arrange some people to take turns to stand guard. Make an inventory of the goods that are easy to get rid of. Take a few thousand gold nars with you and bring a group of people to the hot spring port tomorrow morning to get rid of all the goods. Make sure to erase all the markings on the goods and sell them to the city as soon as possible. Even if the price is low, that's fine. After that, start recruiting people. Leave behind some money from the sale of the goods. It should be enough for you to recruit a group of outlaws. We won't stay here for too long. Next, we need to go to the shipwreck port. Let the pirates recover as soon as possible, and then control them as soon as possible. Okay, you go do your work." Su Lin finished the simple assignment and then left in a hurry. After all, there were only a few literate people in this world. After all, many people didn't even have enough to eat. There were many good fighters among the pirates, but there were not many who could read or learn. After all, in this era the price to learn was not small. Barbassa's level of education was not bad. Barbassa used to be a worker in a bookstore. He was better than other pirates in knowledge, trade, and management. When he was a worker in the bookstore, Barbassa secretly learned a lot of knowledge. North Town City. As time passed, the population kept increasing. North Town City became more and more lively. Caravans from all over the world came in an endless stream. The route to Deepwater City also became busier. The few towns along the way were the strongholds of North Town City. As the embroidered uniform guard continued to grow, a lot of information was sent by the embroidered uniform guard at the same time. Information from the surrounding countries was also collected. The situation in the desert was not right. It seemed that the caravan route was occupied by the Ottomans. The desert was in chaos during this time. It seemed that a powerful monster ran out of a ruin in the desert. The appearance of this monster made the surrounding desert very chaotic. At the same time, there seemed to be traces of devils in some of the cities of the southern kings. Compared to the simple violence of the devils liked to use contracts. They liked to hide in the dark and scheme against the humans. The arrival of the elemental tide had changed the whole continent. Black Shark Island. A few ships slowly docked and then a group of soldiers came down. In addition to these soldiers, there were also many people who came here. These people were the pirates recruited by Barbossa. After staying on Black Shark Island for 2 days, Sulin let Barbossa continue to lead the fleet. This time their target was the shipwreck port. The one-eyed man who robbed his fleet recently sold his stolen goods here. Chapter 619. On Black Shark Island, Sulin disposed of all the goods that were not easy to transport at a low price, and then asked Barbossa to recruit some sailors to add to the ships. Finally, the number of people on the 4 ships was complete. The pirates who had surrendered were all scattered and assigned to the 4 ships. Although these pirates were very respectful and obedient, and the pirate tradition was that the strong preyed on the weak, Sulin did not fully believe them. Who knew if these guys would rebel at a critical moment, so it was best to scatter them all to different places. Sulin stood on the bow of the warship, overlooking the entire port. Now the fleet of Deepwater City had reached more than 600 people. Barbossa stood respectfully behind him, and there were several brave and promoted Marines next to him. These people would be assigned to other ships as captains or first officers. The materials on Black Shark Island were all disposed of, and some of the kinnar had been given to everyone as a reward. The rest was kept in the storage space by Sulin. Next it was time to deal with One-Eyed Pirate. You dare to rob my ship, this time I must make you spit it out with interest. Let's go. Sulin directly waved his hand and ordered. The 4 ships immediately put away their anchors, raised their sails and began to sail slowly. While Barbossa was recruiting sailors, he also inquired about information regarding the One-Eyed Pirates in the surrounding ports. During this time, One-Eyed Pirate did not continue to commit crimes. He should be dealing with the looted materials. In addition to the news of One-Eyed Pirate, Barbossa also collected information about Shipwreck Port. Everything was normal in Shipwreck Port during this time. Now the pirate king in Shipwreck Port was Redbeard. He was a dragonborn sea giant. Originally he was just a mixed-blood sea giant. Although his strength was good, he did not reach the level of a pirate king. But when he went out to sea to rob again, his ship encountered a storm and the whole ship sank in the storm. Because he had the blood of a sea giant, he escaped. But he was also washed to an unknown island by the sea. It had to be said that this pirate king's luck was really good. After a series of setbacks, the dragon vein in his body actually awakened. He became a dragonborn sea giant. After awakening the dragon bloodline, the strength of the dragonborn sea giant increased greatly. Then it rose rapidly like a comet. In a short 10 years, it became the overlord of the southern sea region. The dragonborn sea giant had many pirates under him, including humans, lizardmen, murlocs and many other races. It could be said that he was one of the strongest pirate kings in the southern seas. There were a total of 7 pirate kings in the southern waters. These pirate kings had different backgrounds. One of them was said to have the shadow of the sea church behind him. Another pirate king had the shadow of the merfolk behind him. There were also the shadows of the human kingdom, the Amazons, the Dagon church and the wizards. Although the pirate kings were powerful, they were inextricably linked with the various forces around them. If Sulin wanted to make a move in the shipwreck harbor, then he would have to face the power of the dragonborn sea giant, the pirate king. The northern battlefront city was very famous in the north, but it was very common in the south. After all, it was too far away. But if Sulin directly defeated a pirate king this time, then other pirates would have to consider whether they could bear the anger of the Deepwater City before robbing the ships of the Deepwater City. The fleet slowly sailed south under the command of Barbossa. The location of the shipwreck harbor was very hidden. A day passed quickly, and the ships of the Deepwater City finally entered the shipwreck harbor. There were hundreds of large and small islands around the shipwreck harbor. The shipwreck harbor was the largest smuggling harbor in this sea region. Most of the pirates in the southern seas sold their stolen goods here, including the One-Eyed Dragon pirates. This time, Sulin's target was very clear. It was the One-Eyed Dragon pirates. At the shipwreck harbor, dozens of pirate ships gathered here. Compared to this place, the simple harbor of the deep-water port was simply unsightly. Su Lin stood at the bow of the ship and looked at the pirate ships in the harbor. These pirate ships in front of him were full of all kinds of flags. Su Lin did not make a move directly. Instead, he asked people to dock the ships. Soon, the 4 ships were docked in a relatively remote location. Barbassa took people ashore and began to look for the One-Eyed Dragon pirates. The One-Eyed Dragon was still very famous in the southern seas. After all, he was second only to the pirate kings. Su Lin waited on the ship for about 3 hours before Barbassa finally returned. "Found the One-Eyed Dragon?" Su Lin asked directly. Barbassa nodded. "Found him, Your Majesty. The One-Eyed Dragon pirates have just disposed of the goods and are now buying supplies. It won't be long before they set sail." "Then wait for him outside the harbor," Su Lin said in a deep voice. "Yes, Your Majesty." The 4 ships quickly set sail again and then came near the shipwreck harbor. He did not have to wait for long. Soon, a fleet of 6 pirate ships slowly sailed out of the harbor. This fleet was the One-Eyed Dragon pirates that robbed the Deepwater City's fleet. The One-Eyed Dragon pirate ship originally had 6 ships. After robbing the Deepwater City's fleet, they directly owned 9 ships. The remaining 3 ships were still being repaired in their nest. After seeing the One-Eyed Dragon pirate ship appear, Su Lin directly appeared on the high platform. His eyes coldly looked at the fleet not far away, and then said in a deep voice, "Warriors, the time for revenge has come. Pick up your weapons and kill them. Victory belongs to us. Victory belongs to us. Do it." With Sulin's order, the 4 ships immediately rushed toward the One-Eyed Dragon pirate ship. At the same time in the sea, a huge shadow was moving quickly. A tiger shark of more than 20 meters long was approaching from the bottom of the sea. In the distance, the One-Eyed Dragon pirate ship, who was happily preparing to return to their nest, did not care that it was a ship on the sea. Although they saw 4 ships rushing toward them as soon as they left the harbor, the One-Eyed Dragon pirate ship was not too vigilant because they were in the shipwreck harbor area. After all, fighting was prohibited in this area. No one dared to disobey the orders of the 7 pirate kings, but they obviously miscalculated. This time their opponents were not pirates. It was not until the ships in the deep-water port were only 200 or 300 meters away from them that the One-Eyed Dragon pirate ship reacted. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Full rudder to the port. Everyone pick up your weapons and get ready to fight. Seeing that the 4 ships did not slow down at all, the One-Eyed Dragon pirate ship immediately realized that the situation was not right. He immediately ordered the pirates to get ready to fight, but unfortunately it was too late. Chapter 620. Su Lin sneered as he looked at the pirate ship not far away. A huge shadow quickly appeared in the sea. Before the pirates who had just picked up their weapons could see it clearly, they felt the ship under their feet suddenly shake violently. Then the entire ship shook violently. Many unprepared pirates fell from the ship into the sea and were swallowed by the tiger sharks in the sea. "Not good. It's a sea monster. Grab the ropes. The sea monster is coming." "Where's the ballista?" "Take the ballista and shoot." "Hold on. Hold on." The tiger sharks hit the pirate ship a few times in a row. Under the impact, the pirate ship shook back and forth, as if it would be knocked over in the next second. "It's the tiger sharks, they're from the Tiger Shark pirate group." One of the pirates saw the monster in the sea clearly and quickly shouted, "Tiger Shark pirate group? How dare they attack us?" One-Eyed Dragon's face was ferocious as he pulled out the scimitar in his hand. "Everyone get ready to fight. Kill all these guys who dare to attack us." Barbassa commanded the ship to move forward. After seeing the pirate ship's slow reaction, he immediately shouted, "Full rudder to the left. Prepare the ballista. Fire." Bang bang bang. Dozens of arrows flew out with ropes attached to them. The spears that were more than 3 meters long directly pierced through the deck and ruthlessly pierced into it. The ship that was turning was pulled by dozens of ropes and instantly stopped moving. At the same time, on the other side of the ropes, capstans were stirring vigorously. The distance between the 2 ships was quickly shortened. "Archers get ready. 45 degrees, fire in unison. Fire." Buzz. With a buzzing sound, hundreds of arrows instantly flew up and enveloped the pirate ship. A large number of pirates were pierced by the arrows that fell from the sky. After 3 rounds of arrows, the deck was in a mess. Dozens of pirates who could not dodge in time were directly nailed to the deck. "Prepare to jump ship and fight." After 3 rounds of arrow rain, Barbassa directly pulled out the long sword at his waist. Then he grabbed a rope and swung toward the ship not far away. After 3 rounds of arrow rain, the pirates suffered heavy casualties. They were simply unable to stop the enemy from jumping ship and fighting. Su Lin had also blessed the army with all kinds of buffs at the start of the battle. These soldiers were full of vigor, and the pirates of the One-Eyed Dragon pirates weren't their match. After being enchanted, the Navy's weapons were all equivalent to Transcendent Rank 1 or Rank 2 weapons. Facing the ordinary weapons of the pirates, their scimitars were directly cut in half. Deepwater City's navy was very fast. Under the effect of greater haste, these people were like ghosts. Every time their blades flashed, an enemy would fall. The same scene played out on the other pirate ships. Although Deepwater City's navy had fewer ships, they still had the upper hand with the support of arrows and spells. As the leader of the One-Eyed Dragon pirate ship, One-Eyed Sean had an ugly expression on his face. His men were losing ground on the battlefield. Just as he was about to lead his men to charge forward, a cold voice suddenly sounded in his ears. "You're One-Eyed Sean? Who is it?" Shaoan's expression changed drastically, and he subconsciously swept the long saber in his hand in the direction of the voice. Clang. The sound of metal colliding was heard, and Sean's palm was slightly numb. Although he hadn't attacked with his full strength just now, his strength wasn't weak at all. However, the result was that his wrist was slightly numb. "Looks like it really is you." Sullen's palm exerted force, and the Thunder God's spear instantly burst out with dazzling lightning. One-Eyed Sean was directly wrapped in lightning, and he lost control of his body in an instant. Streaks of lightning quickly flashed around, and the surrounding enemies were instantly hit by the lightning. The powerful lightning swept across, and the pirates with weaker physiques were directly burned to charcoal. Only a few pirates managed to survive. Since he had already made his move, Su Lin gently waved the Thunder God's spear in his hand. The originally clear sky was suddenly covered by dark clouds, and countless lightning snakes kept rolling in the dark clouds. The thunder clouds kept rolling, and the whole sky seemed to be destroyed. The next second, countless lightning bolts fell from the sky, and these lightning bolts instantly hit the pirates who were resisting on the pirate ship. The powerful lightning power directly paralyzed the pirates and made them unable to move. The surrounding navy immediately seized the opportunity and directly beheaded the pirates with their long sabers. It only took a few minutes for several pirate ships to be cleared out, and a strong smell of blood came from the air. At the same time, the battle on the sea attracted the attention of the shipwreck harbor. After a while, more than a dozen ships appeared on the sea, and they formed an arc to surround the fleet of Deepwater City. Su Lin glanced at the ships, and then let Barbassa clean up the battlefield. Soon, the pirates who saw that the situation was not good and surrendered were escorted over. Su Lin sat on a wooden barrel on the deck, and his eyes swept over the captives. Although a large number of enemies were killed in the battle just now, there were still many pirates alive. All the pirates knelt on the deck, trembling with fear. These pirates were completely stunned. From the beginning of the battle, there had been several waves of arrow rain, and then jumping to fight. These pirates were completely powerless to resist and were killed like vegetables. In the end, Su Lin directly summoned a group lightning spell to clear out the pirates. From the beginning to the end of the battle, less than half an hour, all the battles were over. The strength of these pirates was not high. Most of them were around Tier 1 and only a few of the leaders were Tier 2. Only the leader, One-Eyed Sean, had reached Tier 4. However, even a Tier 4 powerhouse was not much stronger than a goblin when facing Su Lin. With the divine weapon, Thor's spear, coupled with a profession level of over level 30, he could defeat the enemy with just a flick of his finger. "Do any of you know where One-Eyed Sean's lair is?" Su Lin looked at the captives in front of him and asked. "Sir, I know. Sir Sean. Bah, I know his lair. It's on Poison Dragon Island." "Where is Poison Dragon Island?" Su Lin asked in a deep voice. There were tens of thousands of small islands in the Southern Sea. Most of these islands did not have names and they did not even have numbers. For example, Poison Dragon Island should be what they called it in private. If there was no familiar person leading the way, it would be impossible to find this island. Poison Dragon Island is about 300 nautical miles away from Shipwreck Harbor. "It's a small island," one of the pirate captives said. "Very good. I'll give you a chance. Those who submit to me will be free." Su Lin glanced at them and said, "You should feel lucky that you didn't die on the battlefield just now. Alright, I'll give you 30 seconds to consider. If you haven't made a choice by then, there's no need to choose." Chapter 621. After defeating the one-eyed pirate, most of the captured pirates chose to surrender, and some of the injured pirates were directly dealt with. 6 pirate ships. if he killed all the pirates who would help him sail the ships. After accepting the surrender of a large number of pirates and taking control of all 6 pirate ships, Su Lin looked at the one-eyed Shan on the deck next to him. At this time the one-eyed Shan looked a little miserable. The power of thunder just now had caused a lot of damage to him. The powerful electric current had electrocuted many parts of his body into charcoal. If it weren't for the fact that the body of a level 4 warrior was strong enough, such serious injuries would have killed him. Although the warrior was the most popular profession with the lowest threshold, it didn't mean that this profession was useless. The body of a legendary warrior was so strong that he could bathe in magma. Even if his heart was pierced, his strong muscles could forcibly close the wound. If he could find a high-grade priest or wizard as soon as possible to cast a high-grade healing spell or a high-grade light of redemption on him, such fatal injuries could be quickly healed. Even without the help of a wizard or a priest, the powerful vitality of a legendary warrior would still continue to fight for a few minutes before dying. Although the one-eyed Shan looked miserable now, if he was given some time, he would soon be alive and kicking again. However, it was clear that Su Lin didn't intend to give him this opportunity. Bring him here. The 2 guards behind him stepped forward and dragged the unconscious one-eyed Shan over. Wake him up. A marine lifted a bucket of seawater from the sea and poured it directly on his face. Whoosh. The pain from the wound caused the one-eyed Shan to wake up from his coma. Are you awake? Su Lin looked at the battered and exhausted Shan and said in a deep voice. Who are you? I don't think I have offended you. Shan shook his head and looked at Su Lin with his one eye. You didn't offend me? It seems that one-eyed Shan's memory is not very good. Su Lin sneered and continued, Not long ago the goods you dealt with were mine, and you say you didn't offend me? You are from Deepwater City? Shan's eyes turned cold when he heard Su Lin's words and his heart sank. Looks like you still remember. Su Lin sneered, Now that you know who I am, tell me the truth. Who did you sell my goods to? And how did you know that my fleet would pass by the Norman Islands? How did you set up an ambush there in advance? Ha, you captured me just to ask me this? Xiao En laughed heartily, ignoring the stinging pain from his wounds. Cough cough. After a while Xiao En finally stopped panting. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you planning to fight it head-on? As long as you answer my questions honestly, I'll give you a quick death. Su Lin looked at the pirate leader in front of him and scanned him up and down. Speak. Why don't you speak? Then he looked at Su Lin with a mocking expression. I dare say that you dare to go and settle the score with them? Your goods have been sold by me. The buyer is in the shipwreck harbor. He has the white gloves of the dragon-born sea giant. Do you dare to go? Xiao En struggled to say, and then he was suppressed by the 2 guards. Dragon-born sea giant, I see. Now the second question. How did you know the sailing route of my fleet? Su Lin said expressionlessly. That's simple. Someone told me. Xiao En said with a smile. Someone sent me the message when your fleet left the harbor that day. How do you think I know? Su Lin's face darkened. Although he had suspected that there was a mole in the fleet, now he finally confirmed it. Why did you attack my fleet? Su Lin continued to ask. It's simple. Someone doesn't want to see Deepwater City develop. Xiao En didn't hide anything and directly told him what he knew. Someone has taken a fancy to the specialties of Deepwater City, so they want to monopolize it. I'm just their pawn. Even if you can catch me and kill me, so what? You still can't keep your wealth. You don't even have the courage to take revenge. You want to monopolize the resources of Deepwater City? Su Lin frowned slightly. This result surprised him. You don't understand? You have to know that you produce sugar, honey, rum, perfume, and paper. These things are in high demand in the southern seas. They can be sold for a high price. How can no one be jealous of such a huge profit? Sure enough, money moves people. Su Lin nodded and continued, Didn't you want me to find trouble with those people? Tell me who is behind this. The people behind this are very simple. They are the nobles of the Netherland Kingdom. You sent the goods here to sell. They want more, so they are ready to control the supply of goods in their hands. Of course, there is also the work of the dragon-born pirate king. These pirate kings cooperate with the surrounding countries and make a fortune together. You think they are opposing each other, but in fact, the pirate kings are inextricably linked with the surrounding big forces. How about it? Do you dare to take revenge? Ah, cough cough. Xiao En laughed at Su Lin and then couldn't help but cough. That's it? Su Lin shook his head slightly. That's what you're relying on? That's it? Xiao En looked at Su Lin in surprise. You don't think that I dare to fight you directly here because I don't know the ban here, do you? Su Lin glanced at him and said, To be honest, I don't care about that dragonborn pirate king at all. Since he is also one of the people behind this robbery, let's take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of him once and for all. Su Lin curled his lips and said, "Get rid of the pirate king?" Xiaowen's brain couldn't react. Well, the matter is over. What's the use of buying it? Kill him. Su Lin waved his hand at the two guards. Wait, you don't want the treasure I hid? Before he could finish, a guard beside him pierced his heart with his sword from the back. Xiaowen's eyes widened. He couldn't believe that Su Lin didn't even ask about his treasure and killed him directly. As the long sword was pulled out, Xiaowen's body trembled slightly twice. Bright red blood spurted out from the wound, and the light in his eyes dimmed in an instant. Su Lin naturally wanted the one-eyed man's treasure, but the one-eyed man would definitely not tell the truth, so Su Lin planned to use a simpler method, which was to let Hathaway use a prophecy spell to find the treasure. As there were already enough clues, this kind of prophecy spell didn't need to pay any price, and it wouldn't cause any backlash. P.S. Recommend a friend's book, The Reborn Prince Charming Starts Making Games. He was reborn in 2000, made a dating game, bought Tencent at the beginning and had a single female lead. Chapter 622. Sir, there are pirates approaching us. They have crossed the warning distance. At this moment, a soldier hurriedly came to report. Su Lin looked at the sea not far away. He saw more than a dozen pirate ships on the sea rushing here aggressively, and all the pirate ships had raised their flags. It was obvious that they were going to attack. These pirate ships all belonged to the Dragonborn Pirate King. Several pirate kings took turns to be in charge of Shipwreck Harbor. During this period, the Dragonborn Pirate King was in charge. Now Su Lin directly attacked another pirate outside Shipwreck Harbor. This completely disregarded the Pirate King's ban. The Pirate King naturally would not let it go. Without any shouting, the pirates directly launched an attack. The Pirate King hated Su Lin's behavior of breaking the rules. This was contempt of their authority. If these people were not dealt with as soon as possible, their so-called ban would become a piece of paper. This was not a situation they would allow. The largest of these pirate ships was a large warship that was 70 meters long. At the front of the warship was a dragon-head ram. This ship was not modified from an armed merchant ship like the other pirate ships. Instead, it was a warship, and even among warships it was a big guy. On this dragon-head warship, the Dragonborn Pirate King was staring coldly at Su Lin's fleet. There was a trace of coldness in his eyes. He was a hybrid giant monster. He had half sea giant blood and the other half human blood. However, the human blood was mixed with dragon blood. After awakening the dragon blood, he had become a dragonborn sea giant. Because of the dragon blood, there was a layer of dragon scales on the surface of his body. Even his palms had a dragon-like appearance. There was also a group of strange-looking dragonborn around him. These dragonborn were the products of some Euron creatures he hunted for dragon blood baptism. It was not only the blood of pure-blooded dragons that could be used for dragon blood baptism. Euron blood could also be used. However, the attribute bonus obtained from Euron blood baptism was far less than that of pure-blooded dragons. However, if there were many baptisms, the attribute bonus obtained from Euron blood baptism was still very good. In addition to these strange-looking dragonborn, there were also some sea creatures such as quatones, sharkmen, and so on. The Draconic Pirate King put down his alchemy binoculars and ordered, "Attack with full force, leave no survivors. Kill all these bastards who dare to violate the pirate code." The Dragonborn Pirate King said as he picked up a huge battle axe. This battle axe was more than 2 meters long and weighed at least a few hundred pounds. This kind of heavy weapon was difficult for even barbarians to use, but in his hand, it was as easy as a one-handed axe. The Dragonborn Pirate King was more than 3 meters tall. Because of the awakening of the dragon blood, his strength had increased. At the same time, he also had a part of the giant's bloodline. The giant subspecies strength was already high. Su Lin speculated that his strength was likely to exceed 35 points, or even 40 points. His dragon bloodline had toughened his skin, greatly increasing his defense and various other resistances. The layer of scales on his body allowed him to have a defense equivalent to iron armor even without wearing armor. Coupled with the heavy weapon he used, this weapon could completely suppress any opponent in melee combat. Even a Tier 4 warrior would be heavily injured if not killed. Moreover, the Dragonborn Pirate King was not only a warrior. Because of the awakening of the dragon bloodline, he also had some magic abilities. At the same time, having the sea giant's bloodline gave him a part of the sea giant's strength. In the Southern Sea, the Dragonborn Pirate King might not be the strongest pirate king, but he was definitely the strongest pirate king. Quatones and Sharkmen go to the sea. The dragonborn pirate king directly ordered after seeing the huge shadow of the tiger shark in the sea. Quatones and Sharkmen immediately jumped into the sea. Their role was to restrain the tiger shark. Although these fishmen were not a match for the tiger shark, it would not be easy for the tiger shark to kill them. These sea creatures were very flexible in the sea, and with cooperation the tiger shark was not easy to deal with. Summon my pet, let the fishmen cooperate with it to get rid of the tiger shark. Woo woo woo. A low conch horn sounded and the sound of the conch spread quickly. Soon, a huge shadow appeared from the bottom of the sea. It was a giant octopus. In terms of size it was not smaller than Sullen's tiger shark and it was even bigger. With the appearance of this sea monster, the Quatones and Sharkmen sneered and dove into the sea. It seems that this pirate king is quite strong. Sulin saw the sea monster at a glance. It would not be easy to determine the winner between these two giant sea monsters. However, the octopus had a helper, and Sulin naturally could not let his tiger shark suffer. With a wave of his hand, a few spells directly covered the tiger shark's body, and its strength instantly increased by a lot. Go kill all those monsters and fishmen. The tiger shark shook its tail and quickly rushed towards the giant octopus. The dragonborn pirate king did not underestimate Sulin at all. The fact that he could kill the one-eyed dragon in such a short time was enough to prove how strong Sulin was. Open the cabin and release the bloodthirsty bats. The bloodthirsty bats were creatures transformed by the dragonborn pirate king using some evil spells. They were mutated bats that lived on the island. They were ferocious and were even larger than an adult. After being transformed by the dragonborn pirate king, these bats were even larger and more bloodthirsty. With the pirate king's order, more than a dozen ships immediately opened the special cabins on the ships, and huge bats quickly flew out of the cabins. Hundreds of bloodthirsty bats gathered together and quickly flew towards Sullen's fleet. Flying monsters? You want to compete with Northern Battlefront City in the Air Force? Sulin sneered, and then a powerful energy rushed out of his body in an instant, and this energy quickly formed a runic circle. In the name of my Sulin, show yourself, my mount. The hexagram circle shone with a dazzling light, and then a spatial rift was directly torn open. The next second, a huge figure with a ferocious appearance appeared in mid-air. Then there was a sound of cold air being sucked in, and the figure of the red dragon Onyx Vaya appeared in front of them. As soon as it appeared, Onyx Vaya spread its huge dragon wings and flew up. A loud dragon roar resounded through the sea, and its body circled in mid-air. Chapter 623. As soon as the adult red dragon appeared on the battlefield, a powerful dragon aura spread out. Many pirates who were not strong enough directly collapsed on the deck under this pressure. Ordinary people could not resist the dragon's aura at all. Only a small number of pirates could resist this interference. The bloodthirsty bats that were originally rushing over were also affected by the dragon's aura and became a little stagnant. Master, is this the sea? Onyx Vaya looked around and was a little excited. This was the first time she saw the sea. In the fire elemental plane she had only seen the magma sea at most. She only knew about the sea in the dragon's inheritance. It's the sea. Sulin smiled slightly. Aren't you an adult? Sleep every day, move around, go and shoot down those big bats for me. Onyx Vaya glanced at the bloodthirsty bats not far away, then roared excitedly, I was just thinking about moving around. The dragon's huge body circled slightly, then its huge dragon wings flapped, and it rushed toward those big bats like a whirlwind. The battle could be said to be a one-sided massacre. Creatures like dragons were almost the overlords of the sky. Although those bloodthirsty bats were numerous and strong, they did not have the advantage in size or strength. Even the claws of these big bats could not even pierce the dragon's scales. With a dragon breath of the red dragon, these bloodthirsty bats were directly burned into charcoal, and then fell from the sky one after another. In the blink of an eye, all the bloodthirsty bats in the sky were killed. On the other side, when the dragon descendant pirate king saw the sudden appearance of the dragon, he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Then the dragon killed all the bloodthirsty bats that had just been released. Even after eliminating those bloodthirsty bats, the dragon dived toward a pirate ship next to it. The pirates on the pirate ship were scared and hid everywhere. Many pirates even jumped directly into the sea. Boom. The scorching flame dragon blood instantly hit the pirate ship. The 40-meter-long sailboat instantly turned into a big fire torch. The whole ship was ignited by the dragon's breath. The pirates on the ship who had no time to escape were directly burned into charcoal. The whole sea was illuminated red by this flame. As soon as the battle began, the pirates had already burned down a ship. This is evil, evil dragon. Not good, it's flying over. Run. Many pirates were so frightened by the sudden appearance of the dragon that their teeth chattered. When these ferocious pirates saw a powerful pirate ship being destroyed in just a breath, their confidence was completely shattered. Don't be afraid, quickly rush to the enemy. The dragon descendant pirate king saw that his subordinates were about to collapse and immediately shouted, "Hurry up and get close. As long as we get close to those people's boats, the dragons won't be able to attack. Don't even think about running away. No matter how fast a ship can run, can it compare to a dragon's wings? The faster you run, the faster you die. Hurry, hurry, hurry. This dragon was summoned by the other side and has a time limit. As long as we survive the time limit, the dragon will leave immediately. This is our only chance to survive." It had to be said that the dragon descendant pirate king had a high prestige on the island. In this case, the pirates subconsciously followed the orders of the dragon descendant pirate king and rushed towards Sullen's fleet. The dragon descendant pirate king's approach was right. Escaping in this situation was courting death. Only by rushing up to Sullen's fleet and fighting hand to hand, the dragon could not use dragon's breath. In order not to accidentally injure Sullen's fleet, the dragon basically could not attack. Seeing the pirate ships rushing up, Sulin smiled slightly and waved the thunder god's spear in his hand gently. A flash of light instantly flashed from his body. In the next second, a large amount of seawater suddenly rose from the sea. The seawater poured down in all directions and a behemoth rose from the sea. It was Sullen's magic ship Angry Dragon. What kind of monster is this? This is a magic ship. Not good, dodge. It's too late. The pirates who wanted to rush up and fight looked at the magic ship in horror. As soon as the magic ship appeared, it quickly moved. The terrifying ram flashed with a cold light, and the huge hull quickly collided with the pirate ship in front. Rumble. There was a loud noise and a large amount of wood chips flew. The pirate ship that was sailing quickly was directly hit in two by the angry dragon. A large number of pirates panicked and wanted to jump off the ship. Unfortunately, the pirate ship sank very quickly. Before these pirates could swim out of the range, a large whirlpool swallowed them all. The appearance of the angry dragon and the red dragon raised the morale of the Deep Water City Navy. Even the sailors who had just joined the Deep Water City Navy were excited. Originally, these people were trembling and pale after seeing the Pirate King's flag, but now it was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. There was a burst of cheers. Barbossa jumped directly on the mast, his whole face flushed red. An uncontrollable excitement came from his body. The long sword in his hand pointed at the pirate ship not far away and roared, "Charge! Kill these pirates! Destroy these trash! Long live the North Wind Kingdom! Kill these pirates! Long live the North Wind Kingdom! Charge!" The Deep Water City Navy all roared at this moment, and the deafening sound echoed on the sea. All the ships launched a charge and rushed in the direction of the pirate ship without hesitation. With the help of the Red Dragon and the magic ship, the morale of the Deep Water City Navy was greatly boosted. On the contrary, the morale of the pirates led by the Pirate King, which had just risen, fell instantly. Facing a situation where they were bound to lose, not many of these pirates could still rush up to fight without hesitation. After the angry dragon sank a pirate ship, it began to show its power. The ballistae on the ship that had been loaded immediately fired. These ballistae were very powerful, and they were nailed to the surrounding ships in an instant. In the next second there was a flash of light on the angry dragon and a flame appeared. The flame rushed up like a fire dragon and directly ignited the ship. This special oil was mixed by wizards, and it would burn for a long time if it stuck on it. Soon these flames spread quickly on the ship. The pirate ship could not resist such an attack at all. Some of the pirates tried to use seawater to extinguish the flames, but after the seawater was poured, the flames did not extinguish at all. Instead, they burned on the seawater and spread to the surroundings. Soon the entire pirate ship was ablaze. Chapter 624. We can't wait any longer. The dragonborn pirate king saw that the situation was getting worse and his expression was extremely unsightly. He originally thought that it was just an ordinary pirate infighting, that this trip would be easy and comfortable, and that he could even make a fortune. But in the end he discovered that this wasn't the case at all. The prey they regarded as prey had turned into a dragon in an instant, and it was a real dragon. Such a big dragon was happily flying around in the air. The entire fleet was in complete chaos. Fire crystal cannons ready. Target that magic ship. On the dragon-headed warship, the fire crystal cannons were pushed out by the pirates and quickly aimed at the angry dragon, which was attacking another pirate ship not far away. Fire. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous cannon fire was launched at this moment. Flames flashed from the muzzles and the hot shells quickly smashed towards the angry dragon. Just as they were about to hit the angry dragon, the shells instantly stopped in midair and could no longer descend. A faintly discernible energy barrier appeared under the shells and firmly blocked them. Activate ropes. Ropes that looked like tentacles flew up in an instant and wrapped around the cannonballs in midair. Then they swung back and forth twice before throwing the cannonballs back. The cannonballs drew a beautiful arc and quickly hit another pirate ship. After paying a large number of casualties, a pirate ship finally arrived near the angry dragon. Then these pirates launched a jump attack, wanting to directly jump onto the angry dragon. But before they could land, ropes quickly flew out like vipers. In an instant, these pirates were firmly entangled, and then the ropes quickly contracted and strangled them like pythons. The Dragonborn Pirate King's army started to collapse from the moment they came into contact. The Deepwater Port's navy, whose morale was soaring, became lively after being blessed with all kinds of spells. Originally, there wasn't much difference in their strength, but after being blessed with spells, the strength of the Deepwater Port's navy soared. The enchanted weapons made the fine long swords in their hands even sharper. The pirates basically didn't wear any armor. Even if they did, it was just some leather or iron scale armor. In the face of such weapons, it wasn't much stronger than a piece of paper. Seeing this situation, the pirates picked up their crossbows and javelins to launch long-range attacks. But with the agility granted by the group skill Fox's cunning, these warriors' dodging was very high and they easily dodged. Even if some of them didn't dodge and were hit, they were blocked by the stone skin spell on their bodies. Under such circumstances, the Dragonborn Pirate King could only act personally. Moreover, as a Pirate King, he also had spellcasters under him. Fireball. Flame Arrow. Acid Arrow. Arcane Missile. What? Grease? All kinds of low-level spells were quickly thrown out by the casters. Some of the Marines who couldn't dodge in time were directly hit by these spells and turned into flames. However, the effect of these low-level spells was very limited and couldn't change the overall situation on the battlefield. Of course, if they cooperated well using fireball and grease to attack the ship, they could easily ignite a ship. However, as soon as these spellcasters finished casting their spells, they were targeted by Su Lin. There are spellcasters? Su Lin raised his eyebrows, then waved his hand to summon a thunderbolt and threw it over. Thunderstorm. As soon as the thunderbolt fell on the ship, it spread out in an instant. Most of the space on the ship was covered by thunder and lightning. This thunder and lightning spell wasn't very lethal. It was more to paralyze the enemy and make them lose their ability to move. The pirates were instantly enveloped by thunder and lightning. The pirates didn't even have a chance to resist. They were directly paralyzed by the electricity and fell to the ground. The spellcaster was even more miserable. His physique was obviously lower than the warriors. He was directly electrocuted and fainted on the spot. Rumble. There was a muffled sound of thunder. The huge dragon-headed warship fired wildly, constantly firing shells at the surrounding ships. A 3-meter-tall giant stood at the bow of the ship. He waved a heavy giant axe in one hand. All the Marines who wanted to rush up from here were directly killed by his axe on the spot. At this time he roared at Su Lin with bloodshot eyes. Dragon form. With a roar, the Dragonborn Pirate King underwent a huge change. His originally tall body swelled again, and a group of dragon wings grew behind him. The huge dragon wings directly lifted him up. His originally ferocious hands became like dragon claws. After the dragon form, a faint pressure was transmitted from his body. It was the draconic might. However, the draconic might of the Pirate King was obviously weaker than Onyxia's draconic might. The draconic might of the Dragonborn Pirate King was at most a young dragon. After activating the dragon form, the Dragonborn Pirate King roared, flapped his wings and rushed directly towards Su Lin. At this time, the Dragonborn Pirate King had already understood that the defeat of this battle was inevitable. There was only one way to turn the tables, and that was to defeat or kill Su Lin. After losing their leader, these soldiers were bound to be in chaos. This was also the only chance for the Dragonborn Pirate King. Evil Aura. Blasphemy. An evil energy field instantly erupted from Su Lin's body, and then the Dragonborn Pirate King rushed towards Su Lin with a grin. Su Lin frowned slightly. He could clearly feel that evil power. Then, the power of thunder and lightning quickly spread out from his body. In an instant, Su Lin directly opened the Thunder Domain, and the evil power was directly squeezed back under the effect of his Soul Domain. The Dragonborn Pirate King waved the giant axe in his hand and fell from the sky, smashing fiercely at Su Lin. It looked like he was going to split Su Lin in half. Clang! The deafening sound of metal colliding rang out. Su Lin's Thunder God spear swept across and directly blocked the powerful attack of the Dragonborn Pirate King. Su Lin's Thunder God spear swept across. The Pirate King, who had just landed, only had time to block with his giant axe, but the master was sent flying with his weapon. A large amount of lightning power appeared on the surface of his body. Lightning flashed, and even the Pirate King's strong physique trembled all over. However, in just a breath, the Dragonborn Pirate King withstood the lightning paralysis. Then he swung his chain and smashed it again with a roar. Su Lin's body moved and instantly appeared near the Dragonborn Pirate King. The Thunder God spear in his hand directly hit the Pirate King's body. The Dragonkin Pirate King's body flew away like a ball. Su Lin didn't let him off. His body flashed and rushed up again. The dazzling lightning with unstoppable power fiercely stabbed down. The Dragonkin Pirate King wanted to resist, but all his defenses were vulnerable in front of the divine weapon. In the end, the Thunder God's spear directly pierced through his heart. The endless power of thunder and lightning erupted, killing him completely. Chapter 625. With the death of the Dragonborn Pirate King, the remaining pirates completely lost their will to fight and no longer had any thoughts of resistance. The entire battlefield was filled with their fleeing figures. But where could they run to on the surface of the sea? With the red dragon Onyx patrolling back and forth in the sky and a mutant tiger shark eyeing them covetously in the sea, these pirates had long since lost the chance to escape. In the end, these pirates could only throw down their weapons and surrender in order to survive. The battle ended quickly, and Barbossa was already very familiar with cleaning up the battlefield and settling the captives. However, things were not over yet. After defeating the Dragonborn Pirate King, they still had to receive the spoils of war and retrieve Su Lin's goods. Escorting the surrendered pirates and the captured pirate ships, the entire fleet had a total of 18 ships. They then majestically moved towards Shipwreck Harbor. Seeing the fleet approaching, the pirates left behind in Shipwreck Harbor did not have the slightest thought of resisting and directly threw down their weapons and surrendered. As for those who wanted to resist, after seeing the red dragon hovering in the sky, they directly threw down their weapons and wanted to escape. The appearance of the red dragon caused the entire Shipwreck Harbor to become chaotic. In almost all worlds, the red dragon represented disaster. Every time it appeared, it would be accompanied by a large amount of destruction. Almost every red dragon in the material world had robbed a city or a king. The mountain of wealth in the red dragon lair had basically come from this. Moreover, there was still the red dragon queen in the southern seas. She was the true ruler of the southern seas. Now that the red dragon had suddenly appeared here, could it be related to her? Many people with active minds were secretly wondering if she wanted to take control of this place as well. Arriving at Shipwreck Harbor again, the feeling this time was particularly different. Su Lin looked at the flustered Shipwreck Harbor and frowned slightly. He then waved his hand, and Barbossa immediately led the soldiers of Deepwater City to start maintaining order. Very quickly, under the influence of Barbossa and the navy of Deepwater City, the originally chaotic harbor was quickly restored to order. Where is Norland's lair? Su Lin waved his hand, and several pirate leaders under the Dragonborn Pirate King Norland immediately stepped forward to answer. Your Grace, Norland's lair is in the Crystal Palace behind the harbor. Almost all of Norland's wealth is gathered there. Send someone to load all the wealth onto the ship. Su Lin said directly. He was here to rob. After defeating the Dragonborn Pirate King, Shipwreck Harbor was like a weak woman who had lost all ability to resist. It could only wail under the tyrannical Su Lin. Su Lin did not show any mercy to these pirates. His fleet had almost been completely wiped out. He had spent so much time and effort to build the fleet, and after a few voyages, more than half of them had been killed by the pirates. The pirates of this era were not like the Captain Jack in the movies and novels. These pirates could be said to be committing all kinds of crimes. Murder and arson were the most basic of their crimes. These pirates robbed and killed, forcing captives to jump off the deck into the sea was a common occurrence. It could be said that these pirates should all be hanged according to the law. Under Su Lin's order, the soldiers of Deepwater City immediately began to collect the spoils of war. Su Lin and his men were not familiar with Shipwreck Harbor, but the pirate captives were. These pirates were very skilled in treachery. They led the soldiers of Deepwater City to rummage through the city's wealth and send it to the ships docked at the harbor. Apart from the pirates, the richest people in Shipwreck Harbor were the black market merchants. These people could be said to be extremely daring, selling their souls for profit. As long as there were benefits, these merchants dared to trade with the devil. All kinds of goods stolen by the pirates were sold by them, and each of them could be said to be overflowing with wealth. Sulin naturally did not intend to let these merchants go. Carlos, take your men and let these captives lead the way. Go and catch the black market merchants for me. Also, find out how much money these merchants have and bring it to me. Su Luin said to a marine admiral who had just been promoted by him. Yes, your grace. After saying that, he bowed and led a group of soldiers and a few surrendered pirates to capture the black market merchants. Shipwreck Harbor was the largest port among the pirates, and the wealth here was astonishing. Soon, boxes of kinnar were transported over. Your grace, the wealth left behind by Norland is astonishing. According to our preliminary estimates, there are at least 1.5 million kinnar, including a large number of gems, precious utensils and so on. If all of them are converted, it's estimated to be more than 3 million kinnar. Barbassa said excitedly. 3 million kinnar. Sulin could not help but rub his hands. His northern city could be considered to be making a lot of money every day. Sugar, rum, paper, perfume, excellent weapons and so on, all of these things added up to only a little more than 1 million kinnar a year. After all kinds of expenses there was not much left. He had only killed one pirate king, but there was actually so much wealth. Sulin immediately wondered if he should kill the other pirate kings as well. However, the other pirate kings did not provoke him. It would not be good to kill them directly. Moreover, these pirate kings also had other forces behind them. If he really did that, it was estimated that the entire southern waters would not do business with him. After thinking about it, Sulin temporarily put aside this tempting idea. Load all these things onto the ship. Sulin said. 1 or 2 million kinnar were piled up like a small mountain, but the ship Sulin brought could easily fit them. Norland is really a good person. Looking at the wealth piled up in front of him, Sulin kept sighing in his heart. In addition to the gold, Norland also sent a large number of pirate slaves, experience and treasure chests to Sulin. He was just like a child of wealth. For such a child of wealth, Sulin felt that the more the better. It was not easy to build a floating space city. The cost of building a floating space tower had already cost tens of millions of kinnar, and to build a floating space city, it would cost at least billions of kinnar. Fortunately, Sulin's territory was rich in minerals and many things could be mined on their own, which saved a lot of expenses. A wizard tower was more than 1 million tons, and the floating space city was at least 10 times larger than the wizard tower. Its weight was at least hundreds of millions of tons. Even if such a behemoth was all made of ordinary steel, it would still be an amazing number if converted to kinnar, not to mention that the main body of the city was obsidian. Chapter 626. Your Excellency the Grand Duke, Your Excellency the Grand Duke, please listen to my explanation. We are honorable merchants. A fat merchant shouted in a panic. Grand Duke, I went to the northern city to give you gifts this year. Please listen to my explanation. I really don't have any money. I just want to earn some hard-earned money. The merchant tried to rush over, but he was very polite. The guard beside him pushed him back and squatted on the ground. Even so, he did not give up struggling. Honest merchant? Sulin glanced at the crying merchant. This guy was wearing a linen shirt. The shirt had been starched until it was a little white. There were even a few patches on it. However, when the guard beside him was tearing it, he tore a hole in his shirt and the silk underwear inside instantly leaked out. Hard-earned money? Sulin looked at him. He could afford silk underwear, but he said he didn't have any money? Carlos, how much money did you find with him? Grand Duke, we searched through his place and only found a few hundred kinnar. Carlos said shamefully when he saw the other people transporting boxes of gold and silver. A few hundred kinnar? Sulin raised his eyebrows. Grand Duke, don't believe his plan. This guy is called Gretel. He is the biggest black market merchant in our shipwreck harbor. Every year, he handles at least a few 100,000 kinnar. A pirate beside him suddenly said. A few 100,000 kinnar? Sulin looked at Gretel. A few 100,000 kinnar, and you say you don't have any money? Grand Duke, it's not just that. The pirates here sell him goods at 30% of the original value. He makes even more after selling these goods. Did you hear that? These pirates are very clear about your income. Sulin said to Gretel. Do you want to hand over the money yourself, or do you want to wait for them to treat you well before handing over the money? Grand Duke, you can't just listen to the words of these pirates. These pirates are treacherous. They commit all kinds of crimes, murder and arson. They're framing me. Gretel argued loudly. You don't want to admit it? Sulin looked at Gretel. He didn't expect Gretel to still be so stubborn even at this point. He really doesn't shed tears until he sees the coffin. But I like this kind of stubborn person. Greg, you don't have to deny it. Since we're already here, it's impossible for us not to bleed. My goods were stolen, and the pirates who robbed me have already paid the price. However, you accomplices haven't. It's not like we're going to make you bankrupt today. You, Gretel, earn at least a few 100,000 kinnur a year here. There's also your fleet and caravan. I'm not sure how much you earn each year. Then let's take a year's worth of your earnings. You've been earning money here for more than a decade. It's not too much to ask for a year's worth of compensation, right? It's not just you. We'll use the same standard for the other black market merchants. You earn 400,000 to 500,000 kinnur a year here. Let's make it 500,000 kinnur. Gretel, take out 500,000 kinnur and I'll pretend nothing happened. You can continue to be a black market merchant here, and I'll take the money back to Northern Town. 500,000 kinnur. That's just a year's worth of your earnings here. It's not too much to ask for, right? Take it out and I'll let you go. I'll also guarantee your safety. If you can't take it out, Sulin lifted Gretel up and smiled at him. He then waved at the soldiers beside him. Then I won't be the one to talk to you. I'll need my men to talk to you. He shouted at the soldiers beside him. What do you think? How do you plan to talk to him? Sulin asked. The soldiers looked at each other. They didn't seem to know how to talk. Why don't we talk to him on the wooden spikes? One of the soldiers suggested. Let's go with the wooden spikes. The other soldiers responded. Gretel, who was being held up by a few soldiers, turned pale instantly. No, wooden spikes won't work. Sulin shook his head. He wouldn't survive a 2-meter-long wooden spike piercing through his body. Gretel heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Sulin's words. However, before he could finish his sigh of relief, Sulin said again, since wooden spikes won't work, let's use the wooden spikes instead. That's good. As long as you control your strength, you won't have to worry about killing him. Let's use the wooden spikes. We should use the wooden spikes to deal with these unscrupulous merchants. The soldiers shouted when they heard Sulin's words. Sulin turned around calmly and waved at the soldiers beside him. Go treat our old friend Gretel well. Otherwise people will say that we're rude. Understood. We'll treat our old friend well. The soldiers around him laughed. Your Excellency, Your Excellency, Your Excellency, please spare my life. Gretel's expression changed when he heard Sulin's words. He cried and tried to pull Sulin away, but the soldier beside him kicked him to the ground. Sulin ignored Gretel. This guy was wearing an old shirt and saying that he had no money. Did he think that he was blind? He had already given him a chance, but he didn't even know how to grasp it. He had earned so much money as a black market merchant over the years. It could be said that every kinnur was stained with blood. Sulin didn't want their lives. He just wanted them to hand over a year's worth of income. It was too easy for them. Sulin asked the soldiers to find a chair and sat on it. He then waved at the soldiers beside him and signaled for them to continue. Your Excellency, we don't have wooden spikes on our ship, a soldier beside him said. Sulin rolled his eyes and said, we don't have wooden spikes, but what about the pirates? Don't they have any in the pirates' prison? We just can't find any. Ask the pirates to make a few. Yes, Your Excellency. The soldier immediately went to carry out the order. There was also a prison in Shipwreck Bay. It was used to imprison pirates who broke the rules. There were all kinds of torture tools in the prison. Soon a few pirates brought the torture tools over. Gretel's face turned pale when he saw the blood-stained torture tools. Then a few soldiers forced him to wear the spikes. Your Excellency, I'll donate. Please ask them to stop. Gretel shouted when he saw that they were serious. Wouldn't it be better if you cooperated earlier? Sulin put down his teacup and smiled. But since you've already brought the spikes, it's not good to just take them off. It's better to let Gretel experience our service. He waved at the soldiers and 2 of them immediately pulled the spikes down. Chapter 627. Amid a series of hysterical screams, Gretel was pinched so hard that he almost died. Finally, after a round of pinching, the soldiers around him finally let him go. Lord Duke, please spare my life. I'll donate. Gretel screamed as he begged for donations. His voice was like a cuckoo crying blood. It was heart-wrenching and tearful. Lord Duke, I'm willing to donate 500,000 kinnur to make up for your loss, Gretel said without hesitation. That's more like it. Sulin nodded in satisfaction. Mr. Gretel is a good man to be willing to donate 500,000 kinner. You are indeed a friend of Beifeng Principality. Quick, quick, quick. What are you doing? Mr. Gretel fell down. Why didn't you help him up? You didn't even know how to control your strength. Su Lin reprimanded the soldiers around him. Hurry up and help Mr. Gretel up. A few soldiers immediately went up to Gretel with smiles on their faces and tried to help him up by his arms. It's not your fault. I lost my balance and fell down. I fell down. Gretel quickly explained. If that's the case, Mr. Gretel, please hand over the kinner that you donated. Su Lin nodded. 500,000 kinner is not too much, is it? Not at all, not at all. I'm willing to donate this to Beifeng Principality. Soon, a group of soldiers followed Gretel to an ordinary-looking house. They then opened the cellar in a hidden corner of the house and took out the kinner that was stored inside. After a while, a caravan carrying 500,000 kinner slowly walked out. A caravan was needed to carry all these kinner. Each kinner weighed 4 grams. 80% of it was gold while the rest was made up of other metals. 500,000 kinner weighed about 2 tons. It would take 10 caravans to transport all of them. Fortunately, these merchants had prepared a large number of caravans to transport the goods. Each caravan carried a few hundred pounds of kinner. These kinner were all packed in boxes. In order to make it easier to transport, each box weighed 100 pounds. There were exactly 4 boxes in a caravan. There were a total of 10 caravans in a row. With Gretel as a demonstration, dealing with the other black market merchants was a walk in the park. After sending kinner to the port, Su Lin waved his hand and said, Mr. Gretel has donated everything. I'll leave the rest to you. Gretel donated 500,000 kinner, but he is the biggest businessman in Shipwreck Harbor. The other businessmen have smaller businesses than him, so 500,000 kinner is a bit too much. We have to calculate his annual income first, and then collect the compensation according to his annual income. Your Excellency, these merchants are used to cheating. If they hide their income, we won't know either. Carlos asked. That's easy. Although we don't know, someone else does. Su Lin pointed at the pirates and said, these pirates have been living here for a long time. Although they don't know the exact income of these merchants, they know all the warehouses and shops. It's enough to calculate. Besides, don't we have an expert here? I'll ask Mr. Gretel to help me calculate it. It'll definitely be accurate. Su Lin patted Gretel's shoulder and said, I'm sure Mr. Gretel will help us with this small matter. Yes, Your Excellency, I'll definitely help you. Gretel said loudly. Hurry up and call some of the pirates here. Let them help with the calculation. Su Lin waved his hand and said to Carlos. The pirates were very happy to report these black market merchants. After all, these black market merchants opened all kinds of casinos, brothels, and taverns in Shipwreck Harbor and made a lot of money from them. Soon, another black market merchant was brought over by the soldiers. When he saw Su Lin, he immediately said, Your Excellency, it must have been hard on you. I'm willing to give you 5,000 kinner for a cup of tea. You're quite smart. Su Lin looked at the black market merchant in front of him with a smile. But 5,000 kinner is too stingy. Look, Gretel. He donated 500,000 kinner. You're still far from it. Su Lin shook his head with a look of regret. 500,000 kinner? The black market merchant was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. Yes, 500,000 kinner. Su Lin nodded. However, I won't force you to donate as much as you want. It's all up to you. If you want to be friends with us, then donate more. If you don't want to, then it doesn't matter. Su Lin said generously as he patted the black market merchant's shoulder. Just as Su Lin was speaking, a few soldiers beside him brought over the prepared pincers. These pincers from the prison were stained with blood and looked a little dirty. Pincers were considered the lightest punishment in the pirates' prison. The pincers were made of 3 pieces of wood that were then strung together with iron bars. Grooves were dug in the middle of the wood. These grooves were where the ankles were placed and were strung together with ropes. When it was used, the prisoner's feet would be placed in the grooves. Then 2 other people would pull the rope and tighten it. If they were lucky, they would make a frame for the prisoner to lie down. If they were in a bad mood, they would make the prisoner kneel on the ground and torture him. This kind of torture device depended on the size of the opening at the ankles. If the opening was too big, it wouldn't even clamp the ankles. The pincers that the pirates had prepared only had a shallow groove. It didn't feel good to be clamped. In fact, there were 2 other types of pincers. One used sticks as thick as chopsticks that were strung together in a row. This was specially used to clamp fingers. The most ruthless pincers were specially used to clamp the head. This kind of torture device could even crack a person's skull. How could Su Lin use such inhumane torture devices? Your Excellency the Grand Duke, Your Excellency the Grand Duke, I really don't have that much money. A black market merchant screamed. Then he was grabbed by a few ferocious soldiers as if they were grabbing a chick. Then they forcefully put torture equipment on him. You dog, you still want to lie to Your Excellency the Grand Duke. A pirate next to him went up and kicked him. You dog, you opened a casino here. You make money like water every day. I alone lose dozens of kinner in the casino every day. But your casino has at least thousands of customers every day. How much money do you make? This black market merchant was also raised to be a respectable person. When had he ever been treated like this? Garrett, it seems like our merchant doesn't intend to tell the truth. Calculate for him. We're not pirates, we're regular navies. We do things based on evidence and reason. Su Lin waved at Garrett, who was beside him. Garrett, who had become a lackey, immediately calculated according to the description of the pirates. It didn't take much effort for him to calculate the black market merchant's annual income. Chapter 628. The casino's daily income is about 3,000 kinnar, but this money needs to be shared with the other pirate kings. In the end, 500 kinnar will fall into his hands, which is about 100,000 kinnar a year. Also, the J Court and the tavern in his hands are also making a lot of money every day. In this way, his annual income is at least 450,000 kinnar. Gretel added up all the income and quickly came up with the annual income of this black market merchant. There are some miscellaneous things which is about 10,000 to 20,000 kinnar. In that case, let's not be so calculative. Let's calculate according to 450,000. Su Lin directly made the decision. Gretel's calculation was indeed accurate. This black market merchant's annual income was indeed more than 450,000 kinnar, but the more he earned, the more he spent. He needed to maintain the fleet, various fighters, guards and so on. The expenses were not small, but 450,000 kinnar was definitely something he could afford. Carlotte, I'll leave this to you. Treat him well. Hee, don't say that we're making things difficult for you. Today no one will be able to escape. You have to take the 450,000 gold coins, even if you don't want to. Now let us brothers serve you well. Carlotte grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. Your Excellency Grand Duke, I really didn't earn that much money. That money is from the shares of the various pirate kings. I'm just a puppet on the table. I really don't have any money. The black market merchant cried out. Su Lin waved his hand and said, People's hearts are sinister, especially in this kind of pirate den. Do you think I dare to believe you? In comparison, I believe in the trap more. Come on, this is a lie detector. As long as you can pass the lie detector, I'll believe you. As he spoke, a few soldiers beside him carried up the lie detector that they had prepared beforehand. Then they directly propped up the black market merchants. The lie detector made of iron oak was hard and durable. Su Lin was considerate enough to prepare a bench for the merchants to lie down on during the test. Come, let's try it first. Carlotte directly put the trap on the black market merchant, and then the two soldiers immediately grabbed the rope and exerted force. The black market merchant immediately let out a heart-wrenching scream. His whole face was red and the veins on his forehead were bulging. His two arms struggled to escape, but he was firmly pressed on the bench by the soldiers. His body twisted back and forth like a worm, but there was no effect. This is just the beginning. The rope is just the most basic. A few soldiers tied the trap tightly, and then stuffed the prepared wooden wedges in to compress the gap. Okay, let's officially start. One of the soldiers stood up, picked up a wooden mallet and said, Remember, if you agree, say it quickly. Otherwise it will be too late. Start the polygraph. Carlos shouted. The two soldiers raised their mallets and slammed them down on the wooden wedge without hesitation. Ouch! A far cry from the black market merchant's voice. The black market merchant howled in agony. Even his eyes could be seen protruding out of their sockets. I'll donate money, 450,000 kinnar. The black market merchant could no longer care about anything else. Seeing that the two soldiers were about to hit him again, he quickly cried and shouted. Look, the lie detector is working again. Why is it so difficult to trust between people? Su Lin said bitterly. I've already told you so earnestly, but you just don't want to tell me the truth. Now we've finally reached an agreement. Then the soldiers put the black market merchant down from the lie detector. Then they took the carriage that had just been unloaded and followed the black market merchant to his manor. When the other black market merchants saw Sullen's actions, their faces turned ashen as if they had lost their parents. In the end they all gave in. One by one they accepted Sullen's friendship and became friends with Beifeng Duchy. They expressed that they were willing to donate all their income for a year to Beifeng Duchy. Of course, Su Luan couldn't refuse the sincerity of these businessmen. Soon, a large number of kinner was transported over. The 7 black market merchants donated more than 3 million kinner to Su Len. In addition to the income of the dragonborn pirate king, just the kinner alone gave Su Len at least tens of millions of kinner. Sullen's first fund to build the floating city was finally settled. In addition to the kinner, after killing the dragonborn pirate king, Su Len also received a lot of rewards. After dealing with the shipwreck harbor, Su Len had time to check the rewards. Congratulations, host. You have successfully killed a dragonborn sea giant. You have received 53,400 experience points, you have received 1 legendary skill point, you have received 2 platinum treasure chests. The battle is over. You have received the item Sea Giant's Heart Blood *1. Rise of the Navy, Legendary Battle. September 1689 of the Huiwe calendar. Due to the wealth of the deep water port, it attracted the attention of others, leading to a pirate attack on the fleet. The newly born Huiwe port suffered huge losses. In order to take revenge, Su Lin led the fleet to continue the counterattack. You have defeated the Black Shark pirates, the One-Eyed Dragon pirates, and successfully killed the Pirate King in the final battle. You have received a huge reputation in this battle. Reputation +5. Hearing the familiar voice, Su Lin opened the storage space and took out the 2 platinum treasure chests. This Pirate King's strength is really weak. 2 platinum treasure chests, not even a diamond. I'll just make do with it. Su Lin took out the 2 platinum treasure chests from the storage space and chose to open them directly. After a flash of light, the system prompt sounded in Sullen's ear. Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the platinum treasure chest. You have received the item Elemental Furnace Fuel. Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the platinum treasure chest. You have received the item Legendary Soul Crystal. Su Lin looked at the 2 items in front of him, the Elemental Furnace Fuel and the Soul Crystal. As the name suggested, the Elemental Furnace Fuel was used to burn the elemental furnace. This type of elemental furnace fuel was not produced much, and it would only appear occasionally in some mines. Although the elemental furnace fuel was less than 1.5 kilograms, it could be used for more than 15 years at full load if used in the elemental furnace. This was good news for Su Lin. At least he did not have to look for elemental furnace fuel all over the world. As for the soul crystal, Su Lin casually put it away. He planned to let Hathaway build a legendary golem construct with these soul crystals when he went back. A golem construct of this level was a true killer weapon. Chapter 629. The Tower of the North Wind now had several legendary golems, the most powerful of which was the Magic Breaker golem that Su Lin had obtained from the ruins. The Magic Breaker statue was a special type of statue. If it had enough energy, it could possess the combat power of an advanced mythic. This was especially true for magic breakers like the Magic Breaker, which had very high magic resistance. The 2 Magic Breaker blades could even slice through advanced mythic magic barriers. The Magic Breaker was very fast and had a fast attack speed. Even legendary wizards could be killed if they were not careful. It could be said that this thing was completely developed to deal with wizards. Of course, the Magic Breaker was also very powerful against other classes. Its Magic Breaker blade was incomparably sharp, and its body of steel had shockingly high physical defense. It could be said that such a legendary magic puppet was a powerful killing machine. It had the attack power of a grand swordsman of the same level, but it did not have the weakness of a grand swordsman's low defense. If it were not for the expensive cost, it could almost be said to have no shortcomings. After Hathaway got the Magic Breaker golem, she deliberately checked its manufacturing process and the materials needed. Then she calculated that it would cost at least 200 million kinner to build such a set of golems, and because it required a lot of very rare materials, many times it could not be made even if one had the money. High-level legendary golems were basically impossible to mass-produce. After all, there were too few materials that could be used to make high-level legendary golems. It was said that in the era of the Arcane Kingdom, there was a neutron star golem, which was known as the strongest golem. This golem's combat power was comparable to the gods, but it seemed that until the collapse of the Arcane Kingdom, the neutron star golem had not been successfully developed. When the Arcane Kingdom developed the neutron star golem, they used the gods as a reference, but before they could complete it, the Arcane Kingdom had collapsed. Hathaway had now made 2 diamond golems, which had a challenge rating of 21. It was the weakest of the legendary golems, but even the weakest golem was very powerful. In the face of a diamond golem, if one did not have good enough weapons, it was better to run away as soon as possible. After the diamond golem in the Tower of the North Wind cooperated with the tower spirit, the challenge rating would be further improved. Originally, without the diamond golem, the challenge rating of the wizard tower was 21. With the diamond golem, the challenge rating of the wizard tower directly reached 25, which was close to the edge of high-level legendary. For the diamond golem, Hathaway also made some optimizations, reducing the weight of the golem and strengthening its defense and attack power. Now Hathaway was studying another legendary golem. Although the diamond golem was powerful, it could not fly. It was not good to deal with some powerful flying creatures such as dragons. Hathaway was ready to build a few legendary golems with flying ability. Golem could be used for enchantment. Its effect was roughly equivalent to the blood of the frost giant chieftain he had killed before, but the amount was much smaller. This bottle of blood could at most be used by one person. After using it, a Tier 4 warrior would obtain a transformation effect. It could be considered a pseudo-legendary rank, possessing legendary combat power, similar to Boulder and Johnson among the barbarians. Sulin intended to use this bottle of blood as a reward and let his subordinates use their points to exchange for it. Boulder and Johnson had now reached the peak of their power. After transforming, their combat power would increase to the legendary rank. Given some time, they would almost be able to cross the boundary of mortals and become true legendary powerhouses. After sorting out the things, Sulin also obtained a legendary skill point this time. However, his other skills had not yet been upgraded to the advanced level. It would be a waste to use this legendary skill point, so he could only put it aside for the time being. The transportation work at Shipwreck Harbor lasted for a day. At the same time, Sulin also had people raid Cyclops' lair. In Cyclops' lair, hundreds of thousands of Kinnar were also found. In addition to the harvest at Shipwreck Harbor, Sulin had almost obtained tens of millions of Kinnar this time. After all the materials were transported to the ship, Sulin looked back at Shipwreck Harbor, then waved goodbye reluctantly. This place had given him too much. When they came out, there were 3 ships, and when they returned, there were 18 ships. At the same time, there were also a large number of pirate captives. It could be said that Deepwater City had become rich from this wave. On the way back, Sulin did not encounter any more pirates. After all, after such a long time, the news of him killing the dragon-born pirate king had spread throughout the surrounding waters. No pirate dared to appear in front of him. It took a week for the 18 ships to return to Deepwater City. When the fleet returned, the whole city was in an uproar. Among the 18 ships, several of the best hull structures were assigned to the Navy, but these armed merchant ships still needed to be strengthened before they could enter the Navy for service. As for the remaining ships, they would be converted into armed merchant ships and used for ocean trade. The Cyclops pirates, the Tigershark pirates, and the pirates under the Dragonborn Pirate King also needed to be trained. These pirate captives added up to an astonishing 1,500 people, and now the number of Navy in Deepwater City was less than 500 people. Without Sullin's suppression, these pirates would not be so obedient. For these pirates, Sulin gave them 2 choices. One was to become slaves in Deepwater City. After working here for 3 years, they could obtain the status of a free person and live an ordinary life. The other was to join the Navy. However, whether joining the Navy or becoming a slave, they needed to go to the prison in the city to learn. In order to avoid these pirates from causing trouble in Deepwater City. In fact, Sulin thought too much. These pirates had seen Sullin's power with their own eyes, especially when he could summon a dragon and a magic ship. After defeating the Pirate King, they were even more in awe of him. In the end, 300 of the 1,500 pirate captives decided not to join the Navy, but to become slaves. After 3 years of work in Deepwater City, they would obtain the status of a free person and start a new life. Although the pirates drank big bowls of wine, ate big mouthfuls of meat and spent a lot of money, in fact they also wanted a stable life. Therefore, after Sulin promised that these pirates could retire after a few years of service, they were very surprised and their morale was high. Chapter 630. It had been a month since Sulin returned to Northtown City. The wealth he brought back this time had been used to buy all kinds of materials. With such a large amount of money, the price of the surrounding magic materials had risen a little. The one with the lowest price was the little red dragon, Onyx Via. Originally, the little red dragon had hoped that the Kinnar would be put into the treasury or given to her. In the end, Sulin had spent it all, which made the little red dragon lose sleep. Fortunately, there was still a lot of Kinnar in the treasury. Otherwise, the little red dragon would have been furious. In the secret plane, Sulin, Hathaway, and Alex were experimenting. A huge silver-white ring was placed on the ground. On this ring there were countless strange runes engraved. The ground was paved with pure white marble. This place had been completely transformed into a large testing ground. At this time, Hathaway and Alex were standing on both sides of the ring. The two legendary wizards floated in mid-air. Powerful mana made their wizard robes bulge. Sullen's figure stood on the other side. The lightning energy on his body had been activated, and endless lightning surrounded him. Sulin, Hathaway, and Alex were testing the giant floating ring in front of them. This was a super large floating ring that Hathaway and Alex had finally created after several optimizations. This floating ring was much larger than the ones used in wizard towers. It was used to install in the floating city. If the experiment was successful and proved that this floating ring could be used, then they could first determine the size of the floating city. "Are you ready?" Hathaway asked. "It's done." Sulin and Alex nodded. "Good, then let's begin." Hathaway nodded. "Sulin, if anything goes wrong, immediately open an energy barrier and cut off the energy link of the floating ring. Testing the floating ring requires Alex and I to be fully focused. If there's a mistake in our design, it could lead to serious consequences and damage the floating ring. This thing is too expensive to make. We don't have that much money to make a new one. Remember, you must cut off the energy link as soon as possible." Sulin nodded with a serious expression. "Don't worry, leave it to me. If there is any problem, I will cut off the energy supply immediately. Also, you two have to be careful. If you can't avoid it, then protect yourself first. If the floating ring is damaged, we can continue to make it." "Okay." Hathaway and Alex nodded at Sulin. "Let's begin." As soon as Hathaway's voice fell, a spiritual light rose from the werewolf's body. Then a powerful mana rose from the two of them. As the powerful mana surged, the runes on the floating ring began to light up one by one. Two powerful mana surged from the two of them and entered the floating ring. The powerful mana flowed quickly, creating a circle of energy vortex around them. As the runes lit up one after another, finally, all the runes on the floating ring in front of them flickered with spiritual light. When all the runes lit up, a powerful force was transmitted from the floating ring. This force acted on the surroundings and the ground around them began to shake slightly. This shaking did not weaken as time passed. Instead, it became stronger and stronger. Rumble. A huge figure emerged from the ground. Under this amazing force, the ground under everyone's feet seemed to turn over like an earth dragon. The ground was like an earthquake and the powerful force was transmitted in all directions. With Hathaway and Alex as the center, everything within 300 meters of them shook violently. Finally, this force formed a huge circular energy field. Within this field, the ground was forcibly separated by this force. The entire ground was forcibly lifted by an endless force. The surrounding energy field was also distorted. On this part of the ground, the original gravity had completely disappeared. The gravity on this piece of land had been completely cut off. The floating ring was actually controlling gravity. By controlling gravity, the floating city could float in the air. There were many kinds of technology needed to build a floating city. Gravity was only one of them. In fact, a qualified floating city was like a miniature world. The top few topics in this world were the half-plane transformation technology, also known as Genesis, the floating city technology, the neutron star golem technology, and so on. Building a floating city required changing the internal structure, changing space, riddles, ecological systems, and so on. With Hathaway and Alex's magic transmission, this piece of land successfully lifted off the ground and flew up. Because of the spread of this force, many of the surrounding rocks had already flown up. Tower Spirit 1, begin collecting all kinds of data from the floating ring. As the floating ring stabilized, Hathaway immediately said. The Tower Spirit, which had already been prepared, immediately scanned. A red light swept over and the Tower Spirit's voice sounded. Energy transmission normal. The floating ring is operating normally. Current operation rate is 50%. Current experimental results have been achieved. A huge piece of land with a diameter of more than 400 meters and a thickness of more than 2 meters was easily lifted up by the floating ring. After Hathaway and Alex waited for a while, this piece of land finally calmed down and then began to slowly rise. Now, this piece of land had risen more than 20 meters and was still rising. With the passage of time, under the guidance of the floating ring, the entire piece of land had risen to a height of 500 meters. Under the effect of the floating ring, this island was like a floating island. It's a success, Sulin said excitedly. Hathaway and Alex were also overjoyed and secretly relieved. Energy transmission stable. Begin recording experimental data. Calculating the weight of the floating ring. Scanning the floating ring's status. Calculating the floating ring's energy consumption. Calculating the floating ring's energy conversion rate. Rays of light flashed continuously. The tower spirit was calculating the specific data of the floating ring. Hathaway and Alex continued to inject magic into the floating ring. It was not easy to maintain such a large floating ring. Hathaway and Alex began to guide the energy of the elemental pool after the floating ring was operating normally. Otherwise, it would be difficult to rely on the two of them to inject magic. After all, the floating ring's energy consumption was very high. Chapter 631. As Tower Spirit Number 1 continued to scan and record data, Hathaway and Alex began to operate more on the floating space ring. The floating space ring used on the floating space city had to deal with a lot of bad situations, so the floating space tower had stricter requirements. Rumble. There was a loud rumbling sound, and some cracks suddenly appeared in the middle of the huge piece of land that was originally floating in the sky. Cracks began to appear on the originally flat ground. The anti-gravity force field of the floating space ring is in disorder. The force field is deviated and the land is broken. Scanning for the cause of the force field deviation. Tower Spirit Number 1 immediately scanned the surroundings, and Hathaway and Alex immediately controlled the energy output. Scanning complete, the 39th rune design has deviated, causing the anti-gravity force field in the area to deviate after reaching a certain value, and it will interfere with the surrounding force field. Hathaway was slightly relieved. It's not a big problem, we'll modify it after the experiment, and now continue the test. Okay. Sulin nodded and then the test continued. Then Hathaway and Alex continued to control the floating space ring and began to conduct other tests. The floating space ring controlled the piece of land and began to move slowly, and the huge piece of land slowly moved back and forth under the influence of the floating space ring. Tower Spirit Number 1 constantly scanned and recorded the floating piece of land. The land has an unknown vibration in the horizontal state. Cracks appear in the land. The anti-gravity force field is tilted in the descending state. The anti-gravity force field is deviated in the fast horizontal movement, and slight cracks appear in the land. The energy efficiency of the floating space ring is 63.7% on average. Soon, all the tests of the floating space ring were over, and Hathaway and Alex controlled the floating space ring to descend slowly. Although there were many problems in the test, overall it was very good. This time, the floating space ring held up a large area of land, and although it was still some distance away from the floating space city, the test was considered a success. The weight of the land held up this time was calculated by Tower Spirit Number 1, and it was almost more than 3 million tons, which was heavier than the floating space tower. Furthermore, this was not the limit of the floating ring. If the floating ring were to operate at full capacity, the power output would be very high. The energy of the elemental pool in the Arcana realm was not enough to support the test. As for Hathaway and Alex, they had to bear a lot of pressure. As Hathaway and Alex slowly reduced the energy supply, the floating island began to descend slowly, finally stopping 3 meters in the air. At this height, they needed to be careful if they wanted to continue descending. Sulin's energy was quickly released and enveloped the entire floating island. Prepare to land. Prepare to cut off the energy of the elemental pool. Prepare to count down. 10, 9, 8. Increase the magic output. It has reached the critical point. Begin landing. The floating island trembled slightly before descending steadily. After a series of noises, the huge floating island slowly landed on the ground. Success. Hathaway breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that our theory is correct. Next, we need to make various improvements to this gigantic floating ring. Alex said. Yes. Although it's a success, there are still many problems with the floating ring. For example, the energy conversion efficiency is only 63.7%. You should know that the floating ring in the Tower of the Northern Winds has an energy conversion efficiency of more than 95%. This difference is more than 30%. We need to optimize it again. There's also the energy field deviation that occurred during the test. These problems need to be solved. Otherwise, even if the floating ring flies, it will fly in a slanted direction. I've already noted it down. We'll make changes when we get back. Sulin slowly retracted his energy. When they were descending, he had released a large amount of energy to protect the entire floating island. We need to upgrade the energy center as soon as possible. Sulin said. We plan to build a floating ring that can accommodate 50,000 to 100,000 people. This is the level of a medium-sized floating ring. The current elemental fission furnace cannot support such a large floating ring. Got it? Hathaway made a face at Sulin. The theoretical verification of the elemental fusion furnace has been completed, but some of the materials required are very high. We don't have a good solution yet. We need materials that can withstand high temperatures. Materials with high magic conductivity are not so easy to make. I don't know what materials the Arcanists used, Alex said with some curiosity. Anyway, it should be a very magical material. The gap between the current wizard civilization and the arcane empire is still very big. In terms of magic material science, magic theory, magic energy use, and supermagic characteristics, they can't be compared at all. Just like in the arcane empire era, the high-grade golems they used could basically self-recover. The main reason for this was the use of a kind of memory metal. After this memory metal is formed, if it is damaged it will quickly recover. In the arcane empire era, those high-grade golems were notoriously difficult to deal with. It was only after the arcane empire era disappeared that golems that could self-recover could not be made because of the lack of key materials. Since then, golems made of other materials slowly began to become popular. Speaking of which, the memory metal is also a very important secret of the arcane empire. Wizards have more or less obtained this kind of memory metal golems in the ruins, but even knowing the location of today's memory metal golems, they still haven't been cracked. Sulin smiled slightly. Don't think so much. When I have the chance, when I go to the secret realm again, I'll see if I can get you a memory metal golem. That's great. I've only heard of these memory metal golems and some information. I haven't really seen them yet. When the time comes, even if I can't crack the secret of the memory metal, I can still understand some of them. Hathaway said excitedly. Don't think so much. Now let's improve the floating ring. Alex interrupted the conversation between the two. Now this kind of floating ring consumes a lot of energy. Although the elemental fission furnace can also support a city with a scale of 50,000 to 100,000 people, even the most radical arcanists won't consume more than half of their power to maintain the floating state of the city. The floating city requires a lot of energy, but the energy consumption must be kept below 20%. Otherwise, it can't afford the energy consumption of the floating city. You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.